How's it going, y'all? Happy Sunday. Erica, that is really cool. Congratulations on that. That can be quite an experience. How's everybody doing today? I'm WYSIWYG, Chris, however you want to call me. It's up to you. Welcome to the Sunday edition. How's everybody doing today? As always, Boxer Heather's here. 10 Hammers in the house. You know what, Lisa? I guess we're going to find out where Graw is. He may join us today. And speaking of which, you can join us. You're more than welcome to join me today. You can come into panel. This is a panel stream. I'm curious your thoughts. I want to hear what you have to say about the craziness that we heard last night. And what's going on. My Lanta Joe, how are you? It's Graw's nap time. Yeah, of course it is. I'd be napping too if I were Graw. I kind of thought about taking a nap. I thought maybe that would be sort of a nice thing to do right about now. We went and did our Sunday shopping and get ready for the week. And so we're back and been sitting here watching live streams and seeing what everybody's got going on. Mostly it's been... I've been paying attention to Abbott asks, what craziness? Defender Vance live stream last night. Pretty exciting. Yort has a voice show. A nice voice. I don't know why that came out backwards on my head. I heard a rumor that Yort is going to be on another show tonight. So I'm looking forward to hearing that interview. How are you, Lusk? G. Abbott says, oh, yes, very lol. Yeah. Christine says, I love Airheads. You know, it's funny. I don't... Yeah, they're individually wrapped. 6 bars. Whatever that means. Like, what is an Airhead bar? We were having some fun at Wally World earlier today. And the funny thing is the box of dots that I did get are what's the word? They're all reds. They're Reds dots. I thought was really interesting because those personally are my favorites. Oh, they have an easy lift open tab here on the side. Let's see how that works. Oh, I pushed it right through. Huh, look at that. They're like all the Valentine's Day colors. Oh, they're soft. I don't think I ever realized that they're Tootsie brand, but there are some weird games on the back. Let me see if I can get some light on that. Some weird games on the back. It asks which size is bigger. I think the thing is that neither one of them are bigger. They're both exactly the same size, just the circles are different. It's like that Asher experiment, or the Ash experiment that we were watching a few nights ago. But yeah, connecting dots. At least these dots have substance, I guess. Is that what that is? Les says, don't forget to hit the thumbs up button. The link isn't pinned. Well, let me fix that. I forget I got to do that every time, don't I? Troy, were you not able to pin that? I don't know if you've ever tried to do that. I'm not sure how pinnable things are when you're on your phone, but let's see here. G. Abbott, interesting comment here, says, I'm not sure why some take information sent to them as truth and fact, then continue to spread nonsense for the sake of creating drama in their otherwise boring existence. It is interesting. I get sent a lot of information too. You guys send me emails all the time. Sometimes, I get some interesting videos and a lot of Rumble videos. A lot of people send Rumble videos. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? And I appreciate all of that. It's very interesting. One of the things I do is my due diligence to make sure that I look into what it is that I'm being sent. Because I refuse to just repeat anything I hear from somebody without looking at it and seeing what it's all about. So, by the way, how does the audio sound? Does the audio sound better today? Hopefully it does. I spent some time here. The funny thing is I didn't realize when I enter the studio on, what is this called? StreamYard, that it notifies you that I'm getting ready to go live. Even though I haven't clicked the go live button, it gives you an upcoming notification, which I thought was interesting. I was unaware of that until today. So I was trying to get this audio problem straightened out. I realized where I had my digital wires crossed, which is kind of interesting. So hopefully it sounds way better. I'm also actually monitoring it in my ear, and uniquely, I can run the stream from my phone simultaneously. So I'm not stuck right here in the WYSIWYG studio. I can actually go downstairs. I could hang, if we're doing if people are up here on the panel having a discussion, I can kind of slip away. I don't even have to be in here. In fact, if you guys want to come in and have a discussion, you're more welcome to do that. Christine M says, I love that rooster with the chicken behind it, which is funny. Can you tell if that's a rooster or a chicken? Is Mary Todd and the looking eyes? Yeah, it's pretty funny how that all comes down. The claims that were being made. I've been spending my day thinking about all the fun things I could send to Ant, and then I kind of go, well, I feel bad for him. He took a beating last night. Queen Di says, I am Mary Todd. I think that's great too. Who is Mary Todd? Is all I know is Mary Todd does great work. So thank you, Queen Di. You're awesome. Troy says G. Abbott needs to get in the box. Troy, if you come up here, maybe G. Abbott will come up. McFly asks, you feel bad for Ant? I do. I feel bad for Ant. Here's why I feel bad for Ant. I don't know what has happened to Ant, but Ant has clearly suffered some sort of trauma. Oh, these are like long sticks. I don't know that cherry flavored. It almost feels like it's, I don't know if I've had these or not. Yeah, he seems to have alienated himself from all of his friends, and this looks like a giant tongue in the package here. Huh. It reminds me of Laffy Taffy. Wow. It's not, let's see. Yeah, it doesn't have the elasticity of taffy. I've never had this before. Am I weird for that? I've heard of Chico Stick. Not a Tootsie Roll. No, it's definitely not a Tootsie Roll. It has sort of a tartness to it. Let's see. There's a bunch of flavors. This one's called White Mystery. Traditional orange. A little orange there. Grape. I can tell that this one's deformed in its package. Watermelon flavor. Blue raspberry. Is there actually such a thing as a blue raspberry? I'm like totally sticky now. Our computer's going to get all sticky. Everything's going to get all sticky. Wow. I had no idea. It's got big fruit flavor, but it's it almost just tastes like compressed sugar. Oddly. Like Airheads. What? Like I don't understand. I don't understand the naming. I really don't. I don't really get where the name comes from or what it's referencing. But yeah, I'm sort of surprised by this mystery white flavor. Maybe a little bit later on we'll break open the mystery white. White mystery, it's called. White mystery. Not mystery white. White mystery. We'll open that up later on and see what that tastes like. See if I can guess the flavor. The mystery flavor. But yeah, that's fun stuff. Tuck those over there. The dots are still my favorite. I always love the jellies. The Swedish fish were one of my favorite candies as a kid. kind of see it. Dots. See, Rumrose says there's no such thing as blue ras. I didn't think so. So like, what? Like, where did blue raspberry come from? What's the next best thing from Lufkin? Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna have a sugar high. But you know, I was kind of like in the mood for a nap, so this is actually not a bad thing. You like Dippin' Dots? Okay, I haven't tried it. Don't Dippin' Dots taste like ice cream? Oh look, Susan Knox has joined us with more, you know, crazy, wacky leftist beliefs. You know what, Susan Knox? I bet you couldn't even tell me what the Oath Keepers are about, and still keep your beliefs. I bet. That would be interesting. You know what? You're more than welcome to come on up here, Susan. That would be. I'd love to have a conversation with you. Why don't you start the conversation off today with anything you want to talk about? I think it'll be. I think that would be some great Sunday entertainment. I see you all over the place, Susan. You got kicked out. Who'd you get kicked out of today? Did you get kicked out of Red's chat? Willy Wonka. Fantastic Candy Company. Which came first, Willy Wonka the candy or Willy Wonka the movie? That's a good question. Let's see here. The movie came out in 1971. Look at the cast as adults. Peter Ostrom, Charlie. Look at this guy. Oh, Troy's here. Let's see how this works today. Hey, Troy. How are you? Uh-oh. Oh, Troy could not. Troy's having problems again today, I think. Troy, you better get this worked out before you go on Doofus tonight. That would be bad. You don't want to be having these troubles. But you know, look at Charlie Ostrom. I wonder what else. I wonder what other movies he's done besides Charlie. Let's check out his IMDb here real quick. This is interesting. So easy to find rabbit holes. And by the way, okay, that's enough of that. I think rabbit holes are far more productive than dot collecting. Could not have made this movie in the United States, I don't think. Actor credits. He has one actor credit. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate. It's the only role he ever had. That's fascinating. Huh. Wow. I would have. Wow. Maybe he didn't want to be an actor. Maybe he just found that role and did that. But let's see here. Who else was interesting? Violet was played by Denise Nickerson. Let's see if she ever did any other roles. If she was a regular actress. She died in 2019. Okay. So she has a few rules. Dark side of innocence. Smile. 1978 was her last role. Oh, she was in Flipper, the TV series, one episode. She did 71 episodes of Dark Shadows. That's interesting. Willy Wonka, Search for Tomorrow. The Electric Company, that was PBS, right? Dory. I'm guessing you were that kid in school that would throw pencils up on the ceiling and try to get them in the holes in the tiles. Did you ever do that? No. Charlene, the unicorn and maybe I will be making a chicken curry tonight for dinner. So, but the good news is Troy's back. Wait, I hear Troy.
Yep, I got you now.
Oh yeah, you're coming through loud and clear. Look at this.
I would think so. Like I was talking about yesterday. I don't know. Everything was snapping and crackling. My mic sounds odd. Okay, because I've been
Well,
on
no,
StreamYard.
it sounds great now. I am going to go in here into your mic, and I'm going to turn off the automatic adjustment, and I'm going to pot you up here. Let's hear how you sound.
How that sound now?
Oh, nice.
Wow.
And see, the louder I make this, the more your little circle pulses.
Oh yeah, ain't nothing. Ain't nothing wrong with a pulse and circle sometimes. Yeah.
So
If your circle don't pulse, you got issues. Huh? But something told me though, and I rebooted my phone, cleaned up some caches and whatnot.
It's always
But
them caches.
yeah, them damn rascals. But something told me that it would probably, because I've been on some StreamYard before, like I said, for about an hour or two. But I don't know if it's the iPhone thing or what. And I think that might have been part of when I first tried to jump on. Plus, one, it was in low battery mode. I think that has a little something to do with it.
Yeah.
But from clearing out all my stuff from yesterday, I had to relog everything into StreamYard. It didn't, usually once you log in before, that's how I'd done it before with me anyways. It remembered, had everything. This time it was just completely start from fresh kind of thing. So maybe that'll help too. I don't know. But yeah, that doofus stuff, he wants to interview me. I guess people was watching some of the stuff about the bottles or whatnot, I guess. Anyways, but that's not the night though.
I think he just sees. Okay, let's start with this. I'm actually disappointed. Well, actually, no. You know what? We could do this right now. This could be the Troy interview since you're kind of you're a Wizzy mod and you've been around. I feel like I should have had the first opportunity to interview you.
Well, you could do. We'll just talk about it anytime.
Kind of do that now, right? And
absolutely.
Now Doofus is like second fiddle.
Well, I mean, some people might be up on his, that ain't in here or whatnot, But
sure,
see,
that's
the thing,
true.
yeah, the thing is he was on the
I appreciate that,
Susan. On the panel when I talk about the water bottles, and he seemed, he was pretty interested in. It was good conversation. It didn't, wasn't that long, but I don't know, But hell, I talk to anybody, But well, like my mama always said, people around her, family growing up, even, they said, "Boy, your son." People tell, "Boy, you don't hardly talk. He's always quiet and that." And she turned around and tell him right off the bat, even nowadays, hey, you get him started, you won't shut him up. All right, but look, now
you've definitely kept the conversation lively when we've all been chit chatting. So how personal are you going to get? on Doofus?
Oh, I don't even know. Well, from what I understand, well, damn, now you done throw me for a loop. Now, from what I understand, he was just talking about, about the stuff like we was talking about on here, about the Ohio stuff.
Right.
As far as I know.
What happened? What's going to happen when he asks you about personal stuff?
Well, I mean, I ain't beyond telling somebody, that I ain't wanting to discuss it.
Oh, it's up. Well, I would imagine.
Yeah.
You would, yeah.
But look, but just before we get
he's
going,
a hardcore interviewer. I've seen him. He really hammers those. I guess.
Yeah. It shocked me. I was watching him when he had Corinne on there, and kudos to both of them. For one, he actually asked the question.
I actually agree.
Yeah, he actually asked the question, and kudos to her too. I mean, overall, kudos to both of them because it was a good interview. It was interesting.
Right. She didn't do what normally happens with Corinne, which is this. It's like I hate to call it a skipping broken record, but like because of my interactions with her in the past, she's panicked about something. Typically, is the conversation that like.
Oh, I agree 100%.
She's panicked about something. What do I do, Chris? What do I do? Which is weird. Should never.
It was a common.
I'm bad with names too.
It was good in the reaction. It was a different side of Corinne, I guess you say. In my opinion, anyway.
Yeah. No, it definitely was interesting. He kept her talking about things and kept the conversation moving.
Yeah, he asked about the song though, and kudos to both of them. He asked it anyway,
but that was sort of interesting because people I don't think knew what the story was with that song.
Yeah, and that's the thing I was talking about. Kudos to her too, because she actually, discussed it. It was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But look, before we get going too much further, though, I'm feeling spunky. I'm gonna hit the chat button. If it messes me all up, I just had to jump back out and jump back.
Oh in. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Well.
Because everything seems good on my end.
Yeah. No, it seems great. And there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to hit the chat button. If you hit the chat button and it zaps out, then to me it tells me that there's some other problem.
Yeah, well, it wasn't zapping me out. What it did, it would change. I don't know if it may be just my phone or whatever, but
yeah,
for the additional data of showing the chat or whatever. But it would start making it robot or whatever. And as soon as it started doing that, I couldn't hear nothing. So
yeah.
I'm feeling spunky. Let's see, man.
Now whatever you just did, now we're getting a little bit of chatter in your audio.
All right. All I did was talk. I ain't touched nothing.
Right.
Let
me see if I'm hearing it on the other end here.
But I don't know. Shit, I don't. Now you got me wondering if I ought to hit any buttons or not.
Yeah, it's happening. It's happening on the stream as well. So. Frank says you sound like Foghorn Leghorn.
Really?
Say, what was his famous?
I was just trying to think. Oh, that's right. Hey, boy, some kind of shit. I didn't watch too much.
I get the Foghorn Leghorn reference.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, though.
I don't know. It's the big chicken, right?
I never watched too much of it. I think Speed Racer or something was on about the same time.
About the same time, yeah. Because
or the
Foghorn Leghorn was who to the what was the little chicken's name? The
little pesky thing followed him around.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And he was trying to teach him life lessons, and in the end, Foghorn Leghorn would get hurt. Right? That was kind of the
sure enough.
Like, don't do as I say, do as I do. Well, no, not that. And,
you're bothering me, boy. You're bothering me.
Yeah, bothering me. Right. But Mr. Leghorn. Yeah, I don't remember how that goes.
Yeah, I didn't watch a whole lot, but I gotta admit though, I've been called a bunch, but I ain't never been called no Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah.
Before, But is my audio still clear though?
No. Now it's crackling. You started talking about hitting the chat button, and as soon as you said that, it started clicking.
I should have kept my damn mouth shut on.
Maybe you just can't talk about it.
Maybe not.
Yeah, the world famous foghorn leghorn. Let's see here. This is him here. Let's see what Wikipedia says. 1946 to 1964, in the golden age of American animation, all 29 of these cartoons were directed by McKimson. I guess just one word. Robert McKimson here. This guy. American.
I must have been watching reruns
for
though.
Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies. Merry Melodies were the bits that came in.
I must have been watching reruns. That's before my time.
Sure.
Them
Well, I think a lot of these, like, I remember really young going to certain movie theaters, and seeing Merry Melodies come up before the movie started.
Yeah.
Right? That was like really early on.
Just a little interest. The audio from you is popping too now. Not
Right.
bad.
It potentially would be on your end, but now I'm listening in my ear. In my other ear, I'm hearing myself coming through the interwebs down to my phone, and I sound clear on my end.
Yeah.
But I would imagine if you're breaking up for us, my audio coming into you would also be breaking up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's too bad, I'll jump off of here.
I don't know. But my gut tells me that it's just you've got either low connection data, something. Your Wi-Fi connection's not great. However you're connecting to the interwebs,
I'm not on Wi-Fi right now.
Right. Yeah. If you're just on network, are you on 5G, 4G, LTE? What does your phone say?
LTE.
LTE. Yeah. So if you're on an LTE connection, not very fast.
It'd be better on Wi-Fi then.
Way better on Wi-Fi. Yeah. If you were connected to a Wi-Fi connection that had.
Yeah.
Just because you're on Wi-Fi, it still comes down to whatever your DSL or cable connection is, or
I got a high-speed
Wi-Fi.
I could get.
Pam's got some words down here. Boy, I say, boy, pay close attention to me. I remember watching this cartoon. A good one for sure.
Yeah,
that was good. Little shorts. Yeah, Ellie, the crackling sound from Troy. McCallie says it would be considered racist now. In what way? I'm curious, because I feel like I've heard that, but what would be the racist characteristic of Foghorn Leghorn?
anything nowadays, people can find a way. I could see a white chicken, a white rooster calling a little one boy or something. Who knows?
I don't know. I honestly, I don't have my glasses on that allow me to see racism, so I'm
right. Maybe I'm the same way.
Right.
I could tell you some stories about it as a child, and old military stuff. Some good, some bad.
See here, popular character. Let's see here. Looney Tunes wiki. They've got like a whole Senator Cleghorn by the popular character Senator Cleghorn, a blustery Southern politician played by Kenny Del Mar, who was a regular character in the Fred Allen Show, a popular radio show of the 1940s. The rooster adopted many of Cleghorn's catchphrases, such as, "That's a joke," "I say that's a joke, son." Del Mar had based the character Cleghorn upon a Texas rancher who was fond of saying this. Cleghorn is a breed of chicken, since it was an Italian breed that makes him Italian American. The foghorn describes the character's loud, overbearing voice.
Is that crackling gone in my audio now, Chris, or still there?
No, it's still there.
Oh, because I did have my phone on a charger, so I just checking. Just doing a little troubleshooting. That's probably my damn jitterbug. It ain't really a jitterbug for people telling me it's an inside joke. Yeah, damn, I call it's an iPhone jitterbug. What I call it though.
Yeah.
But
Do they still make the Jitterbug phone? Oh, they do.
I don't know. Really?
From lively.com phones. They have them from Best Buy Health.
Oh
The phone
Lord, people
kind
probably
of.
think
We're
I'm serious.
looking at
and
it
that's what-
here.
People probably think I'm serious. I can kind of. I mean, I got it for everybody. It's an iPhone. It's just
Yeah,
a,
this one
it's
here
just-
looks very, it's basic, but it does have. It shows that it has a web browser. So I would imagine with a camera and a web browser, you'd be able to access, but in an easier.
Oh
easier
Lord! Please don't tell
fashion.
me that the current jitterbugs will be higher speed than what I'm. I mean,
Chicken Hawk.
that'll be embarrassing.
I don't know.
Oh, that's what it was. It was a chicken hawk. It wasn't a rooster.
Chicken Hawk, right?
That's right. Sure enough.
And it's funny because every time my mom served Cornish game hens for dinner, I thought of the Chicken Hawk.
Oh, Foghorn was a rooster, but the little one was a chicken hawk or something. Shit, I don't know.
Yeah, he's a Chicken Hawk, but I don't know what a Chicken Hawk is. That's
a hawk
the
that-
question.
It either looks like or eats a chicken. I think they eat chicken,
Yeah.
but it might just look like shit. I don't know.
Jitterbug, that's right for you. Jitterbug Smart 3 phone is $112.49. It's our simplest smartphone ever. Jitterbug Flip 2. Gosh, that's great. I love that it's got the emergency button. That's kind of interesting. No long-term contracts. What's this? Oh, it's a medical alert thing. Interesting. Okay. Chicken hawk bird. Here's some images of chicken hawks. Yeah, it looks like the hawks that I see, but then you get like the little Henry Hawk from the show Looney Tunes. Look at this beautiful. If you've ever seen a hawk hunt, it is really incredible to watch them move. And if I had to come back as a bird, I think I'd come back as hawk. They seem to have the most fun. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. Maybe picking the wrong bird, but let's see. Chicken Hawk Motorsports.
Yeah, Chris, I'm trying a couple of things on my end here. If it knocks me off, I'll hop back on. I'm gonna switch over to.
Hopefully,
to Wi-Fi.
I'll notice it. Sometimes it makes a noise, but sometimes it's really faint. So it takes me a minute to realize that you've entered the room.
Yeah. I'm gonna switch over to Wi-Fi. See what they do.
Okay.
It shouldn't.
It shouldn't disconnect you. Because I've had this with StreamYards where it kind of loses signal, but if you just hold tight and let it cycle and do its thing and don't panic, usually it returns.
You still there?
Yeah, it sounds
Okay.
better. Yeah, it's much clearer.
Everything froze
Yeah.
up.
Sure.
I thought it was
would
knocking me
imagine
off.
as it yeah.
Yeah, it recovered though.
Yeah. That's interesting, Jamie and Deborah. Now, are you able to access the chat?
That's what I was just about to tell you. That's what I'm hit. Feeling spunky. Hold on a second. Let me see
Okay.
what- I mean, I've done it before. Like I said, and the whole problem was just initially getting into StreamYard.
Right.
Once I was in, it's I'm on so far.
Yeah.
If it didn't change my
It's-
audio now,
No, it sounds great. The crackling is all gone.
okay. Awesome.
I got hiccups again. The weird thing is like, the one thing I can't do on my phone is post a comment.
Yeah, I can't either.
Oh no, there it is. It's just a separate window.
Yeah, but from what I understand, it'll post in the StreamYard in the background, right? It won't post up
Oh, I
on the
see. You got to
regular.
push on the right button. Okay, that's interesting. So I gotta hit a different button to get that work. But all in all, as far as an experience goes with StreamYards, I'm using it through Safari, which it really demanded that I do, which is interesting because on the computer it really wants me to use Chrome, but it gives me all the same functions on the phone. It does recommend and say, maybe use your computer. But frankly, I wanted to be able to control it in both places. So I'm running the studio here and I'm running the studio here. So if I decide to go downstairs, take a break and just talk to you and hang out, we can do that. But yeah, it actually works quite nice. I assume that other people were using StreamYards on the iPhone because I don't think they've got the computer situation, and so I knew that they were doing it through their phones. But
Yeah, I could use my laptop. But the problem was where I was sitting at before. It's right at the end. I had long ago changed from Uverse. Now I'm on Spectrum. Um, and they actually supposed to come out this. We got some little glitches with it with the
yeah,
through some of the television stuff. But I'm gonna
Dirt
ask them
Track
about
fan,
it.
if you want to join us, I'd love to have you up here. Love to hear about how things are going. If you're interested in chit chatting, I've seen your emails. I've got your emails. Obviously, we connected a little bit with that. But if you're interested in coming up here, feel free to hit the link and join Troy and I. Yeah, Sunshine says you sound much better, and you do. You sound great. It's working well.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, that was a fiasco yesterday. But each time, I think on your end too. I mean, I know you just started with the StreamYard stuff and just
Right.
trying to best way to troubleshoot and go work through stuff is real time, right?
Yeah, I had my audio settings all jacked up. I had it set up for something else, and I realized where my mistake was, and I tested earlier. I'm like, it can't be this easy, but it was just that easy, and it's because what happens is the computer's trying to, you get all these what's called loopback, and the talking just feeds back to itself, and it's because I'm using two separate programs simultaneously that are both technically broadcasting.
Right.
But that was where I had my output channel and my speaker channels mixed up, and so it was doing some, and I think that's what was creating clicking on my end and sort of this audio disruption. Graz finally here, everybody. Who won the 500, Gra? How are you today? Troy, you know who won the 500? I could look on my computer, but
No,
I
I
know
don't.
Gra is such a huge NASCAR fan.
I think I seen him posted in chat, but I don't remember.
Oh, Gra's already out. Are you mad that I asked about maybe Kyle Busch? I don't know. Let's see who won Daytona. Uh, 2023 Daytona. Austin Cindric wins crash-filled race, according to CNN. I totally forgot to watch Troy. I feel bad.
I don't follow too.
Oh, you got bad things happening to Troy. What did you change? What did you do?
I ain't touched nothing.
Yeah, I know. I hate when that
I
happens.
hadn't even moved.
Signhouse Jr. Maybe this is an old
It's still jacked up.
article. Let's see when this article's from. Yeah, that was from 2022. Why did that come up first? CNN's useless. Maybe I should tell Google what exact information. I'm like, you would think that if you typed into Google Daytona 500 winner, the very first thing you would get is the most recent winner. But even Google's not that smart. Who won the Daytona 500 full results? Ricky Stackhouse. The Cottonelle car. Cottonelle number 47. Baby Blue.
Is it still the audio up, bro?
It's Troy. It's awful. It's absolutely awful. I really don't know what's happened. I don't know why it's doing that, which is strange. Oh, Dirt Track's here. Dirt Track, how are you?
Good. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing great. You're another one. We gotta teach you how to put the put a little picture of something. You put your race car picture up in your icon there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on that one.
Yeah. You ever do StreamYards before?
No, this is actually the first time.
Oh, okay. Well, congratulations. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Doing well. We actually took a trip over to East Palestine today to see what the aid was looking like in the area and how things were going.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of aid with the Salvation Army. They were over there handing out cleaning supplies, furnace filters.
Yeah.
A lot of people handing out water and such.
Gotcha. Did town seem busy? Oh, Troy, it's just getting worse. Oh, all right. He took off, so it's just you and I now. So what did town like? What did you see when you were there? What was going on?
There was a lot of traffic. There wasn't much foot traffic. I didn't really see any wildlife. I saw no birds, squirrels, anything like that.
Yeah.
Just throughout the main street, there were several places set up that was handing out water. There was a truckload of cleaning supplies, furnace filters, things like that. People were handing out. Over in the park, there was a lot of emergency management vehicles, toxic waste cleanup crews and such.
My audio probably fixed itself, huh? Or did it?
Sound good on my end, Troy.
Yeah. What it was, like I said, it's that chat. Even though I got back out of chat when it started roboting, I could watch it gives me how many chats. It's keeping track of it. I could see how many chats I'm missing or whatever. And then as soon as it started doing that, the screen for Chris talking started getting a bad delay on it. So that's
So racetrack, dirt track? What'd you do while you were in town? Just check things out.
Yeah, we just kind of drove around. I got a lot of pictures, a lot of videos. There's several signs throughout town saying not to let the railroad rail them.
Yeah.
EP strong. A lot of support there in the community.
Do you get there very often on a regular basis?
With my job, I'm there quite a bit. Like I said, we're only maybe 15, 20 minutes away, so we're pretty much in the area.
Right. What's like, even if you lived in East Palestine, What's the big town that everybody goes to that's nearby? What's the most convenient?
Ooh,
Or is
probably
East Palestine the town?
East Palestine would be the town. Actually the biggest town nearby, which would have a mall and Walmart and
Yeah.
things of that nature, would be Boardman, Ohio.
Say the town name again.
Boardman, Boardman.
So did towns different? What is it? There were trains going already, so they really fixed the or were the tracks never really damaged from the derailment?
We actually, in the short time we were there, every half hour, an hour, we saw 3 trains go through.
Wow.
So if they were damaged,
It really is a train town as far as.
Oh yes, definitely. There's trains. I believe somebody in another interview said every 15, 20 minutes or so there's a train going through.
Yeah, I was watching some streams earlier, and that's what I noticed. There's several trains rolled through that little spot. That's why they did that burn off instead of, they wanted the tracks back up.
You're exactly right, Troy.
Well, that's kind of interesting,
Are
Troy.
you downwind, Alden? What's that?
We're, I believe, west of East Palestine.
So you really wasn't in the fallout type area?
No, we're about 14 miles out.
Yeah. But I'm sure y'all probably still have a concern with the water, though.
Oh, definitely. They say our source is upstream of East Palestine, but I still personally don't feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, and let me tell y'all something too. To touch on too. The dioxins. The dioxins come off of the burnt chemicals, right? From the ash, from the smoke. That's just the main source. That's I've seen contradictory stuff that I've seen on the news or even some chats or whatever. Dioxins do not dilute in water. You get if people see what they're looking at, you can tell by some of the streams and stuff. Some of the news people or even independent streamers are showing. They walk you. One you see a bunch repeated. I don't know who the guy was, but he goes up to a little stream, and it looks fine, but he takes a sticks and drag it in it, and you see the slick on the top. In other words, you kind of stir it up. You can see it when you first walk up. It's not that noticeable. That dioxins they'll actually bind to soil and sediment, and that's what kills the fish. It's not just necessarily floating in the water. It's in the sediments and the solidified particles, if you will. Minute ones though, and fish feed off of that, and that's why the fish is dying. It's they eating the dioxins, which is it's a big concern, and but because of the drinking water areas, as far as the rivers and it's not something that just it's misconception or misinformation. In personal opinion, professional opinion, call it. It's
Troy, you're breaking up real bad again. Tanya Anderson says those boxcars were on fire before the derailment. Apparently, it was car 23 that caught fire, and it was overheating. And Millie Weaver was reporting yesterday that in showing the manifest for the train, and saying that the train car owner is responsible for the maintenance of the individual train cars. And so she tracked that down to a company that's owned by or was purchased by Sunoco, and saying that Sunoco was the owner of the train that potentially was the culprit.
That's interesting. I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
I did see the video where it was on fire coming through Salem, Ohio.
Now, how far away would Salem be from where the derailment was?
In minutes, it's probably 20, 25 minutes. I'm not exactly sure mileage-wise.
Yeah. You know, those trains run, say about 50 miles an hour. Even if it was 40 miles an hour, let's just say it's a little over half an hour away.
Yeah, something like that. It's not real far, but it's far enough that they should have been able to figure something out.
Yeah. Yeah, she was reporting that the temperature wouldn't have alerted the train to stop because it hadn't reached that temperature yet. But my thing was is at 2.5 miles long and two people on board the train, how would you even know that something was potentially on fire behind you?
Yeah, you're right. You're right there.
Yeah. Jared Mason says 55 miles an hour. Is that what they're saying the train was doing as it was coming through town?
I personally have not really heard how fast they were going.
Yeah, Feline. I was watching. I was flipping through all the live streams, and Polish Agnes wearing goggles and a mask and saying that she had a headache when she showed up there, and others. Did you feel any different while you were there, Dirt Track?
I did have, my throat was burning.
Yeah.
And another thing that I was thinking about, last night somebody was talking about how FEMA has not stepped in yet. The last I heard, the governor did not want FEMA to step in because he said, why should the taxpayers pay for something that Norfolk Southern should be paying for?
Right. And is FEMA needed for the cleanup? Like, does FEMA do that?
I'm not even real sure on that one.
Yeah. What did you see? Were you able to get near where the derailment is? Could you tell where they were at in the cleanup?
No, we were probably a couple hundred yards away from it, but it's back behind warehouses and such. Couldn't really see it from the road, and they had the road blocked off.
I know early on that America 2.0 walked the tracks, and there was some other people that were down there walking while he was down there, and I was surprised nobody was preventing him from getting in the area.
That is surprising because at one point they were actually arresting people for going in the area.
And you had seen that where?
I believe it was WFMJ, the news station here.
Oh, okay, so one of the local news stations. Were they arrested, or did they catch somebody on camera getting arrested for checking out what was going on?
They were just reporting that two people had been arrested for being right there at ground zero. That was within a couple of days, of it happening.
Yeah. Liberty Bell says America 2.0 knew that, but was very cautious. But I'm glad to see he didn't get arrested. But I guess I don't know that I would have necessarily wanted to, be right there if the chemical's that bad. I don't,
Right. Yeah, I agree. And just as Mr. Trench was saying last night, we may not even see the true outcome of this for years to come. We really just don't know at this point.
Sure. Right. Yeah, I was watching. Oh shit! It's another. I think her stream is called Squirrel Team, Squirrel something. She's a YouTube creator that had. She was going through some information and talk. She's in that area apparently, and she was. Let me see if I can pull it up. But she seemed to have the most information sort of collected as to what was going on. Let's see what I can find here. So how are you personally handling, the water situation? What is life like at your house?
Personally, we're really not doing anything different. We're just kind of living our everyday life. I know some, local people are getting the free water and such, but I'm trying to leave that for the people that are actually there at ground zero.
Mm-hmm.
As of right now, we haven't really done anything different.
One of a man that was on America 2.0 earlier was saying that his company was bringing, I think it was 60 pallets of water, and then they were going to take it to some of the towns outside of East Palestine.
That was actually something that I was going to recommend. It seems like, most everyone is concentrated right in East Palestine, but the surrounding area may be something to look into as well.
Yeah.
With things like water and whatnot.
Squirrel Tribe. Yeah, that was it. Squirrel Tribe is her. This is wrong button here. This is her channel.
Okay.
She connects dots too. She
Right.
does it a little more rationally with, but you can check out her. In fact, you know what? I will put this in the comments for you guys. Check out Squirrel Tribe. It has nothing to do with that other group of squirrel people. I thought it was sort of interesting that she was a squirrel as well.
Right.
Let's see if I do that. How does it pick which one it uses?
Ironic turn of events. That's exactly what happened, right? February 3rd is when this happened, and it's still going on. The train derailed February 3rd. The Norfolk Southern train derailed in East Palestine, Ohio on February 3rd. A couple days later, they decided to release all of the chemicals of the vinyl chloride that were in these tanks, and then
trying to
decided
figure
to
out
set them
how to
on
move the
fire. And
screens
here we
around.
are today, trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen to not only the people of East Palestine, Ohio, and surrounding areas, but literally the entire East Coast and farther stretching, because it goes beyond that. If you really stop and think about the fact that anything that leaks its way into your water, into your soil, and up into your air can travel as far as it wants to, in all honesty. So, but I want to, y'all, I have a ton to unpack here for you, but the very first thing I want to mention to you.
I don't think she live streams.
Over the last 4 or 5 videos that I've made.
I think she just,
no,
maybe she does.
Pardon me, a month ago.
Getting double audio, sorry.
I'm going to try to switch this over here. So I only have one audio source going on. So that is Squirrel Tribe. And we lost Troy. He must have had connection problem again.
Yeah, he's been having connection problems the last couple of days.
Yeah, no, it's, and I get it. Troy is in a part of the country that cell phone reception is tough.
Okay.
Especially when he's out in his shop and doing stuff. He's always kind of cutting in and out on us.
Right.
Just had a local cusser out. Well, let's see if we can find that, huh? I'm curious. Because Dirt Track, what do you know, I obviously it's hard to, imagine what everybody's going through, but do the people of East Palestine seem happy with everything that's going on above and beyond, the railroad disaster?
I really haven't talked to anybody locally. There was hardly anybody out on the streets walking or anything. Just the people that were handing out the water and the supplies. That's about all we really saw.
Just trying to see if I can find a clip of this. Let's see here.
Truck had probably as much, then the trailer, then the individual cars, and they're still saying the water. They're still saying the water. So how come someone come in and say, no, they don't need water? You guys still need water?
A lot of places still needs it.
Right. So Ohio needs water, right?
There's also a lot of other places that haul into East Palestine that's got it set up over this way.
Okay.
Over this way.
But in general, here in the town,
East Palestine still needs it. East Liverpool, Calcutta, Wellsville,
surrounding towns. Right. Okay. That's what I thought. Thank you. See, I just confirmed it for you guys. They still need water.
In our
information.
Yeah, no government involved so far because there's not a single.
No city. It's, to try to
carry on coming here.
Oh yeah, of course he doesn't. Right.
Government, count on yourself. Situation looks like.
That's what we did.
unloading and to
I'm
clear
curious.
out that lot totally.
How
Yeah, and then
how
there's
far
gonna be
back
cars
was
coming
it
and
that
Yeah.
it's gonna be there.
this happened in
So
Agnes's stream? Any
Oh,
idea?
that's
there,
gonna be
Feline?
that's
Was it
gonna
you,
be
Feline,
sad.
that mentioned that?
yeah, there's gonna be
Oh yeah,
there
Carol.
is more demand than there is
Carol,
supply here.
do you know
Yeah.
when that happened? How long ago?
And for that crazy governor
Right.
and serious the now I make our government officials are
Completely nothing.
Because
Yeah, maybe. Uh-huh.
but what is
Yeah. Just to help those
Looks like a
people,
beautiful
right?
day in Ohio.
They're not there.
Couldn't take it. Hurricane 2 weeks any good. Hurricane. They have locals help
kind of jumping through.
Ooh, what's his name? Buddha Butt Sniffer? Come on. You want decisions that guy makes?
Yeah, there's,
So I'm curious
such
what
a
would
sad, like,
somebody be
honestly,
cussing
this
Agnes
just
out about?
like that.
coming in?
Well, they're
a lot of live streamers
they're
there.
not. They're still coming.
A lot of live streamers covering,
Like I showed you before,
covering the event.
they're still coming, and they're even around the
There was
corner.
definitely a lot of media and a lot of live streamers there
Because
today.
they were going through that stuff, and as they were unloading,
Yeah.
and now that everything's unloaded, what you see there is just going to disappear quick.
Better view on Dom's
What do you
stream.
think about
Okay.
it? I mean, how often are you going to drink water? How many truckloads is it going to take?
All the time.
Right. You need the average person, if they're going to live healthy with water, needs 128 ounces a day.
How far back do you think?
I'm gonna go 40 hours.
It just happened. Okay. It's about 5 minutes ago.
What am I?
Oh, I think we found it. Maybe. Well,
Hit me, I dare you. I'll hit you, you fucking asshole. Hey, well, what are you doing? I'm here to support your local people. You're here
hang on. Something
that could be it.
This was Dom and his stream.
Fuck out of here. Go find someplace else to fucking hang out, you fucking retard.
Whoa.
Excuse me? God bless you. God bless you.
Why
bless you. Why are you
that
so
what's going
angry? We're here to support Ohio. Your local people.
I'm sorry, y'all. Dirt Track, are you seeing this?
Yeah, I saw that. It's pretty intense.
Like, why not just say, "Hey, sorry"? You know, like, this is, and I'm surprised. Well, I'm not totally surprised, because it's. I was watching other things. We haven't talked about this yet, but you know you're going to a town where people have been affected by something, and you're gonna show up and you're gonna act a fucking fool. You're gonna come in with your horns a blaring and disrupting everything. Just go in, help people, don't make it about you, and get the fuck out of there. Why is that such a difficult idea for people? Dom's got to go out there and like do his thing, do Dom, and then this guy's like pissed off at who knows what. And we'll go back a little bit. Let me see what maybe we can determine was Dom was doing. Talk. I know you were just outside. What's going on? He wants talking. But yeah, no, it's I'm sort of, let's see.
Could be it.
What's he doing? Just roaming around the street. We'll go back just a minute here. See if we can determine what was happening.
Looks like that could be it.
So he's gonna cross on it.
Get the fuck out of here. Go find someplace else to fucking hang out, you fucking retard. Excuse me?
He was crossing the light on a red.
God bless
He was
you.
jaywalking at the time.
God bless you.
Making friends
God
wherever he
bless
goes.
you. Why are you so angry? We're here to support Ohio. Your local people.
Dom. Oh, so frustrating to watch.
Hit me, I dare you.
I'll hit you, you fucking asshole.
Hey,
What are you doing?
I'm here to support your local people.
You're here to support what?
Your local people.
What do you support?
What am I supporting? Do you not know how much supplies we just
He's so mad he's spitting his gum out.
I don't give a fuck about your supplies. Why are
Do you not care about your local people?
Why are you? Yeah.
I see.
Yeah,
you can see Polish Agnes just walked up. She's catching this.
Exactly.
Do you not care about your local people?
Why are you? Yeah. I don't give a fuck.
There's Polish Agnes right there in the you can see the mask and the red, but yeah.
Your supply. Why
So
are
it
you
wasn't the guy wasn't again, it's interesting that in the chat because Carol's like Polish Agnes just got chewed out. Well, not quite. Telescope says Agnes has a better video. We'll find it. Now I know what I'm looking for. I'll be able to find it. But yeah, we'll watch this angle here and then we'll watch Polish's version.
I'm here.
Okay.
I know exactly what.
Did you go pick up supplies over there?
People are ruining everything.
How?
Because you're fucking driving our property values down into the fucking dirt every fucking time you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
What am I doing?
You're putting it on.
That's an interesting thing that he said. Did you pick that up, Dirt Track?
I did. I've never looked at it from that perspective. That is very interesting.
Yeah, like I'm like just hearing it. I'm trying to figure out like how do we get that the cameras are lowering the property value? Or is he going to say it's you're advertising what happened? And the more people realize what's happening or what happened in our town, our homes aren't going to be worth anything. We'll never, I kind of get that idea a little bit, but you also can't sell a home without, acknowledging or letting the buyer know that there's a potential problem, right? But, it's Golden Chariot's fault.
Fucking internet and everywhere else.
Let's hear this
because
again.
you're fucking driving our property values down into the fucking dirt every fucking time you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
What am I doing?
You're putting it on the fucking internet and everywhere else.
Sir, do you actually understand that this
pull your mask off so you can fucking talk, you fucking retard. You're fucked up.
Hey, do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I fucking hate Trump.
You like Biden?
I hate fucking government completely.
You like Biden?
No, I fucking hate him.
Okay, well, we hate the government completely too. Trust me. God bless you. That's all we need to say.
I see this.
And I handed him a business card. And I'm pretty sure this is where we're at. Is that the place? 43.
Okay, let me see if Polish Agnes has the same.
We have to have a solution to this. I'm not.
I can go back far enough. Which is that's a long ways.
Anything. Wow.
Let's see if I can find this here.
It's just sad.
So walking around the street. Let's see if this
Where is it?
tells
I
us.
don't see these guys.
Just follow Dominic.
They must have already gotten into the restaurant.
So they were looking for the place.
Just like...
And I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong to point this out. Maybe I'm just foolish to think this. What we see Dominic do in the beginning of his video is they're in the place where they're feeding people, taking care of people. And now, you know, this group has come in, and yeah, sure, they brought supplies and things, but like, hey, free meal. They're always good for a free meal. Tell me if I'm wrong. And anyone, by the way, you're more than welcome to come up and join me. The StreamYard is pinned in the comments section. Tell me I'm wrong. Is it wrong to, like, you know, as press, I didn't go and eat, you know, and it's, yeah, I just think it's the wrong thing to do. And not that they're pressed, but you know, they show up and then, you know, they're adding to the town and, you know, consuming the resources for the people that are affected. They're not affected. They've gone into this area. Don't fucking do that. You know, go serve people. Go help people. Go do something nice for them. Don't, you know, absorb those resources. Whatever. Maybe that's the intention. I could be just heartless prick. Maybe. I don't know. But this tomfoolery, this jackass doing what he's doing, I think is absurd. But let's watch Polish Agnes's view of this.
Oh, cool. Did you see me comment in your chat and telling people like the stream?
I have on the way here.
Yeah, on the way here, yeah. No, not now. No, not now. But when we were driving here. Yeah. Okay, cool.
I don't know why it's jumping. She must have bad connection and
we're lost. Where do we gotta go?
So
Went to sleep. All right. Friday. Morning on Saturday. No, that's too many.
And by the way, I'm sorry. If you have to put on a mask and goggles to go into an area, don't go. There's a problem there. You're not using good judgment.
Well, you said 7 to 7:30, right?
Yeah, I don't know, down the block in some town. And no one cares. They always just leave you. I figured it out, freaking streamers.
Lori K in the chat said it's at 43 West Rebecca Street.
Okay, say it again. Say the address again.
43.
Maybe West Rebecca Street. Rebecca, see, they took the turn.
Yeah, you don't want to go left. Left is where the bad people are. Go right.
I meant that way. Sorry.
Check your address.
Because I saw them passing the...
Watching people be lost on stream is really tough. I'm sorry if I've ever done it to you guys.
Okay. All right. Oh, here we go. Get the fuck out of here. What's your problem, sir? What's your problem? What's your problem?
Don't you have anything else to do? We're here to support Ohio. Good local people.
Why?
Well, that must have been red.
Oh, he's gonna get out of the car.
See, you went left.
What is this guy doing?
Wow.
Okay, license plate. Sketch the license plate. God.
Look at what?
License plate.
JTX.
I don't give a fuck about your supply.
Seriously?
Why are you here? Why are you? Yeah, I'm here.
Talk.
Okay. I know exactly what. Did you go pick up supplies? You people are ruining everything for us. Because you're fucking driving our property values down into the fucking dirt every fucking time you. Me? Yeah, you. What am I doing? You're putting it on the fucking internet and everywhere else. You know,
Sir, do you actually understand that this town needs... Listen, no, I'm not going to pull my mask down. You are disrespectful to the people that have...
I fucking hate Trump. You like...
It's remarkable, honestly, Dirt Track. I am to whoever pointed this out, that this was here to watch. Talk. That this was here to watch. I appreciate you. I'm getting attacked. I'm so getting attacked. Don't spill. He's.
It's almost a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation on that. I can see where the guy's coming from to a point. But then on the other hand, it's already out there. Everybody already knows.
Right. That too, you know. But for me, it's like, how do you go into this neighborhood, into this city, and not respect the people who are there?
Exactly.
And you're so full of yourself that you have to act a fool. And, you know, you see this happen, disengage from it. Just say you're sorry. I'm sorry for what's going on. Sorry you're bothered. Just keep it that simple.
The residents are already on edge. You know, they don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. These are outsiders coming into their small village. You know, I can understand.
Mm-hmm. You know, he might just be mad at somebody else, or, you know, some other news crew, but you still have to try to respect that you're in somebody else's neighborhood, you're in their city, and you've come there because of, you know, this thing that's happened that's tragic. And
Absolutely. East Palestine's a small town. It's quiet. You know, you don't really hear too much out of there. They're not used to having all this hype and all these people coming in with cameras and
yeah. I wonder what the population of East Palestine is. Doc, I don't know what's going on, bud.
I believe 2,000, 2,400, something like that. I believe I heard.
Yeah, because on the map, the town doesn't look that big. Let's see here. Here's our stats on East Palestine. East Palestine, a village in northeastern Columbia County, Ohio. Population was 4,761 at the 2020 census. It's area of 3.151 miles, elevation 997 feet. The mayor is Trent R. Conaway. Population 4,718 in 2021. So it dropped by a few residents. Area code 330. The mascot is the Bulldogs. Founded in 1828. So not a huge town by any means, but yeah, how it covers here. It's interesting how it sort of has this upper little stick of life. As a town grows, it spreads out and incorporates more property, ideally to bring in resources to those who are outside, and then collect tax base and build. But I'm also sort of surprised to see that technically, if this is accurate, East Palestine, that the train wrecks outside of the city or out of the town limits. According to this red boundary here, the train wreck happens over here, actually right at the state line. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I would say probably. It's just right outside the city.
Yeah. Hold on one second here. Let me make an adjustment. I'll be right with you. Also, feel free. Anybody wants to join the conversation, you're more than welcome to get in here. Right. They've all said over and over again how much compassion, how they're trying to do the right thing. That's not what that was right there. I didn't see that there. I saw two people acting a fool who, you know, I'm not saying are bad people, but you know, they're not considering the people that they're helping by, you know, running around with a bunch of cameras going, oh, look at this, look at this. It's not a fucking sightseeing tour. All right. Can you hear me all right? Bouncing around.
Yeah, you sound good to me.
Oh, no, hang on. It's did not quite make it to my earbud. Something's going on here. I gotta go back in and change it. Okay. Now I should have you in my ear.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you. There you go. Okay, that's
Okay.
great. That's working. Yeah, I'm really. And it only would have made it that much better had that been an interaction with JJ.
That would have been great.
Yeah, you know, it's just, you know, keeping up with the drama. There was some question about you know, they were claiming that America 2.0 was taking license plates, and it was funny that, you know, that's exactly what the first thing Agnes did was get that license plate. And I think Tucker was upset because the unicorn's cooking, and he's like, "Get me outside."
Yeah, I'm actually gonna have to be letting my dogs out here soon too.
Yeah, it's still nice out. It's fun that you know, the days are getting longer and longer. What is it right now? 6:05, and it's still sunny out. Well, not sunny out, but the sun's just setting in the distance, and I'm ready for summer back. Have you considered you is it safe to say you don't necessarily feel in any sort of danger at the house? You were saying that you didn't change any of, you know, your routines, and you're still using water and whatnot.
Yeah, at this point, you know, we really haven't made too many changes at our house. You know, it's hard. You have Governor DeWine that comes in and says, you know, the water's safe to drink. And you have Senator J.D. Vance comes in and says, personally, I wouldn't drink it.
Right.
So, you know, who do we listen to?
Right. What are your thoughts on J.D. Vance as far as he's your newest congressman? What did he?
Oh, senator.
He's obviously been out there and being very vocal about what's been going on in his videos. You know, he's sort of I would say he's a conservative. He didn't come from. He had a big presence on social media, but you know, he's young and a different type of politician. You know, is he blowing things out of proportion, or is he actually just sort of pushing what's really going on and trying to actually make a difference?
I don't know a whole lot about him, but from what I've watched,
Tim just joined us.
from what I've watched with this derailment, he just seems like a no bullshit, straight shooting person, which I personally appreciate.
Yeah.
You
Right.
know,
I'd like to see less bullshit. That's for sure. Tim C, welcome.
What's up, Wizzy?
hey Tim.
Hey, hey.
How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Thanks for joining the conversation.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of put a point in. You know, I mean, I've been watching the chat and whatnot, and you know, obviously we see people at all kinds of different different sides and different levels, but I've seen quite a few of them throughout the chat that are agreeing with what you're saying. What how I feel is that, you know, it's all good that these people want to drop stuff off, but you know, they're running around town like, oh, look what we did, look what we did, look what we did. Like, if you need recognition for something, you should not be there doing it.
Right.
If you want to help somebody, help them.
Yeah.
But you don't need to put it out all over everywhere and be like, look what I did, look what I did. Like, that doesn't, you're looking to be somebody special, and nobody gives a fuck. Sorry for my language.
Right. And no, and why go there and stand and show everybody coming for help? Like,
right.
You know, if you're trying to put the word out that people need help, I think there's a better way to do that without shoving cameras in their faces.
Even with the live stream, I mean, you could use your audience as live streamer, you know, as a live stream, which, you know, you've helped people, and plenty of other people that live stream between the G's and everybody else. They've used their audience to help people, to help other people.
Right. Yeah.
And, you know, I've sent things to people and not asked for a damn thing in return. I didn't want my name all over the place. I don't care. But the fact of the matter is that they're running around with cameras being like, oh, look what we did. It's like, all right, you want to stream your journey? That's fine. When you get there, shut it down.
Right. Mater seems to be stuck on, they went to eat a meal. What the fuck? It's not about they went to eat a meal. It's what happened on their way to getting the meal and looking for that meal, where they've clearly upset people in the community there in Ohio.
Right.
You know, at least one guy.
Tragedies are tragedies, you know. I mean accidents happen, and I've been kind of sticking with the thing with, look, the train derailed. It sucks, believe me. I'm not trying to be an ass, but I mean, things happen, you know, and it sucks. But instead of, you know, making yourself some kind of face in front of a YouTube video or whatever, you know, help them instead of trying to make yourself bigger or whatever the case, you know?
Yeah. I saw this 2 days ago, watching Jersey J and what they were doing here in Hagerstown and what they were putting together. It was clear that helping people is a good thing. How they were helping people was they were helping themselves.
Right. And that's what's frustrating to a lot of people, and probably more so to people in that community. And that's probably why that guy in that Jeep flipped out. He doesn't want you wandering around the street with cameras being like you said, you know, filming the people getting goods, getting supplies. It's like,
yeah,
you know, leave people alone.
Have either of you heard of Team 6?
No.
I've never heard of them.
They're actually a big group, and they are a group of military veterans that go into disaster areas as first responders to help and rescue and use their skills to provide whatever is needed to the town. They're logistics specialists. They've got the trucks and all the stuff. Bigger than these knuckleheads, but you know of these guys because, you know, they've been on live stream doing all this stuff. You know, but Team 6, they go in and they do the stuff sort of unrecognized, but they, you know, they're not trying to build support. They need support. They need people to support them in their endeavors. But
so that's something worth donating to is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. You know, there's a bunch of groups that do that. I wish Troy, what's the group out of Alabama, the boat guys? I can never remember the name. They turned into a big thing and helping people, and there's lots of groups that do that, but they don't do it for the recognition. They do it to help people, and you can tell because you can see the difference.
Well, again, because I'm sure this Team 6 place has done a lot of work throughout the country, and I'm sure half the people in this chat hasn't even heard of them.
Right.
So that's these guys are just running around like, hey, look what we did. We brought 3 trucks loaded with stuff or whatever. I don't know what they brought, but that's not the point. The point is that you're wandering around the town with your live streams. You just shut them down.
Right. Yeah.
I'd rather donate to something like the Team 6 than, and I deal with the G's a lot, and somebody had mentioned donating, a bunch of people getting together and donating to the Wounded Warrior Project. And look, I don't say that any charity or anything like that is bad. There's no bad charity, but when you look at the numbers behind the scenes on some of these things,
right,
a lot of that
how
money
much money
doesn't
actually
go to
makes
the
it.
cause.
Yeah. Administrative costs on some of these charities is ridiculous, and that's why people have to do and know who they're donating to.
Right, it's too high, and it's when you're given $100 and $4 goes to the actual cause, it's like, come on, man, like, what's the point?
Hops Rice says Trump brought, quote, Trump water. What is Trump water?
He shipped a whole bunch of stuff. He shipped a whole bunch of water. He shipped like a plane, I don't know, a plane or a couple of trucks or something like that of water. Right. And everybody just calls it Trump water because Trump sent it. It's
right. So yeah, it's people wanting to hate on Trump, but right. The difference is Trump can't do anything without people seeing or knowing about it on that scale, right? So of course, right. There's going to be a huge, like, I'm sure nobody wanted that. He probably, whatever.
I think they actually like him going there, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Is he using his celebrity power, if you want to call it that, his
kind of his platform in a way.
He's using his platform to try to raise awareness for what's going on for people. We see celebrities do this every day about things, right? But because it's Trump, you got to hate on it because you hate Trump. You got the derangement syndrome.
Right.
He was in and out. He was probably there for a shorter period of time than all of these live streamers, Corinne, and just Corinne running around causing trouble with the EPA doing her thing. Like I watched that and I go, good God.
She was outside a Rite Aid or something like that. I seen on Roosters. Chrissy was watching it.
Yeah.
Trump
water is from his hotels and golf club. That's why it's called Trump label is on the bottle. He had easy and fast access to a lot of water.
Right.
There you go. Like, who gives a shit where the water comes from?
It's not like he bottled the damn thing.
No.
My opinion. My opinion, Trump had no obligation to do anything. Where's Biden?
Well, you don't see anybody calling Biden FEMA or Biden water or nothing like that. You know what I mean? They're just all upset about Trump because he showed up to say, look, he knows news camera is going to be there. So he showed up and said, look, there's a problem here and we got to fix it.
Right.
I don't remember seeing any video of Biden even on camera going, look, we're watching what's happening in Ohio. Our hearts go out to those affected in East Palestine. Here's what I've asked whatever agency to do. I'm sending this, and that support for them. I just had 12 trucks full of water sent to whatever, like
something.
Just something, right? Acknowledge it. But like he wouldn't talk about it from everything that I saw.
I haven't even seen a press conference with his staff about it. But I mean, I don't watch the news much, so I might have missed it.
Right.
But I haven't even seen like a press conference about it or nothing like that, aside from the actual, like governors or whatever that obviously at some point have to have press conferences, and I haven't seen those either. But I don't watch the news much.
Yeah. CNA, how many people have to be upset before, it's like you go in and you act like an adult and you decide who's more important, yourself or the people that you're trying to help. How many people do you have to upset before, the unhappy people or the happy people turn on you as well?
Yeah, it's it. Everything's a big mess, and I really thought it was pretty spectacular when I was looking at the chat, and that's why I popped in here. Is that just because I know there's a lot of different people between Baby and I even see AP in there agreeing with you, and I was like, you know what, this is what we need, is for everybody to agree on something. For once in our godforsaken lives, for everybody to agree on something. That what this is, it sucks what happened, and we got to fix it. It's the country, it's not just East Palestine, it's the country. I mean, the East Palestine are the ones that are affected by it, don't get me wrong, but that's part of our country. There's a lot of stuff that goes through. There's a lot of farmland, like somebody had mentioned.
Yeah.
So we got to
we all saw how far that cloud went, and
I've seen people talk about
need something to be reassured, and they need to be able to trust where that information's coming from. And it's clear that most people don't, because they see something very different. And everybody keeps saying, I'm not seeing any birds. I'm not seeing animals. And then obviously all the animals that are dying in these reports, it becomes a problem. So people start to go, okay, what's happening? Why are we having this problem?
I mean, if I was an animal or a person, I'd run too. You know what I mean? Like, what are you gonna do? There was somebody the other night on one of the things. She was like, "Oh, I got to throw out all my curtains and this and that and the other thing." It's like, well, it's still in the air. So what's throwing your curtains out gonna do? What's getting paper plates gonna do? I mean, granted, you should have clean stuff. Do not get me wrong, please. But what is that gonna do? It's still in the air. That all that stuff is still floating in the air. So you can get whatever you want. It doesn't, at this point, it doesn't matter, especially right in that affected area.
Right. Mo Camp, whose video are you talking about 33 minutes back?
I mean, I wish I had a big backhoe or something like that. I'd go start digging stuff out for them or whatever. And I mean, you got to have it, put into a certain area, and then you got to have it treated. You burn it off, it just goes into the atmosphere. And then they want to talk about global warming. All right, well, you just burned off what chemical and how much of it into the atmosphere, and then you want to complain about a car driving down the damn road.
Yeah, gee, Abbott, that was yesterday. I'm talking about this has happened 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, whatever the day was that it happened. Talking about it yesterday is a little bit too late for Joe. And I know he had his hands full dealing with
Ukraine.
But it's
where was he? No, he didn't go to Palestine or something like that, didn't he? Where'd he go?
Yeah, he went to Ukraine. He went to Kiev. Okay. That was one of, I don't know where else he went, but
so that was more important than dealing with what was going on in our country. Is kind of where I'm at with that. It's like, you know what? You can cancel that. You can cancel that meeting, and you could reschedule that.
Yeah. You do you. Let's see here. And G Abbott, why don't you come up? What? Let's hear your discussion on this, because okay, so Norfolk Southern has already contributed $5.6 million. Okay, great. What's that money for? What's in direct funding to $3.4 million in direct funding to citizens? I want to do the math on that. Let's see.
How many people are in a town? How much money actually goes?
Let me get that calculator up here. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Trying to figure out where it dropped. So 3.4 million. Divided by, let's just, it's 4,800 people.
It's a good amount of money. Don't get me wrong. It's, you know, they're looking at a couple $100,000 a piece or whatever the case is, but still, it just boggles my mind that
actually that's $708 a piece.
So, oh, geez. Per family.
Well, that can't
Whether
be
it's,
right. That can't be right. Let me do this here.
Well, it can, Dave. There's, what'd you say, 7,000
Maybe I
people?
didn't have enough zeros in there. 3,400,000. 3.4 million. That's $3,400,000 divided by 4,800 residents, roughly. Oops. Yeah, I get $708 per resident of East Palestine.
And that doesn't include kids that aren't registered and stuff like that, because I would assume that, well, no, the population should be everybody.
Yeah, well, that number was from 2020.
Okay.
I rounded up a little bit, but who, you know.
Yeah, it could grow, it could shrink.
Yeah, from the numbers I had, it didn't change all that much over time. So, you know, but G. Abbott's making this statement, and I know she's trying to prove something. Like, she's trying to say that, like, and I don't understand, like, what the argument is. I guess that sort of.
I mean, look, any help is better than no help, obviously.
Sure.
But what's $700 going to do when your house went from being, say it's a $75,000 house, to pretty much being worth nothing at the moment?
Right.
You know?
And what did they have to do? Because there was the line. I saw the people out getting, you know, $1,000 per household member. What did they give away for that $1,000? You know, like, I know that people were being told to, you know, not sign anything, not sign away their liability for $1,000. Don't do that.
No, they shouldn't. Absolutely not.
Right. But I don't know what happened or what the actual.
I mean, they should be supplied with, you know, I mean, the air is messed up, but there's at the quick moment, there's nothing we could do about the air.
Correct.
I mean, what are you going to do? Like quarantine the whole city or whatever? Like, you can't put a big bubble over the city. And it's already gotten out anyhow, because it's been a month, you said.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you supposed to do? Like, all this stuff is already contaminated, you know, for how many miles, we don't know. But it's, you know, we can give you water. I mean, and not to be a dick, I really honestly think, and if I was in the situation, I'd feel the same way. Look, you know, I don't mind you giving me a hand or whatever, but water is a thing you need. I mean, I guess you got to wash your clothes and everything like that, but as soon as you open the door, it's going to be recontaminated, and there's no door, there's no house that's completely sealed.
Where do you get that number, GSP? GSP says town of 2,500, not according to the web. Census says the population was 4,761 at the 2020 census.
So it was 7,000. You did 4,800, and they were only getting $700 a piece. So now they're getting, that's double. So they're getting $300 a piece, $350 a piece. That's not even a grocery store visit anymore, especially for a family.
Al Munson, you're talking about the live streamers there in East Palestine, correct?
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Tim. That a lot of times doesn't even cover 1 month's rent.
No, it doesn't. And believe me, I feel bad for these people. I wish I could fucking help, but there's nothing I can do.
Who G. Abbott's basement says, I'm confused. Why would people who have jobs that aren't in the affected area need help? Who said they did?
I know there was at one point, I believe I was on Roosters, and I was saying that, I think it was Roosters, and I was saying that, look, I mean, not for nothing, but your normal everyday things, you should still have to pay for. I mean, you expect to have food every week. You expect to have this. You expect to have that. And like I said, I'm not trying to start trouble or sound like I don't care or nothing like that, because I do. I care about people a lot. But, your regular everyday things, if your job's still functioning, you should pay for your regular everyday things. But the government or somebody needs to help these people with water, for sure, because the water is definitely destroyed.
Yeah. Right.
So, but other than that, I mean, the restaurants are still obviously moving because the live streamers are over there looking for food. So
yes.
Why should they get, I don't want to say it like that, but, why should we expect to have to go too crazy? We don't need to go over the line. You know what I mean? They're like above and beyond kind of thing, but we need to get them what they need. And to my feeling, it's water and trying to get that place dug up, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, just like any other contamination anywhere. I do heating and air conditioning. I tried to buy a house and they dug through the oil line. So they had to have a backhoe come in, dig the whole basement up, and then I lost the house because they took too long. Right. So it's like, it was just a little tiny oil spill from a tank, a 275 gallon tank.
Right.
These are tankers. So get machines out there, start cleaning the place up so we can mitigate the disaster and try to start getting the community back together.
Right. Apparently I'm not holding DeWine accountable for this. How would I be responsible for holding DeWine accountable?
Who's DeWine?
The governor of Ohio.
Oh. Well, I heard things that he didn't want to declare an emergency, which that's his prerogative. We're not here to hold anybody accountable. Right. To be completely honest with you,
Abbott
who are we?
Says, no, but DeWine is the governor of Ohio. I thought you wanted states to control things. Which way do you want it? I didn't have a problem with what DeWine was doing. I'm not sure. Like, gee, Abbott, you're starting to really get annoying. What is the point? What? Like, why don't you come out and say exactly what you mean and just point fucking fingers for a change instead of playing these games that you play? Get up here and defend your claims.
Yeah, G. Abbott doesn't understand.
Put your big girl panties on, G. Come on up.
This should have been, as soon as that car tipped over and everything like that, the government should have shipped machines over there to start mitigating it. That's how it works.
Right. And turn around and charge the railroad, whoever, for those things. Don't hesitate, maybe, right?
Yeah. We've dumped trillions of dollars into everywhere else in the freaking world. So why can't we help ourselves and use that same damn railroad to ship a bunch of excavators, or use somebody right in town? I'm sure they've got companies in town that got big ass excavators and big trucks. Start loading that stuff, put a big concrete, building kind of thing up where those trucks drive in, they dump it, just like the garbage places. You know what I mean?
Dirt Tracks 1 has joined us. Welcome.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Did you guys hear about the waste that was returned from Texas and Michigan?
No. What's that all about?
They trucked some of that debris out of there, and the people they were shipping it to didn't know it was coming.
I heard about it going to Texas. They sent it back.
Not all of it, but some of it, yeah. So again, it's a total clusterfuck. Excuse my French.
I don't blame them, to be completely honest with you.
Well, no, I can't say that I blame them. That's what they do for a living, but they weren't notified. They didn't tell them they were sending it. These guys just showed up with it.
Right. There's no order. It's got to be set up.
Sure.
But something like that should happen really fast when something like this happens, especially in the United States.
Sure. And the other big concern is they built those tracks right on top of that contaminated soil.
What, put new tracks up after this one flipped over or whatever? What do you say?
Yeah, correct. That stuff should have been excavated 10 or 15 feet deep.
Oh, absolutely. Well, they got to keep the railways moving. I mean,
well, no, they don't. They think they do.
What they should have done is rerouted that, found a way to reroute that rail in that particular spill area. And yes, I agree. 10 or 15 feet. You're supposed to go, like Troy said, 6 feet past the contaminated area on all sides, down, up, left, right, the whole 9 yards, all the way around it. Troy said that the other night, and that's what they do. That's their job. So they should have found a way to reroute that railroad, or at least supported it and basically made a rail bridge in that section and dug it up real fast to make that train, that railway keep moving, because it's obviously going to move stuff through the country.
So what makes this situation different that they proceeded without doing that?
I can't answer that because the government sucks.
I mean, where's the EPA? I've seen guys lose a tank full of diesel fuel, and it's, a major catastrophe. I mean, highways get shut down, and
I absolutely agree with you. And that's the problem. And like I said a few minutes ago about the oil tank, I do heating and air conditioning, and I was buying a house, and they dug through the oil line, and it took months and months. But something like this should not take that long. The government should be able to jump in and get it done.
Right.
There's absolutely no reason we can't get that done. As the United States of America, there's no reason we can't get that done.
Well, we shut the entire country down for 6 months, a year. We can't shut one rail line down for a month.
I don't even think they need a month. I think they get a couple days.
I'm just saying the worst case scenario even.
Hey, I'm on your side. I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah, no, I'm
absolutely agree with you. I'm sure they've got another track they could send them around the other way. It's going to take a little longer, a little more coal or fuel or whatever they're using nowadays.
Where do these grievances get taken to? I mean, litigation takes absolutely forever. How do these people get around all that without destroying their health?
At the moment, because it's all in the air, there's unfortunately nothing they can do. What the government should have stepped in a lot faster is really where I'm standing at.
Right. Well, but they could step in today and say, hey, all you people are getting out of here. Norfolk Southern's going to pay for it. If Norfolk Southern doesn't pay for it immediately, that's fine. The government can pay for it. We have hundreds of billions of dollars to send to Ukraine. They can be reimbursed by Norfolk Southern whenever that time comes.
I got no argument with that.
Yeah, these people need to be taken care of.
Absolutely. I agree. I absolutely agree. But they should have. It's been what was it? Was it a month?
Yeah. I don't know when exactly. Let me look and see exactly when it happened.
February 3rd, I believe it was.
February 3rd.
Yeah. If it was February 3rd, they should have been out there February 4th with trucks and trucks and diggers and everything. And they could have essentially, if you get the people out there, you can get that rail going again with all that dirt out of there, all fresh dirt put in there, all their stone and all their rails, and you can get that thing going in a few days. You know, it's union, so give them a week, give them 2 weeks. But now we're on a month.
We can literally move mountains. That's not a problem.
Yeah, that's exactly. So the problem is that they didn't step up and do anything for these people, which is it's sad. It's sad.
Hey, Wizzy.
Yeah.
Did you get any of that fallout over there? I've got some friends in Inwood, and saw where they had some of that stuff on their cars. Has any of that stuff been tested?
I don't know the answer to that, and I have not. I know that something came to the local fire departments from the West Virginia EPA, but there was they did not say what it was or what was coming down, but they did alert the fire departments because that's where the calls come in, because people were seeing whatever this was. But I don't believe it had anything to do with Ohio and the train derailment. Came from the wrong direction. So if it was coming out of West Virginia, it was headed north, and it could have just been dust from one of the what is it?
Sandstorms in Kansas.
No, there's a sand factory that's in West Virginia right here near Hagerstown. Silica sand is what it is. But I don't, who knows what. Some people report it as being I forget the name of the dust storm, but I don't know that it has anything. But I noticed this morning I cleaned off the windshield of the truck, and it had some weird sort of pitting, not pitting that's permanent, but there was something that created these weird spots that did wipe off with glass cleaner, but I had to work through it, and I don't know if that was that stuff. I don't know. It was strange. I hadn't seen it before, but I didn't see that stuff coming down because it happened overnight, and by morning it was so windy here. As I just said, gee.
I had that trained in silica because every time, especially old buildings, when I drill concrete, I have to get trained in silica and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's terrible. It's it's almost like asbestos. It's not much better than asbestos.
Well, it's funny you mention that because I do concrete work too. And now you have to have a vacuum or watered down concrete. You can't produce any dust at all, or it's a federal offense.
Yep, exactly.
OSHA's all over you, but yet this thing
turns out you're not cheap.
And they're building right on top of it. It's absurd.
Yeah. It is. It's crazy. I just don't see why, and like I said, when I first came on, that I was just shocked at how much of the chat and people on both sides were on the same page as what Wizzy was talking about. It was shocking, but it made me feel good because people do understand we need to help these people, but what are we going to do? I don't have a backhoe that I could drive up there tomorrow. I can't start digging up under these railroad tracks, but nobody's doing anything. That's the problem.
Yeah. The railroad tracks are the priority and not the people.
You can buy a tanker.
Right. Stop the track a little short or whatever, move it from the trains to a truck to get around it for a time. I mean, there's plenty of ways to do it. The military does this they build bridges over in other countries. I mean, come on.
Well, look what DeSantis did down there when that hurricane came in and restored that bridge to, was it Sanibel Island?
It would have taken a week, if that.
Correct.
Yeah. There's no reason we can't do something like that. To move or raise or do something with those railroad tracks to the point where, you know, we do something to get that place cleaned up and fixed up. And, you know, the air is not going to go away for the moment. You know, we're stuck with the air that got into all that, with the burning too. That didn't help anything, I don't think. But, you know, they thought that was a better idea, I guess. I don't think it was, but
well, that gets it out of there quicker.
Well, it gets out of there, but it puts it farther away.
Well, I mean, they're worried about those railroad tracks. They're not worried about farther away. I mean, that's, you know, it's insane.
It is. It is. The longer they let it sit in that ground, the farther it goes because of how much there was. And it just, you know, you start with, like you said before, a 15-foot hole. Now you got a 40, 50, 60-foot hole. Who knows? Before you find that there's no contaminants in that ground.
And once it gets into the water table, that's over.
It's already in the river.
Yeah.
There's already videos floating around of it in the river.
Yeah. I live down in Cincinnati, and they cut off the intake. I don't know if they've opened it back up or not, but
it's just it's absolutely poor. What's the word I'm looking for? Operating procedures. I mean, there's a word I just don't know it off the top of my head over here.
Protocol,
poor practice, poor operating procedures, and everything. It just it shouldn't be like this right now. Absolutely not. Would it be any different when it's somebody else in office? I have no idea. But
well, I think the other guy showed up on the site, so yeah, I think it might be different.
You know, here's G. Abbott's point. Her point is that, you know, if we want states to have their rights and be controlled by the governors, you can't then. Her claim is to turn around,
and you'd certainly like to think that politics has nothing to do with it, but it should, you know,
right? But the simple fact is that
it sure does appear there could be some political motivation.
It's only hurting Joe. I don't understand what his problem is, but
that's Teflon Joe, man. Ain't nothing gonna stick to that guy.
I've never heard that one. I like that one. Teflon Don left the building. Teflon Joe's in.
Exactly.
So what was G. Abbott's point, Lizzie?
Well, you know, that Biden doesn't have any responsibility in it, so why would he do anything? Well, the simple fact is the people who took stuff to Ohio to help out Ohioans don't have any skin in the game either, but they do it just because. So it's okay to criticize Joe for not saying, hey, you know, we're paying attention to Ohio. We know what's going on. We're watching. If you need anything, let us know. In the meantime, I'm sending you a bunch of trucks full of water from whatever agency. Send a gift like you would send to another nation, right? Let the state take control and deal with it the way they need to deal with it. But it doesn't mean you can't do something nice for the people.
As far as distribution, you're saying? Send them the stuff. Let the yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You know, let us know if you need some help. We're Americans. We help each other.
Right.
How about that, Joe?
And like I said, from my understanding, the governor didn't want to declare like a declaration of emergency or whatever the case is, which is fine. That's his prerogative. But there's no reason that the government can't send them 6 truckloads of water. Like big truckloads. I mean, I'm not talking, you know, 4 SUVs or whatever. I don't know what got shipped there today or whatever the case is. It's not.
But Yeah, the drinking water is an easy solution. That's an easy solution. Getting that stuff up off the ground is a huge problem if they don't deal with it.
And they haven't, and that's that's the problem.
I mean,
you're right. Absolutely.
You can drive across town or to the next town and get water, but like you said, you can't take your backhoe down there and start cleaning it up.
Right. And the government should have been on that right away.
100%.
By the way, who's best suited to handle those types of things? Do on the state level, do they have the tools to mitigate this, or is it the federal government that has the means to make it happen faster, quicker for the people, no matter what state they're in?
That would come down to a contractor that's certified in that kind of cleanup, which obviously the EPA is going to do the testing, but a contractor is going to do the digging and the hauling, because they're going to have vehicles certified that can haul that kind of chemical. Basically, you're putting in the back of dump trucks, and they've got a lot of that stuff's got to be like especially lined. Well, there's some dump trucks that are like specially lined, or sometimes they got to put a big bag in them. They got a big bag they put in there, so that way nothing leaks out as they're driving around and going where they got to go. But that comes down to a contractor standpoint, where you have to be certified to handle that kind of material. And then all those machines got to get washed off real good. And it's at the end of the day, the EPA comes down to the ones that put that little thing in the ground and test it, and take that little soil sample and test the ground to see if they got far enough. But the fact that nobody's digging yet means that nobody cares.
You're right. This happened on a Friday, and I believe they had trains running on those very tracks on Tuesday.
That's ridiculous.
I agree.
And the fact that they had the fire on there, are those tracks warped? Did they replace the section of tracks and say, oh, well, see you later, goodbye? And we got the train out of there. It's like, what the hell, man? What if those tracks are warped and something else flips? What do you do then?
Yeah.
I don't know all the data. Don't get me wrong. I don't have enough time to look up all the data. I'm just kind of throwing my opinion out there, and if people agree with it, they agree with it. If people don't agree with it, they don't agree with it. That's fine. I understand. But the fact of the matter is, it's got to get cleaned up for the people out in that area. Because if it happened in my area, I'd want it cleaned up. And if I had a backhoe in my area and it happened, I'd go drive my backhoe over to that area and I'd start digging the damn thing. You want to give me a ticket? Go ahead. Give me another ticket. Give me another ticket. I'm going to move that dirt. Because I care about everybody. So I'll figure it out. But I'm not close enough to Ohio to... I don't have a backhoe either, but that's besides the point. I just think, again, the ball was fumbled. Going into sports terms, that we're just letting this country go to shit. It's, not us. It's not us. It's not the people. It's not the people in this chat. Because like I said, everybody's agreeing with what Wizzy was saying earlier. And I haven't seen, I know Chrissy said something to me before, but some people didn't agree with me, and that's fine. I completely understand. Everybody's people, everybody's Americans, and you know what? I just don't agree with the live streamers being there, and I don't agree with the actions that have been taken for this. I think that there should have been backhoes and trucks and everything out there, and they should have been. I don't care if you got to use the military. Let's get it done. Let's get it cleaned up. There's no reason we can't. We're supposed to be the most powerful country in the world.
And we can't even back each other up.
That's not true. Right, exactly. We can't back each other up. I'm starting to think that we're not the most powerful country. We're just a bunch of fucking jokers now. Sorry about my language.
Pretty much.
But it's stupid. I mean, look, we could all have our beefs and politics or whatever, well, he's did this and he did that but it's just it's gotten so crazy that it's outrageous. And for this to even fucking be halfway political is ridiculous. It just needs to get done. That's all. It needs to get dug up. That's what has to happen with any environmental disaster. Like you said, with a diesel spill, just on the side of a highway, 5 gallons, or even at a gas station. If you spill gas on the gas station, you're supposed to report to that, and you got to do this, that, and the other thing. It's crazy. You know what I mean? But we got a whole train that falls over. They light the damn thing on fire, and we'll figure it out eventually. Another 2 years or something like that. No, that's not how this works. We're falling unto ourselves. It's sad.
I absolutely agree with you on that.
And I'm not saying that the live streamers shouldn't be there. I just think that, you still have to use a little uncommon sense and read the room and figure it out. And, that's all there is to it. It's like you can have too many, and at some point it becomes a circus with all these people.
I think, and that's what that crazy guy in that Jeep is worried. He's like, you guys are just coming around here making us look bad. Like, it's all over the news. It's not the live streamers that are making them look bad. Let's be honest. But if they don't want the live streamers there, like, look, you can help all you want. You could tell, look, here we go. We're going to East Palestine. We're bringing all this stuff. Open the doors and show, look, this is what we're doing. But then shut it down. Just shut it down. You know what I mean? It just let the people do their thing.
Right. Because at the same time, I saw somebody on another live stream that was like, yeah, I saw you guys were coming. I had seen the live stream. I came down here and, thank you. And, you're going to get a different reaction from everybody, depending on, I guess, how they were affected.
Yeah. But wandering through town with the live stream going, I don't know. I think that's, in a way, I think that's disrespectful at the moment. I just, say my house burnt down and I'm standing outside my freaking house and some guy comes up and wants to talk to me about a burnt down house. Like, I'm going to be mad. You know what I mean? I'd be like, dude, I don't even know what to do right now. And you want to talk to me about my burnt down house. Like, oh. So I get where the people in Ohio are. And these other people are just wandering through town live streaming, and they're not local people or whatever the case is. I don't know if the other person you were just speaking of was local, but just, I don't know, just let them be. You're helping them out. Thank you.
Yeah, it was somebody from that same group. It wasn't like, on America 2.0's stream who lives there. It was someone else.
Okay. Yeah. And it's, you're going to get a different reaction. I don't know. I wouldn't want, if something like that happened to me, I wouldn't want people wandering. I don't know. It's a tough situation.
I guess I was dropping too much truth in your chat that I got banned.
Who banned you? I want to know. I want names.
I have no idea. All I know is I can't type in the chat anymore.
Eric? What was going on in the chat?
Just dropping the truth.
What's the truth? What were you saying?
Truth is, okay, you guys keep blaming all the streamers, but without the streamers bringing attention to the situation, okay, and sitting here and saying, hey, we want to sit here and go help these people in Ohio. Do you guys want to help contribute so we can go do this? That money wouldn't have ever been donated in the first place. They were the ones that rallied out there and said, hey, there's a need. We know there's a need. We know the coverage isn't that good about it on the news.
That's where you're not getting it, Eric.
How am I missing
not
the
about
point?
That. No.
Eric's missing
By
a
the
big
time they
time.
got there, they had already made all their donations. Shut the cameras off, keep it in your car, whatever. Drop off the stuff, get the people, what they need, and get out of there.
Okay, but they're bringing attention to the situation.
Are they?
Yes, they're bringing.
Is it good attention? Because I'm not seeing good attention.
Well, that might be your opinion of it. Okay, they're bringing attention to the situation.
Of bad intention.
Yeah, I saw it. I was actually watching the live.
Thing to happen.
I think that man overreacted, thinking that they were probably somebody that they weren't, and was probably pissed at somebody else that had already done something, and then was just lashing out on whoever the hell he saw. That's what I saw, because they didn't really do anything. All of a sudden, the guy drives by and starts cursing him out. That man was triggered already.
He doesn't want people around there live
So if you want to
streaming.
help people, maybe you don't react the way you do.
Okay, but that's one example. How many people were sitting here and thanking him for everything they were doing? Because we're going to hinge on the one guy that was pissed. That's what we're going to do here?
We're talking a general consensus. Listen, Eric, a general consensus. If your house burnt down, do you want fucking 7 people coming over asking you about how your house burnt down? What are you going to do? How are you feeling? What's going on? And you want them trolling around your yard?
All these people seem more than happy to sit here and tell their story. They wanted it out there. I watched. I was moderating for for a channel already. So I was watching the video from start to finish.
I get what you're saying, but you're missing the point. We're not even on that one guy. We're not talking about just that one guy. We're talking about a whole city, whole city of people that
ultimately
I got mad, a bunch are happy. Look, but listen. You want recognition. They want recognition. They go there, they bring stuff, and they're like, look what we did, look what we did, look what we did. That's our problem. That's my problem. That seems to be Wizzy's stance. That seems to be Dirt Track's stance. You guys want recognition. Look, you can live stream, go in there and drop and open the doors. Look, this is what we brought East Palestine, Ohio. Shut the live stream off and leave the town alone.
Okay. All right. Now, I will admit that Golden Chariot was going through, like walking majorly around. But when Polish and Golden Chariot were walking, they were walking to that restaurant. They weren't just touring the town. Most of the live streamers weren't touring the town. So you're sitting here and you're hanging the whole thing that happened on one action of what Golden Chariot did.
Whole thing on what
but you guys are talking about going around the town and taking a tour. It was one of the streamers that decided to go do that.
Yeah, they were looking for dinner, whatever. But the thing too that I noticed that was really phenomenal of them is they come into town, they've got their caravan, and then they're honking their horns, making a ton of noise. You think that's the best thing? You feel like you live in that.
They were happy and proud of what they were able to accomplish.
It's not about them, Eric. That's the point that I've been making. Don't make it about yourself and your accomplishments. Just take the people, the things that you think they need, and be respectful.
I honestly, I don't get it. At the end of the day, people got helped. At the end of the day, people got helped.
Do it at their expense.
But they wanted recognition for it. That's the problem.
So what?
Yeah, they shouldn't be.
No, seriously. No,
seeking
seriously.
recognition.
I mean, you're using this as content right now, and you're not helping by delivering water.
No.
Exactly.
No.
But this is still content that you're using. And who is it benefiting? Who in Ohio is getting helped?
We're having a discussion about about you guys having recognition on driving stuff to Ohio. That's great. Look, I appreciate it. I'm not an Ohioan, but I'm sure the Ohioans appreciate it. But the fact of the matter is that they did it for recognition. They didn't do it. They did it out of the good of their hearts. Don't get me wrong.
Do you know about
and
the
a
60 cases or 60 pallets of water?
And a side effect was they got some views. You know, they were bringing attention to a situation. They were streaming it so that everybody could see exactly what was going on, and they got recognition for it.
But when you get to town, shut it off and let the people do their thing.
The viewers that donated wanted to see what was going on. That's what the viewers wanted. You know, they're the ones that donated the thousands of dollars.
Then the viewers wanted recognition too. The viewers wanted recognition too.
They wanted to see what it was that the media wasn't showing them. That's what the live streamers are there for. That's why we've always had live streamers. That's why we had live streamers, and I'm not going to talk over you, but you got to give me a chance to talk, and then I'll let you talk. You know, that's why we had live streamers in Hagerstown, because the media wasn't covering our stuff. Same thing. The streamers went in there to cover it.
Natural disaster.
And the media is not covering it. Just like we know the media is not covering it. Come on, Wizzy. Stop playing this game. You know the media is not covering what's actually going on there. You know that the live streamers are the ones that are bringing these stories to the internet and to the people.
Eric, that's the point. The town is victims. You have to treat the victims differently, right? That's all this is about.
Unfortunately, Wizzy, really right now, I don't hear any of the victims up here complaining. I hear you complaining.
We saw one. You know, we've heard.
You saw one guy that was triggered and probably didn't even know who they were.
Look, Eric, we're not complaining about you guys bringing stuff. We appreciate it because you're Americans and you did a great thing. You really did. You did a great thing.
And I appreciate that.
All you guys got together and you did a great thing. You brought stuff over there. What we're trying to say is, listen for once. What we're trying to say is, when you get to town, shut the live stream off.
Okay, and I want to clear something up. You know, for some reason you think that I'm a member of that group. I helped moderate and I donated some of my own money, but I am not a member, you know. So I don't want to take credit away from what they did because all I did was help moderate a channel, okay? So I'm just defending them because I know these people, because I spent a lot of time with them, but they did this all on their own. So, you know, please don't give me unfair credit. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I'm not okay.
I understand. No. It's just I wanted to make sure that you understood that I'm not.
And I met you in Hagerstown.
I'm not.
I met you in Hagerstown.
I just want to make sure that you understand that I'm not trying to sit here and be like a representative for them. I'm just advocating because I think they're getting a shaft deal on this. They did something good. They did something good. Hi, Troy.
I don't mean to interrupt, but
What's
y'all
the use
been
of
noticing
of them walking through town with their cameras on?
I may not have service for very long. I don't know, but if you would let me. For one, Eric,
welcome, Troy.
What up, Troy?
See you get blocked. I didn't see you get blocked.
No. All I know is normally when you sit here and you type on a message, if you click the button to try to remove it, and it doesn't give you the option to remove, you're blocked. So that's what happened to me.
Unblock you, Eric. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happened to me. I don't know.
Right, I get it. I'm just saying, I didn't see it, but the thing is, what I want to say again, because y'all know my service is like sketchy.
I'm out is fine.
I hadn't seen anybody get blocked since Wizard.
I could be wrong. I could have accidentally put in a period in the wrong spot, and it automatically thought I put a link in, and it might have done that. I don't know, but it acted like it blocked me.
Right, it might have been some YouTube stuff or something, but But before I lose the service, though, I wanted to say,
send a chat message,
this is
Eric. Let's see.
This is a prime example right here of why normal operating procedures for an incident like that. You don't bring in, allow distribution of donations or anything into an affected area. It's always on the outskirts, on the perimeter. That should be done by the incident command. It's their obligation in coordination with the local municipalities, everything are designated areas. There's nothing good that comes out of it. There's a lot of tensions and a lot of stress and whatnot for affected people. Now, live streaming is one thing. If it requires a press pass or whatever, you get your thing, you go out there and you film the thing. But that's the part that I saw. That's what I was talking to Mona yesterday up here on the chat, on the panel, asking her, because I seen the potential for it. You know what I mean? That's why before they were still packing up in Hagerstown. And that was one of my concerns. I kept saying that hopefully they don't let them into affected areas. That is nothing good come out of it. And luckily this dude here was just fussing a little bit. I mean, people have been witness to the situation come up on blue, right? Not saying, I mean, I'm all supportive of it. To me, I mean, all the back and forth with who's bringing what and all that stuff, I've been on both sides of it. You know what I mean? I've been helping people in affected areas and also needed help before. People are grateful. You're going to bring shit, bring it back, 100%. But the problem is, and this is a good example, hopefully it don't happen again. Potentially it will. I hate to say, because apparently there's a lack of leadership around that area, no matter if it's from, the problem is that FEMA's not that much involved with it, which I think is bullshit anyway, because even though people's in the chat talking about, Biden didn't do this, or Trump did all this other kind of shit. No, Biden, it ain't his responsibility, but guess what? Your country's supposed to look out for the people. You know what I mean? A hurricane ain't Biden's fault, but there's systems in place. You take care of the shit. Explosions and whatnot, take care of the shit. And guess what? If the railroad's responsible, then they back build the railroad. The government does. That's part of what our taxes, that's part of what our military, that's part of what everybody, you know what I mean? You take care of the people first, and it's just bizarre watching all this shit. But it bothers me too, the back and forth. And I get it, you know what I mean? I see both sides of it, But everybody needs to see, and hopefully it gets to the people that are bringing it, Soup Mama and whatnot. If they're going to bring some more down there, to back up a little bit. They shouldn't be in that affected area. And another thing too, like I put in the chat earlier, you got people, the local municipalities are saying, the governor, whatever, the water's fine to drink. They're drinking this shit, Buddha bug, he's saying all this shit, it's good to drink and all this stuff. But people's going to all these fast food restaurants and stuff, and they drinking fountain drinks out there. You know what I mean? Now they might have some type of filtration system on that. Might be the case, but how you worried about somebody drinking the water out the house, but yet you're gonna feed them the shit out of a damn store? It's just bizarre to me. But the whole thing
that's not true.
Hey, Troy.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with you. I really wish they would have just dropped it the 10 miles away when they took their little pit stop, and then just had people come pick it up from that 10 mile away spot.
They should be designated areas.
Yeah, because I feel bad, when I'm sitting here listening to Soup Mama and people sitting here telling me or saying on their live streams that they have a metallic taste in their mouth and that their skin feels, like it's got slime on it. Yeah, I feel that,
people are worried about health effects and the effect.
Exactly.
But that's let people influx and being a health stuff. And again, I seen in the chat, it's a valid point. I don't think Agnes had that much to do with the altercation. She was tagging behind Dom a little bit, when all that shit happened. But, it was a valid point, though. You got people walking around, not Dom, but just in general, use it for an example, but seeing it up in the chat. Got goggles and face masks with a gimbal walking around filming all that stuff. Yeah, in the affected area, that stress level is high for everybody, especially the people that don't know if they're being poisoned. I mean, they kind of know, but I mean, you got, just like somebody said in there earlier, you got the mayor telling you one thing, the governor telling you something else. FEMA is that whole system. That's why they should be involved. It don't matter if it's their fault, the government's fault, whoever. That shit don't make no difference. It ain't supposed to. They're no different than the debacle of them burning that shit. You know what I mean? Like I said, about 3 guesstimation, a few, in my estimation anyways, and it's an educated guess. It's just something thrown out there. About a 3-week turnaround to completely clean that spill, contain it, prevent the levees. They was already doing that from the jump. and remove the tracks, remove the dirt. Regardless, I mean, now I think somebody had commented in there earlier about the dirt. You know, the people that were sending the dirt, they don't even want it no more. You know, they're trying to figure out a place to bring the contaminated shit now. You know, it's just, all of it. It's just, but the thing, this is a good example too why an organization that's set up to respond to emergency disasters like this is not involved is ludicrous, and they're blaming it on the dollar. Damn that bullshit. You know what I mean? That systems is set up, and our taxpayer money pays FEMA to respond to it. It don't matter the responsibility. That's after the fact. You know what I mean? You go back, no different than insurance companies. You know.
Yep.
That I seen in one chat I was in, people talking about call your insurance company, you know, because they'll cover the cleaning of your house. No, there's a pollution disclosure in insurance companies. They ain't fucking with nothing. You know what I mean? If you know how insurance is, glad you got it. Hope you never need it. You know, if they can find any kind of which way to get out of having to pay on a settlement, guess what? That's why there's fine lines or whatever, the fine print, you know. But even if it's not FEMA, you know, if they're going to, for whatever reason, it's just baffled, whether or not somebody, and I know an armchair quarterback, I guess you'd call it, was after the fact, the shit been going on a couple of weeks already, right? They should have designated areas to drop off stuff. And it's not just protecting the drop off people. It's not.
And I agree.
It's not just keeping the influx of rubberneckers looking around. It's also designated spots for the affected people to know and have a point of contact where they can go get the shit instead of meandering around here. One organization's giving this and the church is giving this and they're going around it. No, you got special, you know, certain spots that pinpointed around the area that's safe. It's out the way, keeping the influx of traffic, all that kind of shit, and it lets the affected people know where to go get the stuff. This is just crazy, and that's it causes division. It causes division not only in the community, but it causes division in these groups like this. You know, because everybody got their opinion about it. Now, granted, you know, somebody could say that's my opinion too. So what is it? You know, it's just
So Troy, I agree with everything that you said.
Yeah, as long as my servers hold up. I got 3 balls right now.
So do you think that they should have started digging that thing the next day?
They should have been, well, as soon as it was safe to enter to dig, you know, I mean, but, the project management, it would have been a combined joint effort. There'd have been a multitude of stuff going on. Anybody in that little area right there, they could have had them put up in a hotel. I mean, shit, we putting illegal aliens up in 4-star hotels and bullshit or whatever. Put them on a damn cruise, whatever it takes. I mean, that's all, it's all minuscule type stuff. It's, but you get the people, it's standard protocol. Absolutely. The equipment should have been rolling in right off the jump, and you contain fire, because that's the thing. The dioxins come from the smoke, from the ash. You were dealing with, some badass chemicals at first, which you have standard protocols to go by to respond to them, right? But now when you start dealing with dioxins, there's several different forms, right? That's, it's burnt chemicals. That's the shit in dioxins, like I said. That's, some people say, oh, no, it dilutes over 12 hours, a couple of days, all this other shit in the water. That ain't the case.
Oh, bullshit. Yeah, no, don't.
It binds, it binds to the soil and the sediments. That's why the fish was dying right off the jump. If you notice, that's the first thing that's dying, right?
I've seen that. Yep.
And if it's in the water, it's everywhere. And that's how you see the dude on the thing, on the videos and stuff. They go out there and it looks fine. He's standing in the creek with his little galoshes on or whatever, and it looks somewhat fine. But he scrapes the thing, and next to the bottom of it, the ditch what he's in, and you start seeing that sheen come up. That's because that shit's bonded.
Looks like when you dump oil in water.
Exactly, and you could test tap water that way too. Yeah, you put some tap water or whatever, let the thing sit there for a minute, and hold the top of the thing and look up in the light of it, and you'll see the little swirlies and whatnot. But that's the whole thing. The infighting too, and to patriot. Whether or not whatever side you're on, everybody in this chat, everybody that's in the community, what's not. But a lot of us evolved from the convoy type stuff. There's our circle. There's outside of people come in and out of what have you. But the infighting, that's just, it's bothersome to me. You know what I mean? But it's just me, just throwing my opinion out there. Because everybody gives a shit, but everybody gets nitpicky on who's what, who's doing that, who's all the kind of stuff. And everybody said, well, we need to find common ground, Well, that's where it starts. You know what I mean? It starts with us. It starts with the people that has the disagreements. You know, some people don't like the term agree to disagree or what have you. But you know, you got to find some common ground. And it I'm getting off the subject, but this
No, you're not.
the lack of staging areas. Like I said, it's that system. It's in the standard protocol to respond, especially to a hazardous material. It's different. It's even the same way with tornadoes and stuff. You know, hurricanes and whatnot. You know, people are not allowed to go in the affected area. You got the municipalities, got a damn sheriff deputy out there, reserves or whatever, standing there and checking ID. What business you got in here? Oh, we're dropping off 50 cases of water. All right, well, they know who needs what. It's coordinated because you have more than one spot, you know. Or if it's perishables, you know. Oh, perishables, you need to go to the, you know, whatever the hell it is, you know, the bait shop down the road or whatever, you know, Highway 60, whatever the shit, you know, whatever. And when people's trying to find out where to go, I don't need water. They pull up at a place, I'm looking for ice, or I need some water. Well, we got a couple cases here, shit and laying out, busted up or something, you know, or whatever. No, we don't have. They got to go find the shit. Oh, I need some diapers. Anybody got some insulin? I'm not, you know, whatever the case might be. It's so disorganized, and I don't blame the people that's there, right? I don't blame a soup mom and all them. You know, they doing what they think they need to do, whatever for whatever reason. They gaining clicks, baits, or donations and all. You know, that's fine. People want to donate.
They're helping out. I got nothing against them.
Yeah, I mean they're bringing shit, but and if they want to get back, you know, grift off, whatever you want to call it, you know, that's the people that's donating. That's up to them. That's their money, you know. You want to go give $100 bill to a homeless dude sitting there on the side of the damn wall somewhere sleeping. That's up to you. You don't want to give it to him. You want to give him a damn Mac. You know, that's up to you.
Exactly, Troy.
You know, the dude sitting there with the sign trying to wipe people's windshields at the thing. You know, you see about all the bag panhandlers or whatever what they all. You know, some of them make more money than most working people. People still
they got better shoes than I do.
Yeah, I don't get into all.
Hey,
and that's
sorry.
And that's part. I go ahead, Rising. I'll give you a second. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I didn't know if my audio was.
Yeah, your audio is working.
Okay,
you know.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And I mean that's part of the problem I have here is I keep hearing people saying grifting and this and that, and that just keeps on coming up. But you know, you compare to the Red Cross, how much money out of donations?
One of the most crooked ass
agencies. Any of these agencies are buying fuel with donation money. They're buying, you know, a lot of them are buying buildings, vehicles, paying salaries. I mean, you know, I don't know exactly what they used.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting paid.
I didn't hear you, Tim.
Eric, you're taking one word and running with it. That's half the problem.
But that's what people have been sitting here and calling these people that have been out here doing this. They've been saying they've been grifting for this money.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
But I've heard it come up. But I've heard it come on this panel before.
Can I jump in?
That's why I'm addressing it, just because it's come up on this panel. And go ahead, Rising.
Okay. So I just wanted to bring it back. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I might be, that Troy went through Katrina. Was that right, Troy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I did as well. And I've been through Ivan as well. And my brother-in-law is a city councilman. And I also know being a homeowner, having destruction to your home as a homeowner, having a brother-in-law in city works, you know, doing all this city stuff, and then, you know, seeing sheer just devastation. So when you have a situation like that and people want to come in and help, and that's great, and you do need the help. And back to what Troy is saying, it does need to be organized. So like when I went to go help in Mississippi, because we couldn't get to Louisiana right when it first happened, we had so many people bringing trucks from all over the place, Georgia, Texas, just wherever, all over the place. Well, when they came in, we couldn't afford to have everybody there because you have a limited amount of space and you have tons of supplies coming in. And if all hands are not on deck, lifting, moving, picking up, getting sweaty, We don't need you there. When you're coming into a safe and you're setting up a staging that's going to have cars that are miles long with people asking for, now in this situation, it's hurricanes. So they were asking for things like Tylenol, sunscreen, stuff for fire ants, things we didn't even think of, because you think of the big stuff, right? You think of water, you think of cleaning supplies, you think of the big stuff because those are usually needed right away. But it's a lot to take on. So when you have the city people are trying to get the stuff that they need to get done, equipment in and stuff like that, well, when they're having to field calls, it makes it hard on them. Then when you have other people running around for live streaming events, and I understand, Eric, that their donors wanted to see where the money went, where their money that they donated to buy the supplies went. And I understand that, and there's a place for that. But then I think back to what Troy is saying, there's also a place for staging and not going into the town and into it, because there have been cameras there. Benny Johnson was there. He has a huge platform.
Can I address that really quick, and then I'll let you get back to what you were saying?
Sure, I did wait for a long time to talk, but sure.
Well, I just want to point out just one fact, that they were working with somebody on the ground there. And that person set all that stuff up on their side. That wasn't anything within their control. They contacted that person.
I understand that, Eric.
Okay,
But let's take a little bit.
I know.
I understand that, Eric. But come on, let's take a little bit of pause. And I understand the thing with the Jersey J and all that stuff. And look, when you got Dom and you got Jersey J, okay, I've been watching for a long time. You got those personalities. I mean, come on. Let's think back to all of Jersey J's antics.
I understand.
Okay,
I understand.
so let's not discount the element of clicks and views that they're doing, and that's not what the town needs. I understand that people donating wanted to see where their money went. I understand that. Full transparency, I get it. So there is a line, though, between coming into a town that has been devastated. When you're a homeowner and you've worked your entire life to build a home and have it, and then in an instant it's devastated, and then you've got mass confusion on every level. There's mass confusion on every single level. Everything simple is now difficult. So stress levels are high. So yeah, taking supplies, doing the things, I've done it. I've run charities. I ran Family Promise of Baldwin County. I ran that sucker. I understand having to do disclosures for the people who donate to you. I understand working with press and people wanting to help. But, you know, just like when someone dies and people want to bring over food, you can't have the whole town bringing over food. It has to be organized. Somebody bring the meat. Somebody bring the salad. And I understand that's what's going on, but they're right in the middle of where everything happened. And people are going to be on stress. So Dom should have just said, like Wizzy said, hey, man, sorry, my bad. Instead of just being oh, you for Trump? Are you for, like, stop. Just stop.
Yeah, I personally don't blame it on them, whether or not it be Jersey, whoever. They doing what they think to do. They proud that they able to help people, this, that, and the other. It's higher on the echelon, you know, that situation to be avoided. And like I said, the bad part, if something don't happen about it, it's subject to happen again or worse. You know what I mean? It's worse in high stress situations like that. With
in any devastated area.
Troy, just stay where you are.
I ain't moved nothing. I ain't moved.
Okay, go ahead. Mass destruction, everybody's lives has just been flipped upside down. And if you haven't been through it, where you're taking care of family members, I mean, who knows? Somebody's mother might have been dying of cancer. Now they don't have a home. Maybe their mother now doesn't have a home. Like, those things need to be considered when you go into ground zero. Now, if you're going on the outskirts and you want to go explore, that's different. But when you're going into ground zero, you got to realize people's lives have been destroyed.
Okay, and I'll accept that, but we also have to understand that these people aren't professional, you know, helpers. You know, they're people. They do some streaming. You know,
Then they don't need to be there, Eric, because
Okay,
when
okay,
you're on the
okay. I let you talk.
need
We
somebody
can't.
to
We
pick
can't
up.
talk over each other.
Okay, well, I'm going to finish what I'm saying, Eric, because I let you guys all talk for a long time. What I'm saying is that if they can't, or if there aren't helpers and they're just there to get pictures, then leave.
That's not what I. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Eric, quick question for you.
Working.
Yeah. Eric, did you hear Jersey J when he was talking about Americans for America and the fundraising that they're doing, the money being donated isn't necessarily just going to go to the people of Ohio. They're going to use it for other missions or whatever the term was that he used.
If it happened today, I was focused on two streamers.
No, it didn't happen today.
It
was yesterday.
No, I don't believe I've heard that.
Yeah. That was Jersey J during his. Actually, it wasn't yesterday because yesterday they were in Frederick. It was at Hagerstown. He was saying that.
But I do want to point out one thing: Jersey J doesn't have any control over that Cash App. That is
correct. I understand
and
that.
Brian.
I understand that.
So no matter what Jersey J says, he's not technically. He's the streamer. He's not the leader.
Correct.
You know. So if he's speaking out of turn or he's saying things that I don't know, these are questions for Vince or Brian. You know, and to verify whether or not Jersey J was right about what he said. You know, so I mean.
And that's part of the problem too. That feeds into it.
Yeah, this group went there to help people. Unfortunately, they made it about them, and that's one of the things that we've been talking about in this conversation, based on what happened.
I disagree. I disagree.
This came up when we saw what was going on with Dom and Polish Agnes. And so it's led to this conversation that you've become involved in, and it it's sad because you haven't seemed to grasp the idea that it's great to do things for people. It's sad to watch them use the people of Ohio. I
think you're reading too much in.
Well, no, because that's what they did. They didn't put the needs of the people of Ohio first. It was their need to come in and make a spectacle of it and show off what they did to feel good about themselves.
That's a very slanted opinion.
Is it?
Wizzy, well, yes.
Because they
Come on,
put cameras on, all the cameras there, everything that was going on. It sure seems
that's what the viewers wanted. They made the donations. They wanted to see it get out there.
Well, the viewers are just as responsible for that. They should have help the streamers go, hey, we don't need to shove cameras in everybody's faces. Put the cameras down, do what you need to do for the people of Ohio. And then if you need to go off someplace and tell the story without, maybe that might have been a nice thing for the viewers to do. I'm sure the viewers wanted to make sure that the money that they donated, actually made it to the people of Ohio. But there's a way to do that, I think, without, upsetting people.
So my 2 cents on that is, so they live streamed getting the donations. They live streamed putting the donations into the trucks. From what Eric's telling me, I don't watch all these streams. And then they live streamed the trip to Ohio, which is great. You guys did a great job. Eric, tell everybody, Polish Agnes, Soup Mama, the whole 9 yards. I met a bunch of y'all down in fucking Hagerstown. Oh, sorry, excuse my language. But when you get there and you unload, shut it down. That's all we're saying. That's all we're saying is when you get there, you don't need to put all these people that are in this place down to that other
the thing.
That's what we're saying.
The thing about it is he shouldn't have been placed in that situation regardless, no matter what they want to do. Right? That's the whole thing. That it's higher on the
I agree.
than just people coming and gathering up stuff. That's why
I agree,
protocols
Troy.
are set, and people should be bringing it up to more of the local politicians, the municipalities, and have it better organized. I mean, there is systems in place, and for FEMA to step back, not be playing a big role in it, that's what they do. That's what they train on. I mean, I've been in situations. It just wasn't Katrina, but several hurricanes since I was a child, right? But real world shit too. Whether or not it would be accidents, whether or not it would be a hazardous spill, no matter if it was when I got out to active duty, I stayed out a little bit and went back into the National Guard. We got deployed on several things, right? Part of which would be high water rescue body recoveries. You loading up dead people in back of a 20-ton dump truck at water that's 6-8 feet deep, and you got people trying to get in there to take pictures, whether it be the mainstream media or not. That's not allowed. You have a deputy there that says no. There's a time and a place for it.
Right.
There's
Troy, I gotta say, thank you for your service, brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you for thanking me.
I mean,
but that's my point. I don't hold it against. I mean, I see everybody's point, but you got to think look at the bigger picture to try to avoid it again. Because if this shit goes on, which chances are it will for a while, it's the local leadership. A politician has more responsibilities than signing papers, passing laws, or whatever, right? And and if they don't, they're supposed to surround us, and that's where your incident command centers come up to. And there is everything from PR people to public relations. When you're in an incident usually like that, even if it's a camera stuck in your face, no matter if it's from a cell phone or whether or not it's from Fox News, it's commonly known and it's put out through meetings and whatnot as a standard protocol that people don't talk to them. Because of misinformation can get construed, because their personal beliefs can be interjected into the camera, from their personal. It's standard rule. If you go against it, guess what? Go bounce. Go find you somewhere else. You link them to the PR person, and they know what to do. They're getting all the coordinated stuff of what's taking place at what time. There's protocols for that stuff, and this shit here ain't nothing being since the day that they lit that bastard on fire.
The ball was dropped really fast. The ball was dropped really quick.
And it's important. It's higher on the totem pole. Kudos to JJ and all them. They want to bring. They said they doing what they think. Do we? We think they shouldn't be out there and flag dancing and whatnot. That's personal opinion. That could change no matter what group, whoever you want to see. Some people say, "Damn right." And I can see their point. Right? They proud to be there. They're proud to be helping.
But it should be flag dancing out there. That's where that grifting thing comes in that Eric's all bent out of shape about, because he's over there live streaming.
Well, I'm watching it in the chat. I'm watching it in the chat. People are sitting here saying grifting constantly. So that's what I'm addressing when I'm saying that. And I've been hearing it for the last couple of days. I've been hearing it for the last couple of days.
So much. That grifting term gets thrown around so much.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, okay, these people are doing it the way that they would have done it as a convoy for the AFC, TPC, whatever, and whether or not people,
but that's fine.
Whatever. But I mean, how whether or not you agree with how they did it and you feel they made mistakes, ultimately, they did a good thing. So you got to look at the good that you have to look at the good that they did versus what you feel they failed on, and see which one weighs on the scale better. Was what they did better than the downsides of what ended up happening, and leave it at that, because we can nitpick this left and frickin' right, playing armchair quarterbacks. But nobody else was out here, in any of these chats or any of this thing going and doing their movement themselves and doing this. So, you're all playing armchair quarterback and sitting here and saying, well, if I was the coach, I would have done it this way. Well, you weren't the coach. None of you got up. None of you guys did it.
But we're not the ones. We're not the ones live streaming through Ohio with people pissed off.
Well, the reason I'm interjecting and give my 2 cents is.
One guy we saw.
That we know of. You're making assumptions that there was other people that were pissed.
The fact
we don't know.
2.0 was not happy.
Respect. It's respect for the people of the community. Like Wizzy said, it's respect for the people of the community. Bring them the stuff. You live stream putting it in the trailer. You live stream driving it all the way up to Ohio.
And that's your opinion.
Getting to Ohio. So you know what?
Eric,
Shut it off and let the people be.
That's
Eric,
your opinion.
Eric, also, when you have that many people come in, it's like I don't understand why it's so difficult to say they could just come in, drop off the supplies, show their viewers, because you said, well, the viewers needed to see it. So
Did you watch the video on how long it took them to unload? Most of the time they were streaming was the time that they were physically unloading.
So the camera.
They could open the doors and show the people. Look, we're in Ohio.
They were literally there while they were unloading. So I mean, you guys sit here
and help unload.
They had forklifts doing it.
Well, then I guess
there are other people there.
Then I guess you get Dom and Rat and Son Reps.
Look, that's my point. There is so much to be done when you have something like that. All hands need to be on deck working. You don't need people walking around. I don't know if you've ever been at the epicenter of a destructive place when everything is wiped out. You can't use the water. You don't have a home. The roads are usually, well, where I've been, you have to deal with the roads before you can do anything. Now, I know that's not the situation there, but it's that same thing. I don't understand why they couldn't have just come in, shown it, said, hey, we got it all here. And then if they weren't going to get sweaty, if they just wanted to walk around and take pictures, then go somewhere else.
And maybe that's the way you would have done it, but they felt that they were sitting here and they were bringing this information to the public that Dom showed that the news people were not sitting here and covering it. Dom actually went and showed it.
Can I add something
I've been watching it be shown. So what have I been watching? A simulation?
What did he show that the news hasn't shown?
People there.
He showed that the news were just sitting in their cars, not filming anything.
Benny Johnson was there. Savannah
they don't
Hernandez
film
was there.
constantly.
They were showing all the stuff.
Well, they'd never showed up while those trucks were there. I understand that. But they weren't taking any footage of the time that all these major donations were coming in, and all these people had been waiting for those trucks to show up, and the lines of people that had been waiting for hours for these supplies that came in. That's what the news didn't show.
Right, because again,
So the live
these
streamers
people
want
that showed up with all
recognition.
this stuff, they want recognition for what they did.
Exactly.
No, that's stuff that the news should have been covering.
They could have picked up crap and started taking it.
You don't think the news should have covered that there were people desperately waiting for these supplies, and that these supplies came in on semi trucks?
Were they waiting?
There were people that had been waiting there for 2 hours for those trucks to show up to get these supplies that were coming in on these trucks.
Can I interject right quick though and explain? It's just how the system's supposed to work.
Where did you see
Troy,
that?
she's been trying to talk. I've been watching the live stream all day. I was moderating. She wanted to talk, and then Troy.
What live stream would I watch to see the desperation of people waiting for supplies?
Polish Agnes's and Soup Mamas, where they were actually having conversations and they were actually talking about to some of the staff members that these people had been waiting there for up to 2 hours, waiting for them to arrive.
One of the steps, though, let's clarify. When I was talking about staging areas are not distribution areas. You got a staging area that's away from the area. That's where people bring.
I agree with you, Troy.
Bring stuff to a staging area. They can have a party there, live bands or whatever. It's not an affected area. Then the stuff is coordinated and brought to an actual distribution area.
I'm 100% with you, Troy, and honestly, I wish they would have just done it at that 10-mile away range, because then none of them would have gotten exposed to any of those chemicals. So in my personal opinion, I agree with you. I agree that that's what should have happened, but unfortunately, that's just wasn't in their control, because they wanted it there.
Well, I blame it on
not the streamers, the people there wanted it delivered there.
Right. Yeah.
No, I 100% think they should have done it 10 miles out of town. None of the streamers, none of the people that were dropping off donations were exposing themselves to those chemicals. I'm 100% there with you on that, Troy. I agree.
It's another example.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah.
my girl just brought me this thing. Jules, 1999. Dom was complaining to news. You should have been watching us. We are the real news. So, are you not looking for recognition?
No, that's what the streamers have said ever since Hagerstown. Is that the fake news hasn't been covering the stories?
Yeah, but still,
so that just goes to that same narrative that the streamers have always said.
Eric, you're delivering goods to people that need something, and you're looking for recognition. That's the problem. We're not saying that you guys did a bad thing, bringing goods to these people, but they're looking for recognition.
Okay, so let's go down that rabbit hole. Let's say that your theory is right. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? Let's say you're right. What is ultimately wrong with that?
Seriously, Eric, come on. Have you ever?
They put in the work. They're not getting paid for what they do. And if all they end up getting at the end is some recognition for the fact that they went out and did this, what is so wrong about that?
At an epicenter of a mass destruction like a Katrina, like a major chemical spill.
I'm not saying that's what they did. I'm just playing devil's advocate and going down this rabbit hole with him because that's what he's accusing them of doing. And I'm saying if that was the case, what's the problem with it?
I haven't seen it. My girl's got it in the chat.
Have you ever been?
I'm sure Wizzy can grab it for you.
Okay, we keep cutting her off, unfortunately. So go ahead, Raised. Go ahead, Raised.
I'm just wondering, have you ever been in a place that looked like a bomb went off, like a Katrina, like when we had the horizon?
Yes, I have.
So when people are living, when your home, your whole community has just been destroyed for whatever the reason. You don't need people in there looking for recognition. You need people in there willing to get dirty and sweaty.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that's what they did. I was just going down the rabbit hole of what he was claiming.
Oh my God.
And I was saying, if that's the case, what's the worst case scenario? I mean, really.
It's just
to be perfectly honest. If that's a side effect, that they get some recognition for what they did, so what?
Well, that's pretty damn selfish. But bully for them if they want to be done selfish. Hey,
I'm not saying that's what they did. That's what you guys are accusing them of doing.
Did, though. I mean,
no. We're not accusing anybody of doing anything.
Dom, that we're talking about. Of course they did it. I mean, come on. Like, let's not be naive and just give them all this benefit of the doubt.
Dom is Dom, okay? You can't weigh everybody else against what Dom does.
I'm not,
because Dom is Dom. You
just want to discount completely that they're there for recognition and clicks and views. You want to act like they're just on this massive.
No, you want to make it sound like that's the only reason they did it.
Because I've lived through this shit, Eric. I've lived through this shit where parasites.
You want to turn something good that they did into something devious.
I know parasites.
That's what you want to do. That's what you said. Parasites. There you go. She just called them parasites.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did. She just admitted to saying it.
She didn't.
That's what I'm saying. And
relax.
I will say this. What happens is it's just like a National Enquirer coming in. Would you call them good journalism?
It's another example that big government's letting the citizens fend for themselves.
I mean, you don't need a National Enquirer coming into a disaster area. You just you need people that will work and get dirty and get busy and help. You don't need National Enquirer doing the news.
No.
I love when during the convoy.
He doesn't understand that we appreciate what they did. He doesn't understand that.
You know what might have been smarter, Eric, is turn the cameras off, see what the people need, get the stuff to them, see what's going on in town. If there's nothing to show, if there's nothing to show your audience because it's just the people in this town who have been affected by this, then maybe there's nothing to live stream. Maybe that's why the news cameras aren't on.
Well, they felt there was, you know.
Well,
I mean, I just think it's funny how from
what
Hagerstown
do you think it would be to show.
Hagerstown's whole
we saw it.
different story than that, dude.
But we're still
That's a whole
talking
different scenario.
we're still talking about how the streamers were the saviors and they were the real media and that was the real story, and it's these
That's
same
totally
people
different with
that
the-
was doing
with the
this
TPC,
stuff.
That was totally different. This is
But now they're evil national
Nobody
inquirers.
said they're evil, dude. What's wrong with you?
Eric, what I'm
You're
saying
making a false
is
comparison.
relating their actions, okay? I'm not saying what they did as gathering the stuff there to get it there.
Okay.
But when you enter into the zone of ground zero, you don't need people parading around with cameras. There have already been people on the ground.
Exactly.
There's
And
always
great.
going to
And
be
why
a
not?
mile
Why not?
That's
send,
your
Why
opinion.
not send all the audiences to one camera and say, hey, instead of going in with 30 cameras, 20 cameras, 12 cameras, whatever it is, you know, so you can see what's going on and not, you know, cause conflict in this town. We're just gonna go to one live stream.
You need to go talk to each streamer and ask them what they're,
No,
because
that's
I
not
can't
me.
speak. I can't speak for them.
Remember,
Because
you're all
moderator
doing this for
forum-
Americans for America.
But
So
dude,
why
Eric,
not? You know, why not work as a team if that's what they're doing, if that's their goal?
I can't speak for why they wanted to stay live streaming.
Yeah.
You know,
What
I
I'm
can
saying
give
is
you
the
my
mayor is the biggest
opinion.
reason she should have never gone there.
I'm telling you, I don't think that that any of them should have gone within that 10-mile radius. I personally think that they really should have had it staged, but the people
But
that
they
organized
can't- they
it
can't
on
help
the
themselves
ground,
but to seek recognition, and therefore that's why she's putting all this shit on her face.
that's where the people on the ground wanted it delivered. That was not something that they had any control over.
But they continued to live
I
stream.
guarantee she didn't need to roll a car in there then.
so they've already delivered it, but they're still there live streaming, or are they gone?
No, this was from earlier. This is when they first arrived.
So they're already gone.
They
I don't know.
They stayed there till the last semi was done, and then shortly after, I don't think they were there that much longer after, they went to that restaurant, and from my understanding, they're not there. Or no, they did go back to see how much of the supplies were still there, because it was going like hotcakes. As soon as they were getting pallets off the truck, it was getting loaded in cars, and people were taking it.
That's fine. That's appreciative. But
And
you don't
they were
understand-
showing that.
But then they go wandering around town. So get your people in check.
No.
And
no.
don't complain. You're on here complaining.
Dom went around town.
Dom and Agnes, apparently. Because there was two of them.
No. At that point in time, they were walking to the restaurant. That is completely different. Dom is the only streamer that went and
What we're
did his
trying
own
to
little
say,
walking
Eric,
around.
that what you don't understand, what we're trying to say is when you get there, sure, unload all the stuff, but turn the goddamn stream off.
That's your opinion. That's
you can
your
unload-
opinion. That's not their opinion.
Okay, so
they
would you-
They were running this show. You're the
They care
you're the
more about
armchair
themselves
quarterback.
than the people of,
you
of East Palestine, Ohio. That they're
Bullshit,
trying to
Wizzy.
help.
Bullshit.
It's obvious.
It's bullshit, Wizzy.
It's obvious.
No, it's not obvious.
If they
That's
wanna
just
help
the
the people of East
That's the
Palestine.
narrative you want to run.
Yeah, that's
Eric,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
right?
your opinion. That's your
my
opinion.
And my opinion
Yes.
is that them showing up and assaulting them with cameras.
And that's
is wrong.
fine.
People
That's
that
your
they're trying to
opinion.
help, right?
It's wrong. If you want to help, you don't need recognition for help. If you're a real person, a real fucking man, a real whatever, you help behind the scenes. You don't need to jump all over the place and go, "Hey, look, I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that." You do it behind the scenes. And you know what? Hey, you want to live stream loading the trucks, like I said multiple times, driving them all the way to Ohio, and then unloading the trucks. That's fine. But after you're done unloading those trucks, shut the goddamn stream off.
Okay,
Eric,
that's
do
your
you know what-
opinion.
do you know what I do
Because
before
now you
live
look
stream?
like a fool. Now you're a fool.
I'm a fool?
Yeah, you're damn right you are.
Why am I a fool? I wasn't even there. I had no choice. I had no choice of whether or not they shut off their streams or anything they did. All
You're
I
their
did was moderate.
Tell them. You're the moderator. Tell them. Tell them the honest truth.
Moderator works for
real-
them. They don't work for me. I'm not
the
their
real-
boss.
I didn't say that. But you could tell them, like the honest truth is that
after having this conversation, yes, I could tell them.
Respect the people and turn the goddamn cameras off. That's what I'm trying to say. And you won't listen to it because they want recognition. And that's what this whole stream is about. They want recognition. And you don't seem to understand that. We appreciate what they did. You don't seem to understand that.
So Eric, I mean, it kind of is like, I think it's like, I think we're all like half and half, right? So I think we're all half and half. And I think what we're kind of sensing is you're not at the half where we're at, and you're thinking we're not at the half that you're at.
I'm just upset because of the fact that I've been hearing them get bashed from the beginning of this convoy.
Can I finish? So look,
yes, go ahead.
We all think it's great. Like, look, we all agree, 100%, we all agree that supplies are needed. Now, when you need supplies, sometimes the big stuff you don't already need because it's already there. Bigger companies are bringing it, bigger distributors are bringing it, and then you need the little stuff. You know, they don't know that. I understand that. So we all agree that what they did was good, right? That's all good. That's all good stuff. But getting there and then just continuing to stream instead of picking up the stuff, getting it to the cars, helping that line move faster, because I've worked those lines. During Katrina, we had miles long of people asking for baby wipes, for mosquito stuff, for anything, shovels, brooms, anything, because everything is gone. It's destroyed. Now, this is a little different in this area, but we all agree it's okay. But the other half of us, each of us, we agree that what they did was good. The other part is they I don't know his name. I'm sorry, I can't see the names. I think Tim is his name, said, just turn the cameras off.
Yes.
That's just because you saw one guy upset and you're like, okay, well, that's just one guy that was upset. Eric, I can tell you, when you're at ground zero, there's a lot of people upset. They're just too busy or stressed out or whatever to say anything. So yeah, there was one guy. There's probably others. There's probably others that are very grateful and happy that they're there.
Couple thousand that are pissed off.
So I'm sure.
I think Media 2.0 got fussed at too today.
Said, and I'm not sure if you're aware of that, Eric, that the mayor had already gone on.
He turned off his camera and went into activist mode.
We don't need any more cameras. I don't know if you caught that. It was on national TV where he said.
Unfortunately, there's always going to be somebody that's not happy with what you're doing. You can't please everybody.
That was the mayor, Eric, and I think he knows what his community needs. So here
and
again,
obviously not.
Guess who needs to be pleased right now? The people of East Palestine, Ohio.
You just want to go, well,
they seem pretty.
Again, you take it upon yourself to do what's best for you. And I'm not saying you. I mean the live streamers, the people, honking their horns as they're jamming through town. Taking
advantage of
you think it's a good thing, but you don't know if it's a good thing. So you maybe err on the side of, I want to be respectful to the people who, we're trying to help,
Well,
that's the point that's being made.
Why don't we truck and I could afford to fill my truck. If I had a 53-foot trailer and I could fill that thing with food and water and stuff like that and bring it over there, I'd drop that trailer, I'd let them unload that thing, and I'd walk away.
Okay.
But these clowns want to run around town going, oh, look what we did, look what we did, look what we did, look what we did. That's not the respectful way to do things, Eric.
So your comments are going to get back. So your comments will get back to them, okay? Now, they are not professionals at this, okay? So it's been made clear that these people that are running that side of it, the people in actual Ohio, have asked them, if they could bring more supplies. So there's probably going to be another convoy of stuff. And, let's let it be and just see what happens.
And the convoy they're going to hear. You got to find something else because the convoy name got ruined when TPC fucked that up.
Well, I have no control over any of that. I'm not part of this organization.
I didn't say you did, but the convoy name got ruined. To a lot of people, the convoy name got ruined. That was a movement, and that was one of the first big fucking movements in this country, and it got ruined by several people. I'm not saying it was you. I met you. I have no problem with you, but that name got ruined. So find something different. That's the other thing.
I mean, right now we're doing the would you, could you, should you situation, and it's all in the past. I mean, they're going to hear these comments, they're going to hear your opinions, and now I guess all we can do is go on into the future and see if they act on them.
But the American
and that's
people
all we can
aren't
do.
going to like the name convoy. They ain't going to like the word convoy because it got fucked.
I don't think they don't call themselves a convoy. They may say they're convoying.
You just said convoy.
But that's what they were doing, was convoying there. But the official name is Americans for America. It doesn't say convoy in their name. So just because what they're doing, they call it a convoy that they're doing, it's not part of the official name of the groups, of any of the groups.
Convoy is like 4 trucks or something like that. I get it.
Minimum of 3 or something. But yeah.
The fact of the matter is that name is fucked.
I mean, the problem I have, this is where my problem is okay, for right now, your guys' biggest thing is they should have turned off the cameras. Okay, fine. There's nothing we can do about it now. It's spilled milk. Let's see what happens, next turnaround. Hopefully they listen to this, and, if they agree with you, maybe that's what they'll do next time. Maybe they will stay out of the range.
So we're asking you to tell them, and when you get in a town like that.
I'm pretty damn sure they're probably watching. I'm pretty sure they're watching this entire stream. So I'm probably not going to have to tell them anything. If they're not, then
it's on you. If they're not, then it's on you.
That's fine. I will have that conversation with them. Okay, but it's a would you, could you, should you. There's nothing we can do about the spilled milk. Okay, you guys have voiced your opinion, and I will reiterate it. And I guess we're just going to have to see what happens next. So. The biggest thing you guys are sitting here saying is they should have shut off the cameras. My biggest question is, why have people been bitching about this from day one of the convoy?
What convoy?
Well, them collecting supplies, getting the donations, filling the trucks. Every single day, people have been bitching about them.
All right, hold on, Eric.
I don't follow you guys.
Hold on, guys. Polish Agnes is here. Let's say hi to Polish Agnes.
Hi guys.
Hi, Polish Agnes.
We were looking at a video because Eric said somewhere in the beginning there was somebody who was saying they were waiting 2 hours for you guys to show up with these supplies that they so desperately needed. Do you know where that was in your live stream?
Someone has said that they were waiting 2 hours. Yes, that's gonna be. I think the lady that was Polish has said that, but don't quote me on that because it's kind of late and I'm hearing you guys fighting about all this stuff.
Nobody's fighting, having a discussion.
I mean, you're having a heated discussion, let's say, about the stuff that has just happened. I'm gonna tell you my version, and you guys are upset about the fact that the live stream were going on and all that. I'm going to explain why my live stream was going. Because when I found out about what these guys are doing or trying to do or trying to organize, I decided that I will help them. And I decided that, it's a really good opportunity to do something good in life, meaning to just help people. And I'm generally a giving person. And so, whenever...
Yes. You have a great heart. It's easy to see that.
It's very respectful.
I appreciate that. So whenever we're doing something, community-wise or just in general, because I would like my camera to be about a good stuff. I don't like the drama. I don't like all this negativity and all. So what I did.
Oh, we lost her there. She'll be back. Give her a second. Just a little bad signal from Agnes there.
I didn't do it.
Can you guys hear me?
We're not giving her bad PR.
Yeah.
Hey, you're
yeah.
back.
So whenever there is something good that we can do, and it's people doing for people, and it's excluded. The government is excluded from this. This is what I did because I have an amazing chat. Okay. I decided to ask them if they wanted to help. I also go around the people that I know in person and ask if they would like to donate to that cause and trust me to deliver. They all agreed, okay? And I came up with a pretty hefty sum of, you know, out there to go shopping and basically, you know, deliver the necessities to East Palestine. And
we
just
respect and
because,
appreciate that.
hold on. Let me finish it. Then you guys, you can go because I gotta drive. I just wanted to say a couple things. Because I told my chat that if you are giving me the money, I will provide you with the very possible footage of everything that we are doing, so you can understand when the money is going. So at this point, my live stream was basically my accountability to the people that have donated, because I believe they have had the right to see the whole entire process from the start to the beginning, okay? And before everyone is going to jump into this, all the money that I have received that have been donated has gone to the shopping that I did yesterday with the guys, okay? Everything that I provided for myself was the gas, food, and whatnot. So this is the reason why I kept walking with the camera this whole entire time, because I knew I had people that wanted to see everything that was going on, and they were happy. Their hearts were in peace, and they loved it. And no matter if you guys think that I should shut the camera down or I shouldn't, I'm saying no, I'm not going to shut the camera, because I asked my viewers and my chat to come in and help with this cause, and they all agreed. And I said, if you guys are going to do this with me, I will provide you with the best content, and I will provide you every single minute that I possibly can, all the receipts, so we all can see that there is literally everything put into that event.
Do you
so
think
you
your
guys
audience would have understood if you said, look, for the people that we're trying to help, I'm going to turn off the camera now?
I don't know that. I would have to go and ask them if they would have been happier with me turning off the camera or tuning or keep
But what do you
streaming.
think, though? Do you think it might have been
No, I
like
think
the people that you were helping didn't all seem happy to have the cameras there? So that's the question.
No,
It's like,
no, WYSIWYG, because, you know, I walked up to people in their cars and no one has ever given me the look on their face, even though I was, yeah, you guys can make fun of me all you want, okay? I have been wearing a mask and goggles and all that because, you know, I don't think it's safe here, and I still want to have kids. So for that reason, you know, I decided and I agreed I was coming here, but I was also going to be cautious and I wanted to kind of protect myself. They have not had the looks on their face. Hey, get away from me. What do you want here? You know, what are you guys doing? Every single person around has been thinking, and they were literally ecstatic and thrilled. They had no problem with the cameras at all whatsoever. They didn't care. They were just happy that they had all this stuff there.
well,
And
by the time
with
it was pointed
why
at
is
them,
that,
it's
why is that
probably
not on a live stream?
So
why is that not on a live stream that everybody's so happy? It's just you guys walking around getting.
What do you mean? I spoke to several people in the cars. You missed that part, maybe.
Oh, I don't watch your live stream. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So why do you even say anything about it then?
Because I just don't think it's appropriate to live stream a disaster
I'm
like
sorry.
that.
I'm sorry. No, that was not a disaster. Actually, that was a good thing that has happened. And like I told you, I have had an agreement.
You're
with
having to do that because of a disaster, Agnes. It was the disaster
understand.
that happened 3 weeks ago that brought you there today to drop off these goods, which
And
was
what
an
is wrong
extremely
with that?
kind gesture.
Right.
But
I appreciate what you
the
did.
discussion that's being had is, you know, could you have done it without?
No, I couldn't. Me personally, I could not, because of the way how I went about it.
You could.
Well, no, but you couldn't. You couldn't have done that, and then at a certain point said, "Okay, guys, we're here. You've seen. We're showing up now. You know, I'm going to turn off the camera because you know these people have been affected by this tragedy." And I don't feel it's appropriate to be sticking my camera in their faces, because guess what? They're polite, kind people who are receiving generous donations from people that they don't know, strangers. And guess what? You know,
They knew
the
that
last thing
a
they're going to
group
do
of people,
as respectful people is say, get the fucking camera out of my face. But, you know, they don't really have the choice because you're shoving it in their face.
Run her the same
I
thing I
was
did
not,
with
I was not
Eric, Rizzy.
Yeah.
I was not shoving my
There was
camera
nothing
in
but
anyone's
cameras there
face.
when we watched the streams.
Oh,
You,
3 cameras.
Jersey J,
Wow, okay.
Soup Mama, you got Corinne there. You've got the new guy there. You've got who am I missing?
Corinne was there on her own.
Yeah, no, I know she's
Yeah, but
with some
I
guy.
really don't get why
they're there.
actually that bothers you so much. Because haven't you been in public and streamed multiple things on occasions?
Not at a disaster. That's
Okay.
why, again, I'm not there. It's a disaster. These people have been put through enough, and that's a different story. Protests are a whole different situation.
So Polish Agus, I got nothing against you. I'm not trying to tick you off or nothing like that. But I'll give you the same scenario that I gave Mechanic Eric. If your house burnt down, you're standing outside your house, and your house is just burnt to the ground. You just lost everything. Do you want cameras stuck in your face?
If there was a person that was giving me a new house and they wanted me to say a couple things to the camera, I would be perfectly fine to think to whomever donated that freaking house, for example. Okay, this is the scenario that I'm giving you right now. I didn't go there. I didn't go there and shove my camera to these people and be like, "What happened to you? What happened to you?" I didn't walk around the town and harass anybody.
Nobody ever said you harassed anybody. Okay. We're just saying the discussion is that you guys you got your materials there, you got your supplies there.
I just explained
you could have shown your viewers that we got the supplies here. We're here in East Palestine or just outside of the disaster zone. We have our stuff here. We're good to go. But no, then you guys went through town looking for food and you live streamed the whole thing. So it's one person.
I have had an agreement with my chat, the people who were the donators to that cause, that I will keep the camera on and I will show them everything. So far, I have not gotten a single negative comment out of anybody's mouth where I was on the ground where the donations were given. So I don't see the point here.
We got to play that clip again.
If they didn't like it, then they probably would tell me.
Do we got to play that clip again with the guy that was mad?
Also, they weren't looking for food. They were invited to that restaurant for a free meal.
I didn't say they were looking for food. Do we have to play that clip again with me? Not one person. Not one person. Not one person was upset.
I said that while we were giving the donations out, not one person, okay, meaning on the ground when I was streaming, not walking around the town. I said when we had the distribution going on and I walked around with the camera, there was not one person.
You're looking for recognition. That's all you're looking for.
Dude,
we know that.
Of course. Yeah. Of course that's why I did all this. Because I want people like you to freaking recognize me. Sure. You're just miserable, dude. You don't understand why this actually happened, do you?
I got a question for Poland. Do I have good audio still?
Yeah, you're good.
Yep. Oh, all right. This is Troy. For one, hi.
Hi.
From me personally, I'd like to thank you. I mean, for taking the time and doing what y'all doing. Whether or not the back and forth to some of the nitpick stuff or this, that, and the other. I see both sides. But my question is, do you know if that stuff, if the water and stuff was, how much of that is still there when y'all left? In other words, what's the possibility of that area of the water being or stored there, I guess, if you will, for lack of a better term? Or was it all gone? What time y'all left?
About 4 full pallets of water left at the place where I was.
That's and there was I was jumping.
Well, I can show you right now if you want.
There was
Let's go
buku
and see.
water that was there. I know. That's a good thing.
Let's go and see.
If that's the only thing that's left.
And we appreciate that. And Polish Agnes and Mechanic Eric don't seem to understand what we're trying to say. We appreciate we appreciate what you're doing.
That didn't really sound like that.
You're doing it for recognition.
Well, that's your opinion. I'm certainly not doing things for recognition. I have done so many already.
But it comes across that way.
Well, I'm sorry it does come across that way. What would you like me to change so it would not come across that way? I told you. I told you. What was my reasoning?
See, I would defend Polish Agnes on this because I've never, for me, when I started talking about this 2 days ago, it wasn't about Polish Agnes. I know Polish Agnes has a good heart, and I've seen her do an awful lot of great things for people. She looks out for, other people before herself. It's clear. It was Jersey J that I had the most issue with, but the only reason you came up Polish Agnes was because of what happened with I
don't know how to change the camera.
Was with Golden Chariot. And what
This is
got
all
him
that's
to
left.
that point.
That's awesome.
Can you guys see?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We can see good enough. I thank you if you didn't have to show them, but I was just curious. I'm curious, not on the standpoint of anything nefarious or where did all the donations go and none of that kind of stuff.
Well, so listen to me.
my concern-
Scenario here, right?
Let me finish though. My
Okay, go
concern
ahead.
is, which I'm glad it's not being stored. A bunch of it still around because, from a water sitting in the sun and whatnot, it's.
Well, as of right now, I don't think we gotta kind of really worry too much because the temperatures are fine for the water to be outside. This water is gonna go within minutes, and they actually have another two full 53 trailers of water being delivered tomorrow. I've heard, and they're gonna have again people.
They've got like 60 pallets of water on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to give you guys a input why I walked around and showed, and I actually had not even a slight idea that they actually organized the whole entire drive-through. I have had an agreement with my chat. We're staying as much, possibly true and showing what's going on.
Well, we appreciate you, Agnes, coming on the panel and all to do that.
Well, because I don't like you guys fighting about this.
We're not
fighting.
We're
not fighting.
All right, heated discussions. I feel absolutely terrible hearing you guys that you have all these, what do you call it? Like problems, understanding. Oh, they should do this, they should do that. But you got to understand when you come in with no sleep for so many hours, okay? And then they guys were the ones who were
Why did you get
unloading,
upset with the man in the Jeep?
That's your choice, number one.
Because I don't like to be treated like this. I'm a woman, and you don't have to scream at us and come at me like this.
No one's screaming at you.
I would have a
We're
decent
talking about the man in the
conversation.
Jeep.
Yeah, that's exactly that. Well, exactly that. He was treating us, me and Dominic, with a disrespect, and I don't feel like I deserved disrespect from anybody at this point. Because first of all, I'm a woman. Okay. Second of all, I didn't know what this guy really wanted. He was screaming and shouting. Okay, so I didn't know he was gonna get out of the car. Try to rape me, try to do something.
Did it not dawn on you that he was a local and maybe unhappy with what was going on? He's been dealing with this for weeks. You guys just got there today.
That's why we came to him, and we tried to talk to him, but all he was doing was just screaming. So if you feel like you have to just
sometimes
scream
with victims,
and not,
you just have to let them scream. And
I was trying, and it's still not possible. He was not giving me anything.
But you need to But do you think he actually appreciates you walking around the town with the live stream going?
You know what? It's public. You can walk wherever you actually want in public with your camera.
That's the problem, though. You don't give a rat's ass about the
There you
people.
go. I mean, that's
You don't
it.
care about the people, though. That's the
Listen,
problem.
there was no one on that street. He was the only one who went to in our direction. Okay, so we didn't come to
It
him. He
doesn't
come to
matter.
us.
The fact of the matter is, he didn't like you. He didn't like you filming over there.
Okay, and so what? You still have the right to film.
I didn't say you didn't have the right to film.
Okay,
and
great.
I have no problem with you.
So
But
what
the fact of the matter is that
doesn't understand the stress level that the people are going through that live there, that have been breathing it, that have been dealing with all the people influxing into their city.
I
does
have not
understand that
gone
level of it, which it
to
happens
the
if
streets.
tempers are going to pop off.
Polish. These people have a closed mind on the idea of what they want to believe. Nothing we can say is going to change their mind.
And you've come into their town where they're dealing with an incredible amount of stress. Their whole lives are gone. Their houses are gone. They don't.
Okay,
know
have you seen me walking and trying to oppose myself?
But obviously, you don't want to have understanding on your part.
Have you seen me walking around and trying to oppose my camera on
people? You only want people to understand where you're coming from and what you're doing, but you don't want to give 1 ounce of
They're closed-minded,
consideration
Polish.
to what he's going
They've made up their mind.
Wow.
Nothing we say is going to change their mind.
Wow.
We are literally hitting our heads against the wall.
Right. Wow, I get it because I've been through Katrina.
Who's
I've
we
been
though,
through
Eric? I wish
disaster.
you'd
So,
specify
wow,
that.
I do get it. Wow.
I'm not talking about you, Troy. I'm not talking about you, Troy. You know that.
Have you seen me walking around the town and opposing my camera and trying to talk to these people?
You just made an excuse about the guy losing his temper, and you want to just.
He came to me, okay? I'm sorry.
fact of the matter is,
It was between him and Dom. You went up to him. It was between him and Dom. It wasn't between you and him. You interjected yourself. It was between him and Dom. So let's get that straight.
No, he was passing,
Right.
and then he was shouting to me. So then when he came to
'Cause
Dom,
you got involved.
obviously your first reaction will be, right, to also come there and check what's going on, because you never know what can happen.
Okay, I'm gonna get off this panel.
I'm trying to figure out how this is leftist ideology.
Wizzy, I'm just gonna say good. I'm gonna say good night, and I'm gonna get
Good night, Eric.
I'm gonna say good night and get off this panel because this is like just pounding my head against the wall. So
Bye,
you guys
Democrat.
take care, have fun.
Bye, Democrat.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get off too because you guys can have fun, and dissect this as much as you can, and you can have your points of view or whatever it is.
Let's have a serious question, Agnes.
I have not felt
Agnes.
bad for 1
Agnes.
minute for whatever I have done and been in the
Agnes.
city.
And Agnes, don't feel bad. You guys did a great thing.
Agnes.
It's only criticism of at some point the cameras become, a thing for the people who have been, affected by this. And that's all I've been trying to say about what happened today. The other day I was talking about Jersey J in a very different manner, because it was about how people who had been attacking Jersey J for weeks and months were now all of a sudden simping for him and sending money to a group of people that they didn't know anything about. And that's where this criticism started.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, possibly it makes sense. I cannot interject in that because I have kind of ran my own thing,
I know.
Which I told you about, because I'm not willing to just trust people right away.
Yeah.
If I was going to do it, I like I said, I have had my plan, put in place in case, they didn't go through or anything. And also there was
Doxing
a
Grandma,
situation.
you get your ass up on this panel, because I don't know what you've been watching or what you've been hearing, but you're really, really off on your statement.
Well, anyways,
Agnes never answered my question.
I never heard your question, and I don't think I want to hear it because I feel like it's going to offend me.
So no, I've got nothing against you. I think you did a great job. You guys did a fantastic job. I've got nothing against you. What I'm saying is the in-town thing. All right. So if your house burnt down, and I asked the same thing to Eric, and he wouldn't He wouldn't comment on it.
Okay.
If your house burnt down and you're standing in your backyard, would you want a bunch of cameras stuck in your face?
I asked your question.
You can ask me a question all you want.
No, I answered your question.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I said, if someone who's renting the camera is giving me the house.
That's not an answer. That's not an answer.
It's an answer, honey, because
so
you know why?
You just want a new house. Just
If
like
someone, no, listen to me, okay? It's just a scenario. It don't matter. Okay, my house burned down, right? I have people who are coming, they're dropping, I don't know, clothes, shoes, plates, okay? And then, you know, they're saying, hey, you know, we have this awesome news station that has decided to do this for you guys. You know, do you mind if we're just walk around here and show what's going on? And would you feel like giving a couple words to the camera? And absolutely, I would do it without a heartbeat.
So
Same scenario.
And yeah, my suggestion is okay, designate one camera to show what Americans for America is doing.
You know, this is
Why
not
have
possible.
10 cameras?
It's not possible.
Why inundate them with cameras? That's my only statement.
Well, we have been everywhere with our cameras, and you know that. And there was many cameras where we have always went. And if you were going to do that anywhere and just say that you're going to have one camera, it's just not possible.
I kind of equate it to when I work with the homeless in our community, and it's the homeless families. And when we work with the other groups and they have charity events, the thing that they always ask us is, can we have a family come in, you know, talk and speak to everybody? And 9 times out of 10, the families don't want to go and be the center of attention. It's just because they're going through a lot. And even though it's like, hey, we're doing all this, we want to show everybody in the community because we're asking for donations for the help, you know, so we need to show the community what we're doing. And of course, the community is always going to want that personal touch of seeing the people that we're helping and whatnot. But at a point, you have to say, no, they're going through a lot. That's their privacy. And I understand you guys are out in public and all that. We are too, with the people we help, because we have to move them to different areas to get them the proper housing. So it's just things to
So,
consider.
all right. So it would have been fine if the local news and any other news would come and you know, get a material, you know, to show it in the TV, and they would walk around with their cameras.
I
And
have
then
seen it.
then that would have been fine, huh? Because, hey, you know, these are the big dogs, but the little dogs, nah, let's just tell them they're
Well,
fuck
the
ups because
mayor-
they decided to go and walk
Well,
with the camera and actually
No one said you were a
show.
fuck
But
up.
there's a
Agnes, did you
difference
see the
between
mayor
you and the
when the
news
mayor
crew,
went on?
Agnes.
Did you see
That's
the
what
mayor?
I'm saying.
Agnes,
Well, there is
did
a
you
difference
see the
between you
mayor
and the
when
news
he
crews.
asked the
Well,
cameras?
that's exactly
he
what I'm
said-
saying.
Agnes, did you see where the mayor said when Trump was there that we didn't want any more, that they didn't want any more press? The
No,
mayor
actually, I
himself-
did not watch that.
Yeah, the mayor himself said that when Trump was there. He said it in front of Trump, that he didn't want any more cameras there. That was from the mayor.
Well, so the event was put together for these guys, and these guys knew the bits and pieces of who's coming. So
I'm just telling you what the mayor said, and the mayor knows the
expecting it. And if they didn't want the cameras, they could have told us that. They
No,
could
I'm
have
just saying
pulled
the
us
mayor did say
aside
it. The mayor did
and
say
say,
it on national TV.
guys,
that Trump
can
was
you
Trump.
please
He did say
turn
it.
off the cameras because it's a lot for these people, and we would gladly do it.
Well, the
You're not
mayor
news
did say
people.
it. The mayor was very frank,
All
and
right,
he did
I
say it in
mean,
front of Trump.
Listen to me. I don't have to watch every single thing. I was on the spot, and I could have been told that.
Well, usually
I
if you bring a
wasn't.
group into the town to help in a disaster area, you contact the mayor's office. That's
They did.
protocol.
They did contact the mayor's office.
And that's good, but you live streamed everything and
so
you
you
want
know.
recognition.
I live stream everything because I had an agreement with people who donated. I was going to do that. I don't look for recognition from anybody. I have not once said
Maybe
one
you
word.
don't. Maybe you don't, but most of the other ones do.
But what? Why do I care about the other ones? I'm talking about myself and about the event.
Because
I'm not
you're
speaking about anybody else.
because
But
now
myself.
you're roped into the whole batch of the other guys, and you were the one with Dom when all that shit went down, when he told you to get the fuck out. So it's just
because it's a natural for a person with the camera to come up.
There's a difference between bringing supplies and helping
God.
showing the drop off versus staying and
All
shooting
right,
the
I
whole
don't
thing.
think we are going to resolve this. I just wanted to say my side of the story. You guys may not understand it, and I'm totally
we
fine with
appreciate
that.
what you did.
And what you think is what you think. What have I done? I will take it with me in my heart. And this feeling will never going to be taken away from me. And I'm absolutely proud of myself.
Absolutely.
And with this positive note, I'm going to
I'm proud of you too.
This panel. And thank you for the conversation. You guys have a great night.
I think you're a great person. Appreciate you helping them.
So it's interesting because like people like Destroyer and who else was it?
I can't even see the chat. I'm afraid to push a button. I'll pull a Troy if I push a button.
Yeah, Dave O here says you can't argue with success, and today was a success. What the hell is wrong with you people? Damn, always looking to condemn. Absolutely incredible. How is I'm trying to understand how it is that people aren't understanding. Nobody is denying.
We're all for them helping out. That was
everyone
fantastic.
is for supporting Ohio and the people of Ohio. Why is it so hard for so many of you in the comments to not understand that it's a criticism of the cameras, not what they were doing? Very big difference.
That's what they're not understanding. And if you've ever been in a
Mechanic Eric don't understand it, and neither does Agnes.
If you've ever been in a Katrina type situation where it's just bedlam, you don't understand it. You can't understand it. You absolutely can't understand it unless you're there to see it, unless you're there to see the destruction. Now, I understand this is a different type of destruction, but it's still all the same stressors apply. So I think that the whole divide that they're not understanding is that nothing wrong with gathering supplies, and chat and everybody else needs to understand that. That's not the problem. It's the problem of the cameras. You can go and show it and then put the cameras down and get to work.
I'm going to be honest with you. It's almost a little worse because all that chemical, just like somebody said at some point, I think it was even fucking Mechanic Eric. It just leaches, or Troy said it. It just leaches into the ground, and it's just, multiple people said it.
It's not even a question that they were thanked for doing what they were doing. It's not.
Absolutely.
It's not about that. Like,
I praise them for it, but they're looking for recognition. That's the problem.
It's the recognition that they're looking for with all the cameras and having that out. That was the only thing that was talked about.
Yeah. They didn't care about what actually got dug up, what was happening. There was machines here, there was machines there. I mean, and who knows where the hell they were. I mean, like Troy said, they should have been out of the danger zone or whatever. But it's just ridiculous. You can't talk to these people. They don't understand common sense.
Okay, so here's kind of the thing too. If you're in that movement, it's hard to look outside of yourself and take any kind of constructive criticism. This is a totally different objective than like covering the convoy. And if they're trying to get this out into their communities to see what's going on, that wasn't really their mission here. Their mission there was to deliver food or whatever product they had. Do your mission and move on. Polish Agnes was wearing a sweatshirt that said YouTube Polish Agnes. Well, that's self-promotion. I mean, I don't, whatever. What they did was a great thing.
I didn't even catch that.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, she was, and I don't have a beef with it. She can do whatever she wants.
No, hell yeah. Promote your channel.
Now here's a beef that I do have, and I don't know if Wizzy remembers me or not, but whatever. Anything that Jersey J is attached to is tainted. And he was wearing an Americans for America shirt like he represents them. I saw him receive an envelope on behalf of the People's Convoy in a fundraiser at a backyard at a political event in Virginia. That guy is a scumbag. And anything that he is associated with should be walked away from.
He's stupider than my broken my broken washing machine.
Well, if there's a grifter, his picture's in the definition.
Right.
Because if that guy brought in $3,000, he spent $200 to take to that place.
Yeah. Wikipedia says he's a moron.
And that's what started this conversation 2 days ago. Was I brought up what you said, as others were saying in other chats, who then shifted to, well, it's okay now because he's doing it for Ohio.
He's doing it for Jay. He ain't doing it for Ohio.
Of course he's doing it for Jay.
Yeah, Jay.
We all are aware of that. Those who pay attention. And he just, now that doesn't mean I'm against what people are doing for Ohio.
No.
Right? I don't know what the intentions of Americans for America is, but I know that when Jay's attached to it and he grabs onto whatever he can.
Well, it makes me question the integrity of Polish Agnes, Soup Mama, which again, I don't know any of these people personally. I mean, I certainly have more respect for some than others, but I wouldn't be caught standing next to Jersey J if I was Soup Mama.
No.
It's interesting, Destroyer, that you find it to be the same thing. I go out and I do my thing. I don't beg for money. I do get support from viewers who appreciate the hard work that I put in and the quality live stream that I produce, much like what you're seeing now here in the studio, which comes at a great cost for all the equipment. I don't know, like Destroyer, do you know what I have going on here? Have you seen the setup? Do you know what the process is? So I know where you're coming from with your comment, and we're talking about two completely very different things. In fact, one would argue, and one could show you, that I've spent a shit ton of money that was donated to me for live streaming to pay the expenses of live streaming and the equipment that it takes to live stream a quality stream. Not the kind of shit Jersey J puts out. So if you want to make the comparison, go someplace else. Go watch Jersey J. Support Jersey J. Maybe he'll spend the money that you give him for his live stream, for his value for value that he might provide you.
He'll probably use it for heroin or something like that.
Whatever he uses it for.
Excuse me.
Excuse
me. Can I say something?
And it's not for me to tell people who to support and who not to support. But I'm going to call out those people who one day are saying, this person's a con man, he's a grifter, he's, doing this for them. And then send money to Jersey J all of a sudden. I'm going to call that shit out because you're fucking hypocrites.
Well,
Bad News Bears, welcome to the program and the panel.
So Polish says that, her people want to see what she's doing with her money, but is there a login of how much money came in and how much money went out? I mean, I've donated to numerous streamers, including you, Izzy, because that's what I wanted to do. I didn't care what you did.
Thank you very much.
I didn't care what you did with the money. I felt compelled to support your mission. And if I donated to Agnes, I'm going to trust that she's going to do what she says she's going to do. So I don't need to go out and prove it.
Yeah.
But
when I was covering the TPC, early on, people tried to send me money for the TPC. I said, no, don't do that. Do not send me money for the TPC. Support at those points that they've talked about in their morning meetings and their what the People's Convoy organizers donate there. It does not come through me. I'm not involved in that. Right?
And
he's going on and, you know, trying to get money for Americans for America, you know, and representing them in that way.
And Jersey doesn't have
promoting
that
himself.
plan. Can I say something?
Yeah.
Was anybody? I was with American for both days in Hagerstown and Frederick.
Who's talking now?
I was with them helping out with loading up all the donations, and I even spent my own money to help out with the calls.
Mm-hmm.
If I know the whole story.
You know the whole story. He's got the whole story, Wizzy.
The whole story of what? Bad news.
You guys keep on blaming Jersey J. Jersey J was called and asked by the organization to film the stream.
So you're saying Americans for America asked Jersey J to stream?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to stream. Because
he sent the streams?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What's your point?
But you're bashing Jay for no reason.
No,
you guys need to talk to.
I gave plenty of reasons.
You don't. But you need to talk to the organization also. Yeah. But you have not even tried to call the organization, Wizzy.
I talked to Vince.
All the
I talked to
non-sayers.
Vince yesterday. I talked to Vince.
How many huffs you taking today?
And I asked Vince questions. That's how I found out that they were going to 248 North Market to drop off these donations, which we found out was called the Way Station Thrift Store.
The trench. What up, dude?
How's it going?
Oh, I'm sorry. Two separate things. This was the used car lot, a mile away from the wreck.
You ever think you're gonna pillow with me?
But the organization wanted Jay to film because this is for for money for the Americans was helping them, the victims of Ohio.
Sure. I'm
That's
not
what
surprised
they
they
was doing.
asked Jay. I clearly would imagine that they are aware of Jay, or what he's been doing, and if they're not aware of that, then that's it's too bad for them, because I think having Jersey J attached to your organization is a bad idea.
No,
he started out Friday.
Film. He did not spend no money at all.
Yeah, he started Friday by lying about why he didn't have a channel, but that's not here nor there. But it just goes to show his credibility.
No, I do have my thoughts on this whole grifter thing, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it, Trench.
I think that what people are using as a definition of a grifter is wildly out of control. I had somebody on my. I just got done with a live stream. I was just talking about this, actually, ironically enough, and somebody was calling me a grifter because I was going over ways that you could filter vinyl chloride out of water. I wasn't even trying to sell anything. I'm not even. What do you call it? Monetized. I'm not even monetized. And, yeah, one of the chemicals that was in the spill or whatnot.
Oh, okay.
There was several, but apparently one of the ways you can filter it out is with reverse osmosis and charcoal filters. So I was showing off some water filters, and people called me a grifter. I'm not even monetized. Wasn't trying to sell anything. Honestly, the best advice and suggestion I can give to live streamers is to embrace the term grifter. Now, whether Jersey J specifically was doing something bad, that's on him, and that's for his conscience to deal with. If it's people support him after that, it is what it is. Ultimately,
you tried to send the water filter to that one lady, Trench.
Yeah, she still hasn't gotten back
He was
to me.
trying to give it to her, gift it to her.
I was trying to give it to her. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
I know,
Tim
I
C.
know
Look
that,
who
yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
No, I did.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
did I
then
say
Lisa
Sal?
went
I'm
in-
sorry. No, you're
No, that's fine. Yeah, I
I'm
was going to
sorry.
send a $300 worth of water filters to her out of my own pocket, actually. She hasn't
Are you
emailed me
do
back
that
yet.
if
So.
Did you see Red's live stream last night and see what happened over there with Lisa?
I did
what
not.
that moron
No.
Say again?
I did not. I'll have to check it out.
I doubt you'll be able to see it, but
My point is, the people in Ohio right now cannot look a gift horse in the mouth. If people are making a profit off of this disaster, it's going to give people more incentive to help the people of Ohio. So,
explain that logic, Trench. I don't know that came out exactly the way you were hoping.
Yeah, I think I need explanation on that too.
Okay, look. Right now, if I go to Ohio to help in any way, shape, or form, I'm going to be out thousands of dollars in unrealized gains for my business.
I understand.
Okay. So I would have to grift, as they are calling it, by getting donations, somebody to sponsor me just to pay my bills. Okay. I would have to make a profit because I have a business. And there's a lot of people that have families and mouths that they have to feed. Okay.
Jersey J, hold on,
Right
bud.
now?
Jersey J doesn't have a pot to piss in.
No, I get it. I get it. I get it. And somebody's actually. I understand that.
That's Trench.
No, but I'm not defending it. I'm not defending anyone.
Hold on.
I'm not defending any one
Jersey
person
J
whatsoever.
is not a grifter.
Why are y'all so dedicated to bashing these people? I do not understand. Y'all been doing this for days. Days.
We ain't trying to bash or grift over here. All right.
Everybody has
the fact of the matter is
3
the
days.
fact of the matter is that
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
So
Why can't somebody
this
just
isn't
do
just
something good?
Beautiful day.
Why can't somebody just do something good and y'all be glad they're out there doing something good?
Okay.
They are.
So you want to go
the
there?
government hasn't stepped
So
in and
is
done their
Marcus
job.
doing good then when he's
agree with that
protesting as
statement.
a
for
sexual
fuck's
predator for freedom?
What was that, Ricky?
So would you say the same for Marcus Kopic?
I didn't say. I am not talking about.
Oh my goodness!
He
I
wasn't
know,
out there helping
but
people.
you want to make
I'm tired of hearing about the guy.
this thing.
Me too.
Sure, but everybody's aware of Jersey J and the things that he's done in the past.
Wizzy, you have something personal against Jay. I don't know what it is, but you really do.
He's made a loser.
That's fine. That's between you two. But
He's a
what about
fucking
the other
loser.
people?
It's
What
not
about the other
just,
people?
He's
It's
an
not
absolute
just Wizzy.
loser. He's been attacking me.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not. He's a
not.
loser.
Man.
Everybody has an opinion. You know what they say about opinions.
Look,
Everybody's got
Well,
one.
you're spouting yours, beautiful day.
Exactly, because I'm tired
Right?
of everybody griping and bashing people
You
who
for
are
some
out
reason
doing
heard
good.
you for some reason heard something very
Jersey J
different.
definitely
I specifically
grifted.
brought up Jersey J and the fact that he's flat fucking broke and he's using this group
How
of
do you know
people
he's flat
to
fucking broke?
raise
Do you know
money
his-
for Ohio and take stuff to
Who tells
Ohio.
everybody he's flat fucking broke?
Right?
You see his checking account? His
Say
bank
it again,
account?
beautiful day.
You see his bank account? You know he's flat fucking broke?
He tells everybody
live on
that.
stream, sweetheart.
Does it matter?
We watched it live on stream. So when he
Does
latched
it
on
matter?
to
If
the
you're not
teat of
giving
the
the man
Americans for
money-
America group,
If
what
you're
do you
not
think
giving the
he's
man
doing?
money, why do you care?
Do you need a bigger magnifying glass to see this?
No, because I'm not in everybody's fucking business.
Okay, my thing is, why are we focusing on one person? Look, why are we hyper focusing on one person when the problem
Exactly.
is in East Palestine? Who gives a damn
Right,
about it?
Grinch.
Okay,
Right.
seriously, I don't
Trench,
care about.
we've been trying that for the last 2 hours, bro.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
look,
but
I don't care about any one live streamer in
do I
general.
look like I
I
give
just want to
two
help
shits?
people.
What?
Let me change the cameras so that you can see the shits I give.
I think Trent.
Apparently you do.
Trent just got in.
Apparently I do.
Well, the other
Does it look like I
good
do?
people, whatever.
You've been spending a lot of time on it.
No,
Why are
she's
you
talking
spending so
about
much
the
time on it?
chats.
We've been on that for the last couple
You
hours.
probably aren't looking at the chat or the screen, but I had it up on the screen. G. Abbott's comment. But
Oh boy, what
I
you
don't
do?
care what the chat says. It doesn't change my opinion.
You have a right to your opinion, but if you don't give a shit about Jersey J, why are you spending so much time talking about him?
Actually, I wasn't talking about him. I was
You're the
I was
first one that mentioned Jersey J.
talking about the people who all of a
Wizzy.
sudden decided they were going to support Jersey J because
said that
Jersey J
yesterday
was
too,
helping the
but-
people of Ohio.
I'll
It's
tell
like
you what,
everybody
no.
becoming like big fans of Red because all of a sudden he's helping Ohio.
No, well, whatever. My point is,
do you understand or do you not understand what I'm saying?
I understand you have a right to dislike Jersey J. All you want.
It wasn't even about Jersey J. Jersey J was the person that's been attacked for months by these people as a grifter.
I understood what your point yesterday
and
about
all
that.
of a sudden they became giant simps for him the minute he was raising money to buy products to take to Ohio.
But why does that bother you? Who cares?
Because he's stealing from other people. If he was a sexual
you
predator,
know he's stealing?
if he was a sexual predator, would you want people to know about him?
These people, y'all are making huge accusations about people and talking
Hey,
about
ma'am.
people's incomes and all kinds of
Jersey
shit.
J has proved time and time again.
Ma'am.
Okay, look.
I don't understand why
That's
y'all
okay.
personally attack
If all
me.
we're gonna do is
Not for
I'm
nothing,
personally
ladies,
attacking him.
but until she came on, Jersey J was barely in the fucking conversation.
Well, you
I don't think I've
missed our
heard Jersey J in the
conversation
last 3
yesterday
hours.
because
Look, if
Wissy
I
and I
may,
talked
if I
about
may,
the same
okay.
thing yesterday.
I've been on here all
Look,
night,
guys.
and I didn't hear Jersey J.
Look,
I don't know
look,
who
guys, I'm
that
kind of
is, but
tired, to be
anyway.
completely honest with you. So I'm not going to be on here very long. If all we're going to talk about is Jersey J's, and really, there's not much else for me to
We're
say.
not, but that's
my
just
thing
the
is.
Okay, let's get off the J.
My thing is, okay, if a lawyer wants, okay, we're off of it.
Who is that jerk?
If somebody wants to talk about, like, if a lawyer wants to charge 30% for his or her services to help people in Ohio, that's all that matters. Okay, those people in those lawsuits can charge more money for the lawyer services. In fact, I just got done saying I would offer that lawyer 35% to help me in court. Okay, I literally just got done saying that on my own live stream. If I have to make like $2,000-$3,000 worth of profit every single week to go help somebody else so that they can get the supplies they need, then so be it. I'm going to look into loads going into Ohio myself, and I will make a freaking profit. It's part of my job just so that they can have food that they want to eat, because I've noticed that nobody wants to haul loads through Ohio right now. So why is it wrong for me to take a profit to do my job, to help people? The more incentive there is for me, the more I can help them.
Hey, Trench.
Right.
Trench.
They'll be bashing you tomorrow, Trench, by the way.
Hey, Trench.
But see, you're somebody that I would back, Trench.
You
I
have a
wouldn't back
business.
Jersey J.
Then don't
have a
back him.
Okay, Wizzy,
I
here you
didn't.
go again with the J thing. I thought we had moved past that. See?
It's
I
just,
mean,
look,
oh my God.
the problem that I'm noticing right now is
Oh
that
my
we're
God.
hyper focusing on. Well, like, guys, the problem
God.
I noticed within our group is that we're all hyper focusing on one live streamer or one or two, and then this word grifter gets thrown around like crazy, even to the
Right.
lawyers that are trying to help them when they deserve to be paid for their work. I'm not working for free. I would go out of business if I did that, and then I wouldn't be able to
Nobody
help
works for free.
anyone.
You
Exactly.
gotta wait. That's Trench. That's not what we're talking about.
And look, as far
That's
as
not-
the
that's not
cameras
what-
being
that's-
there from all the live streamers, I get it. Look, as far as the cameras being there from the live streamers, if they don't run those cameras, then nobody's going to support them and watch their content, and they lose incentive to be there. Then they can't help anybody else either. So honestly, the people in Ohio need to embrace these live streamers. You don't have to choose that one. Any live stream, doesn't matter. Whoever shows up to help. And get in front of those cameras, get your message out, because the mainstream media isn't covering this.
Right.
It's the grifters, quote unquote.
But what if their message was, we don't want any more cameras here? Like they've said, apparently.
Then Ohio needs to realize they're going to lose support. And that might just be one or two people that are saying that,
Again,
not East
like
Palestine
I
as
said
a whole.
yesterday, day before.
Maybe they don't need support.
It's up to them It's their community. If they don't want support and they don't want these things, ask them what they want. That's been
Honestly,
the point, Trench. Ask them what they want. Don't assume
then they need
what
to
they
put it to
want.
a vote. They need to put it to a vote. And they need to come together as a collective whole. That way, we're not just hearing one loudmouth or two loudmouths that are saying no cameras. Is this something the entire community wants, or if it doesn't want? Because I've been hearing nothing about like people being on the ground there, boots on the ground. They're saying they're getting nothing but love and support from the people in East Palestine. And then I hear,
Exactly.
How about
I hear about one or
10
two
fucking
loudmouths
years
that
and
don't
we
want
actually
the camera.
cared about this country?
Right, Trench. Exactly.
The people
So
are
it's
thank you for being supplies.
there are
That's
conflicting reports, is what I'm saying. And East Palestine needs to come together as a whole and vote if they want live streamers helping them or not.
They also
Because
have to
right now,
realize without the cameras, though, they lose recognition.
They may not even know the difference between a live
my
streamer and
God.
a news crew.
They
just
lose
fucking
awareness
think that
that
they don't
there's
want the
no
cameras there, right?
and this needs to be explained to them.
The mayor
by the
already
people who are
said,
on the ground.
we don't
Yeah,
want
if the
all you
mayor
people
speaks
here.
for the town and he says we don't want the cameras here anymore, go away.
Then they should put it to a
isn't
vote.
That the town speaking?
Well, then let
That's the mayor speaking. That might be a liberal mayor or it might be a very extreme Republican mayor.
The guy
and
that delivered
he's one
60
guy.
pallets of water
Now, Trent
didn't give
Trent
two
just
shits
made it
about
for
the cameras. He just wanted to
political.
get the town
Any of those
people their
people
water
today
and walk away.
complaining. I did not see anybody there complaining. They were very grateful. They were very appreciative to have people there helping them.
be appreciative
Of course,
There you
people
go.
are going to be
Did you see
appreciative
this
of
fucking hour
people
ago?
Say, y'all put the
bringing help.
cameras up.
You guys are conflating the two issues. There's two issues. One, there's no problem bringing supplies. That's never the problem. The only issue is the camera.
Right.
The mayor had already said
whose
didn't want
issue
cameras, that they
with
were
the cameras?
Detroit.
It's
Y'all.
just those two things, and y'all want to conflate the whole grifting, the whole.
Okay.
Who was complaining though about the cameras?
No, you guys don't
Apparently the mayor.
understand.
The mayor went on camera and said he was tired of the camera. They needed
Okay,
cameras to
look.
go away. Had stuff they had to get done.
Well, now,
Then what
I
people
agree with the mayor. I mean, but none of us live there. We're trying to speak for people. We're not there.
The mayor went on camera and spoke for the people.
I heard you. I said that. I heard you. That's great.
then what the people need to understand, the mayor needs to understand, is that if they want that help and support, the cameras have to be there.
Right.
There's just
It
really no
brings
other way around it.
awareness.
Unfortunately, there's
I've
no
helped
other way
cover
around it.
hurricanes,
Those
and we didn't
cameras.
have live streamers, and we got a heck of a lot done, and we didn't have a bunch of live streamers running around. The press came in, they do their stories, they leave, we get to work, and we get stuff done. We got a whole town built. We went into Waveland, Mississippi, and we fixed that place up. We got people everything that they needed. They were out of everything. It was flooded, the whole area. Homes were washed off their foundations. We didn't have a bunch of live streamers running around. We got the help that we needed because the calls go out, the major media comes in.
Just say it, Wizzy. Clip it. We didn't.
Why is
we did-
everybody?
He said we did not have a bunch of live streamers running around.
Why is everybody quarterbacking though,
streamers.
complaining about how everybody else is doing
After
stuff?
Katrina, after Ivan, after Sally, I've been through 3 major hurricanes. My husband's been through 5. Never
Live
once did
streamers
we have
don't
a
do
bunch
shit.
of live streamers come into town in order for us to get help. Help gets dispatched through your governor calling a state of emergency for the federal funds to get released that are our taxpayer
Why hasn't that
dollars.
happened?
Why has that not
Why-
happened?
Why hasn't that happened?
That gets
3
the federal
weeks.
funds released, then you can start coordinating and getting people in. Never once in all these hurricanes where it's utter destruction, no water, no power, no nothing. Your home is washed off your foundation. Everything is gone. Your clothes, everything is gone. We didn't have live streamers, and miraculously, we got help and we got everything done and things back to normal. So
How
it
long
can't
did it
be
take
done
to
without
get
live
help?
streamers. So saying that the only way
Race
they're going to
country.
get help
How
is by
long?
having a bunch of live streamers running around is false.
How long did it
Race
take
country.
you to get help?
Why is there no executive order? Why is FEMA not rolling out right now?
Up to
Why
the
hasn't that happened?
Because Biden's a
What I'm saying
piece of
is
shit.
you
That's
brought up
why.
the live streamers. You said that the people in Ohio,
About an hour and a half late for the conversation.
that if they're going to get help, the live streamers have to be there. That's what you said. And I'm saying it's really funny how we had Katrina, we had Ivan, we had Sally, we had
Executive
Frederick, we
orders,
had all these
emergency
major
mandates.
hurricanes that wiped out a whole towns, and we got things back to normal without
How
live
long
streamers running
though did
around.
that take you
There
to
was
get that
all
help?
months.
comes
It took over a month or two.
They
It came in. Okay, what I don't
did
think
it
you
within,
understand is the
you have to
reason.
sustain yourself for, you have to sustain yourself
Oh
for
my God,
72
she's as bad as
hours.
Lisa.
72
Race
hours.
country. I
You
think what
can't
you're not
do
understanding,
yourself.
what you're not understanding is that when those emergencies happened, immediately emergency declarations were declared. That did not happen this time,
Right.
which means
And
none
you
of
still
that,
don't
none
have
of
to
that
have
help
live
is
streamers
coming.
running around.
Right.
You need
don't
to
have
understand.
live streamers
You need to
running
understand.
around.
I'm in the area. I'm in the part of the country right now where I have access to the FEMA loads.
Okay,
I have
so
not seen a
people are running
single FEMA load.
You already
Not a
saw
single
one
one.
guy go off on camera because he didn't want people there. You've already had the mayor say that they didn't want the cameras
We've already
there. That
heard
after
this
Trump
3
was there,
times,
they
4
didn't
times,
work.
5 times.
I mean, the
We're
mayor,
going in circles. I
he
don't,
said that
like
in
I get
front
it.
of
You've got
Trump.
your,
He said that in front of everybody there
Oh my
helping him. He
God.
had a
then put it to a vote.
All
Put it to a
right,
vote.
We need a
Tell the town
solution.
to put it to a vote.
So instead of everybody complaining, we need a solution.
Look, the solution is quite simple. Long term, people need water to drink that's not in bottles. Okay, that's why I did a whole live stream right now about how to filter water. That's the long term solution. Additionally, farmers and stuff like that, they've got land. They've got to figure out what to do because it's completely poisoned. Okay, that is a farming community. That's serious things. No emergency order was filled. That should have happened day one. Okay, the moment that train crashed, before they set all that on fire, none of that happened. So then it's up to guys like me. Yeah, he was in Ukraine. So it's up to guys like me who have overwhelming knowledge.
bro.
Giving our money away over there.
What was that?
We already discussed digging that up. That should have happened. So the disaster happened February 3rd. We should have been digging that bitch up fucking February 4th.
And it didn't happen. They still haven't.
No, it didn't.
And these people need
didn't.
help. So what's wrong with people going to try
Don't
to help?
don't yell at me. Relax.
The difference
I
for
think
the hurricane and the spill, because we had a spill here too. A barge broke loose and hit our bridge, and our train derailed just right up in the county above me, and we had to go there and help with that. Now the difference with that is it wasn't a state of emergency; it was a local emergency, and you're working with the train company. So in that situation, you do get a little bit of a hand tying from the governor because it's involving a company. So it's not a natural disaster. So it can be immediate with a natural disaster, but when you have a company involved, then the hands do get tied a little bit more in being able to declare the state of emergency.
Okay, so then I got another
that
question.
Hold up the process because you're trying to deal with the lawyers on the company side because it's not a natural disaster. So now you got to deal with lawyers with billions of dollars behind them descending onto your town from the company that did the damage. So that ties up the whole process a little bit more than a natural disaster.
All right, so then I got another question then. Why does it feel like the governor or mayor or whoever, they're like intentionally slowing this process down more than it needs to be? They're intentionally bottlenecking everything, all the supplies, all the help. That's kind of suspicious to me, to be completely honest.
There's no reason for it.
Go back to how strong your governor is too. Like
There's absolutely no reason for it, Sean.
And then we don't have as strong of one. So sometimes that happens, and that here again goes back to your local authority and your authority at state level and whatnot. But sometimes it just depends. I mean, look at DeSantis. What did DeSantis do after the hurricane? I mean, that bridge going to Sanibel Island, I mean, come on. He got that so that people could go back and forth pretty darn quick.
In a few days.
Sometimes that depends on your governor.
So then I think that the authority in Ohio, there's some serious issues there, and I'm not going to trust a single word that he has to say about anything else because he's probably not doing what's in the best interest of his citizens. That's my honest to God opinion about it. Which is, if he's going to say something about live streamers, well, then he might be saying something that might actually be slowing down the help for some reason. That's extremely suspicious. These protocols are already in place, guys. Like, there's certain things that these emergency responses are already set in place, and none of them were followed. That's extremely suspicious. A lot of that has to do with the governor and the mayor in Ohio. A lot of that has to do with our federal government.
It's the company lawyers getting to the governor.
Yeah, and that too. Yeah, absolutely.
When you have that type of thing, you immediately have about 10 lawyers that are to send. Because when we had the
probably hundreds.
That's what we did an hour and a half ago.
When the barge hit the bridge, I think I would say within 6 hours, we had 5 lawyers there. By the next day, there were 10 lawyers on the ground.
Good Lord. Like, that's
The
nuts.
whole entire process down. Everything that you had sped up to do to get help, they come in and slow the whole process down. It's incredible to watch. It doesn't happen with a natural disaster. With a natural disaster,
government's terrible.
and instantaneous. And with a
And so-
field as a company, it's a whole. It's a
So then, can you think that it might be even just remotely possible that since the lawyers for these major companies have all their little fingers in both state and federal level governments, that when the live streamers show up to try to speed up the process of aid, the governor or mayor might say that it's a bad thing that they're showing up to try and slow things back down to buy the lawyers more time? Is that possible? Because I think it is.
I didn't hear the governor say anything about live streams. He might have. I did not hear that.
Or at least the mayor.
Say it.
Yeah, at least the mayor. Is it possible? My question is it possible that he's bought off by some of these lawyers?
Did you watch?
No, I didn't have time, to be completely honest with you. I had a very busy day today.
You might want to watch his clip. It was when Trump was there. They had the fire department there. They had the police. They had all the first responders. They had the people bringing in supplies. They recognized the organization. I can't remember the name of it. That's there in the community. That's organizing everything. I cannot remember the name of the organization that's coordinating all the supplies and getting people what they need. Can't think of the name, but. If you watch that live stream not live stream. If you watch that press conference, you'll see what the mayor said.
Yeah, I just think that it's dishonest, to be completely honest with you, and I think there's some really shady stuff going on. And I think for whatever reason, these lawyers from the rail company I think the lawyers from the rail company are using political pawns, such as probably the mayor, to try and slow down aid, and that's why they've been going so hard against all of the live streamers.
The mayor is not
Hot
in
take.
with the lawyer. The mayor.
Mayor, governor, I'm sorry. I get the two mixed up. I apologize. It's been a long day for me. I'm sorry.
Once that
But-
happens, it's up to the governor. The mayor is out of the loop.
One second, y'all. 1 second, y'all. So we got another guy, Wizzy. We got another guy that doesn't understand what this stream is about. So Trench doesn't understand what the stream is about. It's not about people live streaming. It's about where they live stream.
Legally, as far as where they're live streaming, they're allowed to do it from public. You can't stop that. That's freedom of speech. Now, as far as
I understand that, Trench. I understand that, Trench.
It's about etiquette. There's a little bit of etiquette that could be applied.
Yes. Thank you. And like, being respectful to the residents. I totally agree. And if the live streamers are overstepping their bounds,
That's
then they
what this stream is about, Trench.
Yeah, no,
So
I get it.
you're spewing a bunch of bullshit that nobody really cares about, to be honest with
Exactly.
you.
Like,
we've gone over that 2 hours ago. This stream has been going on for a while. You're new to this stream. So let me tell you something.
The
That's
audience
already been
rotates too. I'm
handled.
getting a lot of positive results. Responses on the comment section too. So you got to understand, people will watch for like 5-10 minutes and then they just turn off the stream. So if something was said an hour ago, a lot of the audience probably missed it. So it's okay to repeat certain things. Holy cow! I see 97%.
Wow. 97% just came in, and Troy's back. I'm sorry,
Troy's
guys.
back.
I had to run off. I wanted to talk to my son real quick. So I'm back, though, but I'm watching and seeing. I wanted to give a thank you to CowGal27 for the super chat, and McFly. Thank you very much for the super chat. You guys are appreciated very much. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you.
Tim C, as far as like, yeah, go ahead, Troy.
When you was talking about the filtration and stuff, you've been doing some research and whatnot for the vinyl chloride. What about dioxin?
Yeah. I still have a lot more research I have to do. Vinyl chloride
that's the tricky part.
The big one.
Vinyl chloride. That's the thing. Vinyl chloride. Now that's
it's a carcinogen. It's
whatnot in the ground.
Yeah.
But the thing is what's affected the topographical area, I guess you'd say, is the dioxins. That's what's also in the water. That's what's killing the fish in the streams. That's not where the leach is.
I have to assume that there's got to be a way to filter out most everything. I have to do a lot more research. That like I didn't even know what a dioxin was until I heard about it like recently. To be completely honest,
Well, you ain't gonna be able to do it tomorrow.
I'll try and do it tonight, but I can only cover but so much in one night. It's been, guys, I've had an emotional day, like y'all wouldn't believe. It's crazy stuff. But the thing is, all of this can be researched online because there's emergency protocols for everything nowadays.
Right.
There's got to be
the problem is
out of water one way or another.
I don't care. I don't care if you research it.
Why dioxins is so much of an issue? One, besides it being deadly, besides it's the way it settles and how it goes into water. You know, it does not dilute in water, and there's different variations. You know, where vinyl chloride has certain protocols, MSDS and studies and whatnot. When you start dealing with dioxins, though, it's almost gray areas. That's. I was just curious, because I know about it. That's a difficult aspect of the cleanup, in my opinion.
Well,
you can research it tonight, but you can't clean it up tomorrow. Is what I'm saying.
Has anybody looked up, like you guys are saying about the vinyl chloride, but whatever other chemicals were spilt at the same time? Now, when the two mix, that creates a whole different chemical. And a whole different reaction.
That's your dioxins. That's the bad stuff. I mean, you had hydrogen chloride, I believe, was one of them.
That's the multi-billion-dollar question. We don't know how all of this is going to react with each other. Now, as far as
that's the kicker,
we can filter it. Yeah, we don't know. I can only do what I can think is best on like an individual chemical basis because that's what our emergency protocols are in place for. And I'll research dioxides.
What I'm saying, Trench, is that you researching it doesn't do any good because there's companies that know about this stuff, and like I said, I'm not trying to be a dick, bro. You're an hour and a half late. Like they could dig this stuff up. They should have dug this shit up.
Yeah,
on February 4th.
They should have, but now we got to still move forward, though, right?
We have to move forward. And now, if I can only speak about what I would do personally. I can't give advice for anybody. Entertainment purposes only because YouTube. Okay, what I can say is what I would do if I know I said the disclaimer, Lizzie. I can say what I would do if I had a home in that area. I would look into very specific water filtration systems first. Okay, what I found out about vinyl chloride is that the biggest concern is that it aerates even in the water as you are using it for your dishes or to wash with. Okay, so they're more concerned about you inhaling it than they are about you ingesting it in water, apparently. So that's the research I was able to do just within a few hours today. Either way, the best I could tell is there's aerated water towers you can set up, water tower filtration. Go check my live stream. I said all this. Activated charcoal and reverse osmosis. That should get most everything out of the water. You might not be able to clean up your entire community that way, but at least the water coming into your home will be a little bit better. As far as the dioxides, we got to figure that out. We don't know.
Okay.
Why are all these major companies like not testing these things right now and all the chemicals? That just blows my mind that they're not doing this right now. But these water filtration systems, I can get up for like $150 to $300.
So, Trent, you realize like when
if we're buying that kind of water filter, it ain't taking that kind of toxins out, bro. I'm telling you that right now.
Okay, the chemicals you're talking about, and when they go into a water supply, whichever chemicals are in that water supply, now when they mix up with the chemical that is going in the water supply, changes the whole chemical property. It could be nothing, or B, it could be dangerous. So it's not just looking up that chemicals that were on the train. What are they mixed with? What was in the soil?
Who knows?
It goes into so much things that you just look up one MBS and think you got the answers.
There's no way to know for sure what's in the water supply, but the least we can do is what we have access to right now. And right now, most people have access to big water filtration systems that should get 99% of most toxins out, at least. That's what most of them are.
Not those toxins, though. Not those toxins, though.
Now, do they have?
Can't narrow down if you have chemicals.
You got to look at the actual chemicals. It's not.
Yeah,
when
because
you have stuff like
Troy, you're falling apart again, dude.
because like
my
let's
bad.
say that their water supply has fluoride in it. Fluoride changes the chemical disposition of the water supply. So now
You can
when
get
it's mixed with
chloride.
this
You can get
chemical,
you can get chloride and chlorine out of water. Charcoal is
I'm talking about,
amazing stuff.
I didn't say chloride. I said fluoride. Some water
Yeah.
systems have fluoride in it, and that would
Oh,
change the
fluoride.
composition of the chemicals.
Yeah. You could probably filter out fluoride too. All of this stuff can be researched online. And again, our modern home water filtration systems should get most of these chemicals out. Should. No guarantee that it will.
Not those kind of chemicals, though.
If I had a home in Ohio, that's where I would start, though. What else can you do?
Well,
you got to start somewhere.
But it's not going to do it.
From there, after I had my water, this is what I would do. If I had a home in that area, I would immediately buy a water filtration system. I would set it up. I would have the water tested before it gets into water filtration and after it gets out. All of this can be done. Okay. In fact, I remember going to a hardware store and they would have done this testing for free. You can get it tested on both ends, before and after the filtration system.
I did that in my town, bro. Dude, it's chemicals. It's a whole different ball game.
They can test for these chemicals, is what I'm saying. And from there, you can do additional filtering.
And those filtration systems cost people $3,000 plus. That's not a normal filtration system. That's not a reverse osmosis filter.
But why
But why isn't anybody talking about it? But like nobody's even talking about it though. Like we got to start somewhere. We got to start with basic filtration and then move on to the advanced stuff. And I haven't seen this anywhere online until I start talking about it today. Nobody's talking about water filtration. They're just talking about the groundwater being poisoned. Like we need more conversations about how to filter this water. You know, we're never going to get all this out of the groundwater for the next 15 to probably 30 years. But at least I can have a home that might have slightly better water. I don't know. That's where I would start. Nobody's talking about that. They're just talking about how sad they are that their water's poisoned.
When I had a water system,
you missed the whole first half an hour, a whole hour and a half.
Like my water came from a well. Let's go back 20 years ago when I was back in Ontario, and I would bring my water in quite frequently and get it tested. For the one reason is because I was in the middle of it was farmland, and there was a lot of different chemicals being put on the farmland, right, to clean out, I forget the name for it, bugs, whatever. And so, I mean, there were times that my water wasn't safe to drink, but it was all free. How come this isn't free, being it's a disaster?
No emergency.
Nobody said the water should be free. We should ship them water.
Testing the water should be free.
The problem is we can only ship us so much water because a lot of water is bottled in the entire Northeast, and the entire region of the country has been affected. And I'll be honest with you, the water that comes out of Texas, it's basically filtered sewage water. I'm not even joking. I've been to the plants. There's only so much you can't take a shower with bottled water. You can, it's hard. I've done it, it's hard. You can't wash dishes with bottled water. It's not practical. I brush my teeth with bottled water, you know, but I'm more of a survivalist. If you're in a home, that's really hard to do. I'm not going to do that while I'm at home. Why would I? Why would I use up all of that bottled water that might have come from a contaminated source anyways, which most bottled water actually is.
I have my water tested. I have filters all throughout my house. And I have a reverse osmosis filter just for cooking. But that's not the point. It's not going to take out the toxins of what is going on in Ohio. The point is Ohio is not going to get that back because the government took too goddamn long to dig everything out. And they're just, I don't know what the fuck they're shipping. They're shipping dirt to fucking Texas, and Texas is telling them, fuck you, get out. and it's a whole fucking shit show. But there's nothing helping anybody in fucking Ohio. I mean, we just had a discussion with some of the live streamers that went to Ohio, and they got yelled at, whatnot. And which they should. Don't you want recognition? Go fuck yourself.
So has anybody checked out what is the danger of these chemicals at diluted state? Because by now they're diluted.
Oh, it's bad. It's all bad. It's all bad. The fact that it got diluted is not going to help. It's just going to spread it over a larger area, and it's going to have extremely...
the amount of tons that were let loose. It was like something like 30 tons.
No, it was more. It was.
But how much was
every train cart? Every train cart probably hauls over every train cart probably hauls anywhere between 50 to 80, 90 tons. Just to let you know. I can haul. Maybe not that much. I'm sorry. I can haul 45,000 pounds, 45,500. So that's y'all can do the math on that. My brain's a bit frazzled.
Okay.
Long day again. But still, do the math on tonnage. That somebody can do it for me, please. I'm just having a brain fart. But still, those rail carts are about twice the weight of my entire combined motor vehicle for one train cart. And there was several that spilled. Several tons. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's diluted. It won't matter.
But what was you're saying this train car can hold 1,000 tons. Did the train car spill?
I apologize. It's not going to be 1,000 tons.
No, wait a minute. It didn't spill 100% of its load. What was the spill ratio? Because it wasn't 100% of a spill.
We're never going to know that because they burned it all off. Yeah, they burned it all off. So we'll never know what the spill ratio was compared to the burn off ratio. It's impossible to know. So they didn't dig up the soil, so we don't know. Yeah, so we honestly, there's no telling how much actually wound up in the atmosphere versus how much wound up in the soil. No way to know.
Because that's what the train holds. That's not what the spill was. There was a spill, but what is the percentage of the spill of the train? That should be what you guys are looking for from the train, the rail company. What was the percentage of the spill?
It's 30 tons.
It wasn't empty. It wasn't a complete 100% spill. No spill is.
The train that took over was 30 tons from what I've seen.
So then that's how much they either spilled or burned off. We'll never know how much compared spilled versus burned off. No way to know. But all we know is that 30 tons of that stuff
they would know based on what they have recovered.
Yes.
I doubt they recovered any of it because from what I understand, they burned it all.
Well, then it was 100% spill then.
Okay, yeah. Then that's fine. Yeah, I would agree to that. Either way. Either spilled into the ground or burned, doesn't matter.
There's safety precautions put on stuff like this, that if a rail car does tip over, a percentage will spill, not 100%. It's not like the whole side of the car opened and everything spilled out. And even if they did a burn on it, they didn't do 100% burn. They burnt what was in the soil, not what was still in the car. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do have some information as far as filtering.
But I'm wondering, are those records public? Like, how do you get a hold of those records? Because there are records for that.
Yeah, Wizzy, if you want to screen share, I do have some information from Water Filter
Jackass is, he can go fuck himself.
Pardon?
I didn't quite get what you said there, man. Sorry.
I said whoever Jackass is, he can go fuck himself.
Oh, I can't see the chat. Because, see, I deal with...
I can't either. My girlfriend sitting next to me, and she said something. Somebody said some shit.
Yeah,
it's nice to hear you have a girlfriend, man. But yeah, I'm reading this on dioxin specifically since that question was asked. This is from waterfilteradvisor.com. It says, how do you remove the contaminants from drinking water? Granular activated carbon, GAC, is highly effective in removing dioxins below their MCL. That's the minimum safe level, I suppose. I forget the terminology. This is among the mostly used filtration media today. because of its efficiency in eliminating various water contaminants. Activated carbon is the most of the modern water filtration units sold on the market. You can keep your family safe from dioxin and other potential contaminants in your tap water with a reliable water filter system. Again, this is from waterfilteradvisor.com, and I had it up on my screen, but that's fine. So there's got to be ways that we can filter this. Again, like I thought, activated charcoal. There's got to be a way to get all of this stuff out of the water one way or another, whether it's you got to boil the water, whether you got to reverse osmosis, 5, 6, 20 stage freaking filtration systems, who knows? There's got to be ways to at least have your inside of your home taken care of. And we need to get word out to the people in this area and the entire affected area about this. Okay, even if you can get just the vinyl chloride, well, at least you're getting the vinyl chloride out of the water. If you can get the dioxin out, then at least you're getting the dioxin. Like anything at this point in time is going to be better than nothing for these people. And it even talks about, this website even talks about what the minimum safe level is, which is apparently 30 ppqs. That's pretty small, but that's actually bigger than what vinyl chloride is, surprisingly, from what I looked up earlier. So there's ways to do this, guys. We can come together and get this information out to the people who need it and get them more than just bottled water coming out of the sewage of Texas, which I'm drinking right now. So, it is what it is.
They had a big meeting with Erin Brockovich, the whole community meeting, and it was packed, and Erin Brockovich was there, and she was going into all the things that happen, 1 year out, 5 years out, 10 years out, the things that they find from what she knows about chemical spills and what happens. So she was giving them some insight. I would imagine
Who's this jackass guy?
they would also have people.
From my ex, that piece of shit bitch.
I would imagine they also coming to tell them at those big meetings, also to tell them about filtrations and what they can do. Because that's usually when you have a big community meeting, they're going to go over all those things of what they can do.
I honestly would not be surprised if they didn't say anything, to be completely honest. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't. They're probably more concerned about liability at this point in time than anything else.
Yeah,
but it's
money
already
comes first.
I mean, they know that they know. So when they were having that, I mean, Erin Brockovich was going into what the chemicals are, what they do 5-10 years out.
Yeah.
So they've got some knowledge from that meeting. I don't know where what the meeting where it was, but I think it not last night, but I think it was either Thursday night or Friday night. I could be wrong on my dates.
As far as Mona saying, how do you remove it from the dust?
How do
you have to dig it up. Mona, so somebody in the comments section, Mona was saying, how do you remove it from the dust? I'm assuming the dirt, the contaminated dirt. That's hard. I mean, you really can't unless you dig it up and bury it.
That's
like,
what my
they were
job
supposed
is.
to dig it up. Oh, that's your job? Okay, well then
Yeah.
you would be the expert. I would love to know. I know a lot about water. I don't know a whole lot about dirt. So by all means, please tell me.
I'm health and safety for an oil and gas company, and we have to, it's called reclamation. So say, for instance, if I have an oil well on your property, and now I've drilled all the oil out of your property, part of that agreement in a contract is I have to put your land back to the way it was before I put my well there. So I have to clean up all the oil, all the chemicals, all the dirty water out of that soil. And you
What do you
can
do
do
once
it.
it gets what do you do once it gets below the water table though? That's in the ground.
By rights, it's not below the water table. We cement so that it doesn't get into your water table. We put cement. I'd have to explain the whole oil and gas, like a drilling thing to you, but there's a cement that goes in first.
Are you talking about frac sand?
Not a fracking. It's a cementing before an oil, before a well goes in. Yeah. And then fracking is what you do afterwards. If you can't get the oil out, and then we'll go deeper, we'll frack. It's a whole system. But like, say for instance, we had a problem at a company. We were always going into courses. So there was a slow leak into the soil. and nobody really gave shit about it because it was a slow leak, right? It was nothing. But you put 10 years on it, now you got a problem.
Yeah.
So that slow leak, and I can't even say the area where it was in the States, and it went 3 counties long was the contamination. Now, when this company got busted for it, they had to do a reclamation on it, which took up to 2 years and $9 million to fix it. So
how do you do reclamation on the? How do you do reclamation on the entire northeastern seaboard? I don't think that's possible.
No, well, you see when there is an oil spill and they'll go in with the Dove soap and there's special materials like cloth things you bring in. And it's almost like, say you got oil in your sink water and you get a paper towel and you swoop up all that oil at the top. It's very similar to that, but you're never going to get 100% of it out.
Right.
Yeah.
But isn't oil different than the chemicals that were spilled?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
like
very different.
The environmental damage is a lot different than oil is.
Yes, because you're dealing, like you guys said, there was a burn off. So you just changed the whole chemical disposition of that chemical spill. Because now they put it into a burn, which changes. So there's so many different mistakes that was made with this that it's a huge mistake. And everybody's going to lie to you because it's all about the money. It probably is going to cost billions to fix it. These companies aren't going to put that kind of money out.
Well, it's probably going to cost trillions, like tens of trillions. Let's be realistic. This is the entire northeastern seaboard we're talking about. This is big.
Yeah, and what you're doing right now, like doing research. How do you change the composition of this? How do you clean up this? Personally, myself, I would do the same thing if I lived in that area. And when I looked at the cost of everything and how long it takes and what's the risk, like the health risk, I would move. That's what I would say.
Well, see, the problem is a lot of these people don't even have the opportunity to move because their houses are basically worth zero now. All of their properties worth zero.
And that's what the railroad or Sunoco, whoever's responsible, should be taken care of without question.
Yes, but that's going to be
a more expensive neighborhood.
And but this is going to be at least 5 years.
Right now is it's right now you've got the governor and
I got these assholes on chat fucking saying I'm retarded. Fuck you.
Who is that? Who keeps getting picked on over here?
You've got a power struggle now with big money behind it. The governor doesn't have big money behind him, but the corporation has a ton of lawyers and a ton of money. The governor only has a little bit of money and a little bit of lawyers compared to the company. And that's where all of this gets bogged down of getting the help to the people because now the lawyers are involved. So the state lawyers and the corporation lawyers are now all fighting. That's what's going on behind. That's everything you don't see is everything. Because whenever we had developers come in, and just with a city council, as my brother-in-law being on the city council, just dealing with a developer coming in and wanting to put in a Walmart, all the stuff that happens behind the scenes with lawyers, the city lawyers, the state lawyers, and then the company lawyers, it's crazy. So and that bogs down so much stuff for the people.
Yeah, and we can see, and like go ahead. I'm sorry.
Trent, I was just going to say, I think there's another issue here, and probably even a bigger one. Whoever made that decision to burn that product is going to be held culpable because that was a wrong decision.
I hope that they are.
And
that would be the company who owned the product. That would be the company who owned the product. Because when you guys are talking money, think of the. Well, if it was my product and my company and you burnt it, you don't only owe the town money, you owe me money because you just burnt my product. So usually you have to just give the go ahead And who are these companies who own these chemicals? Are they billion-dollar companies? Who own the
I've
chemicals?
barely been talking. Why is everyone want to boot me?
Pardon?
I said I've barely been talking. Why is everyone want to boot me?
Honestly, I wouldn't even pay attention to the comment section, dude. It can be cancerous at times.
No, it's my girl. My girl's
Yeah, I
watching it.
invited James. I invited James up here.
Yeah, James is a joke. It seems like.
Yeah. No, I've invited him up to, be a part of the conversation.
That's also
Just a
another
troll,
set of
man. Trolls be
lawyers.
trolls.
Another set of lawyers
But I
that
think
got involved is the company who owns the chemicals. Their lawyers are also involved. So you've got the train company lawyers, you've got state lawyers, and then you've got the chemical company lawyers. They're all battling
and
right now.
we've got the lawyers for whoever decided to burn the product. And it was local that they made that decision. They were afraid they were going to blow up. And so it was said in one of their news conferences that a small group of them made that decision.
Then you probably know
Yeah.
more than me. I'm not. Yeah, I haven't
Well,
paid
I'm
attention.
trying to
this
hear
part.
all the broadcasts, what they did publicly, and I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that's why they don't want news there, because so far they're not providing with what the people need. And I'm pretty sure it's because they're all fighting about who's responsible.
I think that the reason why they don't want live streamers is because they're scared that the live streamers are going to uncover something. We see what happened not that long ago. Y'all remember how 2020 went? We see what happened where there was just people were being silenced like crazy. There were certain things I couldn't talk about without getting fact checked. I feel like the same thing is going to they're going to try and have the same thing happen now. The thing is, because 2020 just happened, the government's not going, and these major corporations are not going to have as much power as they did before to silence people. So look, as long as these live streamers, as long as they're not filming people coming in and out of porta potties, because that's a bit inappropriate. If they're in public and they're not doing anything inappropriate, I don't care. Let them see what they can find out. The more eyes we can have on this entire situation right now, probably the better. And when government officials and politicians are big lawyers for these companies that are responsible say that the live streamers are hurting people rather than helping, I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all.
Did you see them do anything like that today? I didn't watch every live stream all day long, but I didn't see
I was a bit busy, so yeah, I didn't see anything like that happen. And if it did, well, then it just got caught on live stream. Caught you in 4K, buddy. So I'm not worried about that. What I'm concerned about is what just happened in 2020.
To hide, though. At this point, I don't think there's anything to hide.
There's everything for
we
that's
know
just,
that
that's just
the thing caught on fire. The train was on fire before it derailed. They know that. They know the chemicals. They know everywhere it's gone. The lawyers are fighting. What's being hidden is the fact that the lawyers are fighting, and you're never going to see them in public. They're always going to be in the behind the scenes, but that's what's being hidden. What the lawyers are saying, because the lawyers from the chemical company to the train to the state, they're all pointing fingers because they're trying to figure out who's going to pay out, because those people do need to be moved off that land. They do. That's the bottom line, and they know that. Everybody knows that. They know it, and they are pointing fingers to figure out who's going to split the bill.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if you think that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, when you're talking about the live streamers and what they can uncover, and then you're talking about lawyers. Lawyers are just fighting in court. They're saying words. Now, this is really weird because I always thought Corinne was a little bit of I don't know, a weirdo at the end of the day. But the other day, if you watched her live stream, when she went down, you just take a stream of the crook, and the construction workers I don't know what those workers were kicking her out and telling her she wasn't allowed to film that water. Now, that's a live streamer that just caught something big on stream. So those live streamers running around town looking they're showing different stuff. They're uncovering stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, they showed that the other day. They're putting fresh water in there. They're bringing the trucks in that have the fresh water on them, and they're putting.
Is that what Corinne was? So that's the stream that Corinne was showing?
No, that
was
was
the one sandbag. That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
that they're gonna call the cops
Part
on
of
her.
it is, though, part of it you have to realize, if a live streamer goes where there's construction being done, if they have any type of machinery and they're working any type of tool at all, they have to say, hey, we can't have you here because of safety, because now they're going to be in another lawsuit if Corinne or any other live streamer got hurt in an area. Now, I don't know what area she was in.
Okay, obviously,
one thing.
Yeah, you didn't see the stream I'm talking about. There's no machines. There was just Corinne in a film or
Oh,
in a
you said they
field.
were working, so I thought they might have
No,
been
there
working.
was
here's the
two
thing.
workers standing there telling
Here's
her
the
to
thing.
get lost or they're going to call the cops. So
if Corinne entered an active construction zone and she's not supposed to be there, then she's trespassing. However, if
hey
it's
guys,
an
forget
open,
I said the word construction. Okay,
yeah, if it's open to the public, we need as much scrutiny on these people that are doing anything boots on the ground as possible. That's my opinion. Because then because then what happens is it does seem like they're trying to hide something, and if they're not right now, this needs to be every freaking angle we can get on it needs to be out there. Because what's going to happen is, like, here's the thing. Do you think that 5 years from now, if the live streamers didn't show up, that the people in East Palestine would get any payout from these lawyers that are, from the companies that are responsible? I don't think so. If it wasn't that the entire nation knows about this because of the live streamers, they're going to get a higher payout now.
Corinne's right there.
Yeah, she looks like she's standing right next to a construction zone, unfortunately. So she probably shouldn't be that close. It's a safety issue.
No. Okay, that's not the
She's-
stream I'm talking about, though.
It's not.
She's in a field, and she's walking up, and there's these two ladies, and they're on the road, and they're telling her, "Don't stream, or we'll have to call the cops." And then, of course, Corinne, she's gab, and they agreed with her. Yeah, that is, but it's when she's further back.
Okay, so if she's in the area that is, if she's not in the area that's taped off, then she's fine. But it looks like she's in that area that they've taped off.
Yeah,
Kind of looks like they taped off that entire sidewalk.
Yeah, so Corinne is a goofball. She's probably somewhere she's in the bed.
You see where that tape is right now? Clearly, that sidewalk is off limit right now for safety. So she's probably standing somewhere she shouldn't be. Now, if that's not the same video, oh no! Oh, look at that,
No,
she's
that's
not.
That's not the stream
Look
I'm
at that.
talking about. This is in the town.
well-
She's further back, and she's just showing the water. And the one lady, she's in what looks like construction gear, and she says to Corinne, "I agree with you. The water looks like shit." She was on Corinne's side, but she could not say too much because she said, "I don't want to lose my job. I have a family too." But no, it's not this one. I didn't see. I don't really watch a lot of hers. She was the only one on. I end up catching that one. But who is that?
Somebody should interview.
No idea.
Yeah, I got my phone upside down because I'm charging it.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like she was standing outside the construction zone there, so I stand corrected. Just couldn't really tell.
Yeah, the one I think she's in the field walking up to a creek.
Fair enough. I mean, if it's a public field, then fine. She should be able to film there.
Yeah, she's been all over town. I don't even get why Corinne is, of all people, to be in this area. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just this whole thing is just terrible. It's all terrible. All right, guys, I'm getting.
Is she from that area?
No.
Oh,
I do want to see this video though.
Yeah, I think this is the one.
She's by the
Is she on private? Is she on?
trucks?
Yes, she's in a field, and those are the two ladies that she's going to talk to that you see in the elevator.
Is she on private property?
It's public from what she
Documenting
says.
history right there. So you guys can see it. This is where the incident happened with the chemical spill in East Palestine, Ohio. Now listen, you can say whatever you want to say about this. I never censor, but it's very important. I'm not using the specific words because you have to decide what you think happened, because there's many different versions of what could have happened or what you think could have happened.
It looks like a pretty long video.
No,
Yeah,
it's
once
22
you get
minutes. I'm
that-
gonna get to the good stuff here. See if we can find
Yeah,
where.
once you get close to the two workers, they start giving her shit.
Oh, jeez. That looks like oil.
Yeah, that's the water. And all they did was
Jesus.
put one sandbag is apparently going to fix this problem for them.
Wow.
I mean, we don't really have another time. Do we have any other time? I know, with all due respect, there is a point, though, when you have to stand up for righteousness, and I've lost everything, too, and I understand, but I'm saying at one point I have to stand up for righteousness.
But then there's also a right that you lost everything, and how would you want somebody else to?
I would never want you to lose everything, but there is righteousness, and that's what Nazi Germany happened in Nazi Germany. People wouldn't stand up and say, no, I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to do what God would want me to do, and God would want the public to know the truth about what's happening.
And
I don't know if God believes in revenge. I'm not sure. But you're very kind and sweet. Thank you.
Actually, the Bible's very clear on that.
is that right there at the railroads? I can't tell.
What's your point?
Like, we're not trying to be dicks to you, honest to God. Supervisor, I don't want nobody arrested. I think it's wrong too. Take pictures right there, but you're gonna get us in trouble.
I would never get you in trouble.
Did you not hear what just happened?
What just happened?
Do whatever you know. What? Do whatever you want. I don't care anymore. Do what you do. You already say it's wrong.
So they were saying they would get in trouble. if
Calling the
they-
police
they
for what?
didn't
What did I do
clear.
wrong? I'm not yelling. Thank you. Got it. Josh, what do you want me to do? You live here. What do you want me to go? Okay. All right.
Well, you can look right there. The water's got film on it. Supervisor calling the police. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Wow.
Wait, what did you say? The water has what on it?
You can look right there and see how fucked up the water is.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All the way down the road. It's right there.
I just wanted to see the main crash site. I mean, I don't think they have the right to. Do they have the right to arrest, Josh?
No, I ain't fully drive.
So they're saying that just looking at this water, you can see the water's messed up.
Look right by that sandbag.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you. God bless you. Peace. I would never hurt you. I would never. No, I know. I have a responsibility to the public. You would want me to do this for you and tell the truth if something happened. Yeah. First Amendment free press.
They're not going to be here all night.
Okay. Thank you.
They got cameras or nothing we can get around?
I don't know what they got back there. I know here.
So apparently they're in some area. It seems like that they're not permitted to be in. Perhaps it's closed, and then that's why this is going on, or what these women
Wait,
are
so
saying.
how can you tell the water's polluted?
He said something about coming
How do you know the
back.
water's
I'm wondering
polluted?
if maybe it was because they had the construction
What do you look
trucks
at?
coming in and out, so they just had to clear the area.
You can
for
see the
that.
pollution?
But then they come back later.
These two women just admitted the water's shit. So that little
What do you
tidbit
see?
there is something.
My
that
number?
maybe
917.
could be used in lawsuits.
Okay.
And that's not much. Dreamer, friend of all people, uncovered.
Who was that was just talking?
Oh, Cindy, our
Oh, hey,
97.
Cindy. 97. What?
Yeah, that's
what was it you were saying?
Apparently, everybody's hating on me over here.
Trolls gonna be trolls, man. Like
Tim, you should embrace that.
I don't. Yeah, they can all go fuck themselves. To be honest with you.
Yeah. No.
Excuse my
I wouldn't
language.
worry about it, man.
I'm not.
That's
because they're a bunch of useless fucking bastards.
How are you guys being chat?
You just click on.
I have
So
YouTube
are you on
open.
an iPhone or what are you on?
What are you on?
I'm on a phone. Usually I'm on a PC, but I'm out at the field today, so I'm on my phone.
Yeah.
I've got
so
3 separate devices right now.
Yeah. On the bottom of your screen, you should see a tab that says chat that's next to your camera and your microphone control.
Okay.
Tap on that. And then when you get there, go up to the top and click on comments.
Oh, it does show the comments that way. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I
was
don't
just
have
using
that on my
YouTube over on my phone.
I don't have it on my phone, but the new girlfriend's the one that's telling me that everybody's talking shit.
I haven't seen anything all that awful, but you know,
No, it's not awful.
Some people don't like you having. Some people don't like you having voice, but anybody's welcome up here to have a voice and be a part of the conversation. So, you know,
she's getting upset, and she's like, "Well, why are they talking about you like this?" And I'm like, "Don't worry about it. You know, don't give a fuck. You know, it's all because of the ex. You know, it's all people that deal with the ex."
Right, James.
Honestly, Tim, like. That's why I just keep telling people, like, when they try trolling me, they say, "Oh, but you got to agree with me on this. You got to agree." I don't care. I don't care. I'm here to talk about one topic and one topic only. I don't care about anything else.
James,
It don't matter. Simple as that, man. Like,
what do you disagree with that Tim has said?
Huh?
I was asking James what he's disagreeing with you on.
I don't know. She didn't say anything about James. She just said that people were telling me I was a piece of.
I think maybe it might be the gruffness sometimes. Maybe it just comes across gruff. I think that's all.
okay, so you're not their flavor of Kool-Aid. Fuck them. I mean, seriously, like, I wouldn't worry about it, man.
Yeah.
They can find somebody else to listen to, but they seem to really love you. Honestly, the more comments they leave you, that just means they love you even more, buddy.
I ain't fucking worried about it. I don't give a shit.
They like it.
Yeah, they
just like you did. Not for nothing, Trent, but you went on Rooster's chat and told me I was harassing people. So, I mean,
dude, that's all water under the bridge, man. I'm like, oh, I am. I know I am, but that's all water under the bridge. So don't care about any of that anymore. I just don't. You got my number, man. You can text me later.
Did y'all hear they're gonna take the dirt that they're
yeah, but you give people a portrayal of somebody that you don't that's not actually true. So that's the problem. Like people like you don't seem to understand what that does. Like people people that like you look at me and think that I'm a fucking piece of shit. So you can't say shit like that about somebody you don't know.
I mean, you and I have talked, man. I mean, I figured we already kind of worked everything out between us.
But that's not the point. But all your fucking followers don't know who the fuck I am.
Okay,
and you don't know who I am. So the fact of the matter is that you spew a bunch of bullshit, just like Wizzy does with fucking Ant and all them motherfucking guys. You spew a bunch of bullshit, and everybody doesn't like me for some stupid fucking reason that you don't even know. You don't even know me.
We've talked. I know who you are. But the thing is,
you don't know anything fucking about me. All you know is that Ash talks shit about me. All you know is that Ashley talks shit about me. That's all you know. That's all you fucking know. You don't know a fucking thing about me. So you go on fucking Rooster's chat and tell her Mods, he's harassing people. I'm not harassing nobody.
Is that who's speaking right now? Is that Tim or Tom?
So you need to fucking, back your shit up too. Because I'm not gonna fucking do this bullshit anymore. I got no problems.
Why are you so worried about what other people think of you?
I'm not worried about what everybody thinks of me. I'm worried about you fucking making shit up. You and Ashley and all them other fucking people making shit up. That's what the problem is. Just like mainstream media. You're just like mainstream media. You make shit up and you fucking roll with it.
Dude, I've got like 1,100 followers, man. I'm nowhere close to mainstream. But look, man, we're here to talk about what's going on in Ohio. Can we let bygones be bygones and figure out how to help these people? Because I'd appreciate it.
You got it,
okay. I appreciate it, man. We can talk later. Because I have a feeling you're probably drinking right now. That's cool, man. Have one for me too.
I can't.
I can't.
drink. No, I can't drink.
You can't. Damn.
No.
That sucks, dude. Oh, yeah, you've told me why. I'm pretty sure I know why. That sucks.
Yep.
I was gonna say have one for me because I can't drink right now. I'm in a truck. But jeez, that sucks. All right, well, what else we got to talk about here in Ohio? I mean,
well, we got to dig that shit up.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably too late now. I mean, they got to dig it up, obviously, but like damage is done. The time to dig it up was like an hour after it happened, you know?
Damage is
Somebody
definitely done.
they had already taken some of the dirt, so I take it they've already started digging some of it out. Is that, from my understanding, that it was taken to Texas and Texas said they didn't want the dirt, or am I getting that wrong?
Why would they take it to Texas?
That's what I heard too. Yeah.
Why?
I don't repeat me. I'm asking because I don't know if that's true or not. That might not.
I have no idea.
Okay, I was just curious if they have started calling.
I would like to know what the protocol is after you dig up the dirt. Because honestly, that I don't know. Like, what do you do with all the contaminated soil? I mean, I'm assuming you just have to rebury it. Like, I don't know.
So,
well, it's kind of like where did we take all this stuff from 9/11? Remember all that debris and stuff, and it somehow.
Well, that wasn't. That was a little bit different. The jet fuel was all burnt off on that. This is a little bit different.
They wind up taking like all that building debris and stuff that they hauled out. Do you know where they wound up? I know I heard it being put on
they burn it and make more metal off of it. They burn it and make more metal off of it. The concrete gets like ground up into more concrete.
Gotcha.
And the jet fuel is all burnt off. As far as 9/11, so like all the metal, they just burnt down and put in more metal.
Oh,
here's how they rolled it into town.
Wow. God, I missed that.
But as far as the environmental disaster in Ohio, what they would typically do is something like that, is you get a controlled area, and you seclude it and you start burning it, or you let it sit and extract the chemicals from it.
Oh man, I'm a cry. Wow. That will never get old. But like, why?
You're gonna have to jump down and run over there and get him over there.
That's incredible.
I should technically jump down and run over there and meet them, but I didn't. But I should, and I will, and I should.
Goodness, the trip.
I wish I could have been a part of that. I really do. I couldn't. But like, does everybody watching this live stream right now understand the significance that a convoy full of random people and live streamers literally beat FEMA and everybody else to Ohio? Like that. That's incredible.
Were they the first ones to bring any aid? Because there's tons of water and other supplies there. So it's not like
okay. Yeah, I get that, but
they're the only
they
ones,
beat
right?
FEMA. But they beat FEMA. And they're a bunch of
as we talked about
grifters.
earlier, though, FEMA wasn't involved with any,
Yeah.
And they're still not. Like, where are they at?
Right, because that's the Federal Emergency Management
That's what I'm saying,
Agency, and
Yeah, I
The
thought it had to
significance
be
of that
declared a state
is-
of emergency before FEMA could get involved. So that's why FEMA.
Well, and you got to remember, Joe Biden said no to FEMA to begin with, and then changed his mind when he found out Trump was going there. prior to that, he was on record as saying, no, we're not sending FEMA.
Kathy,
So,
something's
yeah,
going on with
I
your
guess
microphone. I don't know if it's your
really?
headset or what. Yeah, your volume's
maybe I
turned
should-
all the way. Your volume's turned all the way up, but it's very crackly, and I'm suspecting it's the whatever you. What kind of headset are you using?
I wasn't using it. Maybe I'll put it on. It'll be better, maybe.
Yeah,
Let me
try that. It may be your connection. It sounds more staticky, like it's a bad microphone versus a bad connection, like we were having with Troy.
Yeah, so I just got to say something. You know, when
Let's
somebody
see.
said how
Nope, still bad, Kathy.
the
Okay,
soil
I'll go
was
out. Try it
being,
one more time.
Go ahead, 97. Sorry.
yeah, so you know how somebody said that the soil was being shipped to Texas? So I remember in the beginning they were saying one of the train cars had polyethylene, I think, and that is a chemical that's made to make plastics with. So when I used to work in a plastic factory, and a lot of we would call them pellets, and we would get gaylords of them shipped to our factory, and then they would go into our machines, melted down to make plastic parts for cars. Now, the main supplier of that plastic pellet came from Texas. So I'm wondering, did they ship the soil to Texas because Texas would know how to draw this chemical out of the soil? I'm not sure. But that just, I don't know, clicked on me that
Someone's saying in chat that water went to Texas, not soil. So I don't know. Like I said, I'd heard somebody say that, but I didn't know if that was the case at all. And then someone in chat is saying no, soil didn't go, water or something else went. So I don't know the whole Texas thing. I'm just not. I was asking because I was just trying to clarify.
Yeah, because it made sense when they said Texas. It's like that one chemical would have come out of Texas because it does come from an oil supply at the end of the day. And that is where it's produced, and then it's made into pellets and then shipped to factories to make everything that you know that's plastic in your life.
Through oil. They use oil for running those plants.
Yep. Oil makes the pellets. Pellets makes the plastic.
Yep.
Never can get rid of oil, people. It's here to stay. Unless you go to steel, wood, and glass, oil's here to stay.
Well, anyways.
Man, I wish I could have been a part of all that.
You know, that could have broke me up, and it sort of did it.
Or no, what?
Sorry, Wizzy, that's like really, really loud in my ear. Yeah. I couldn't hear anybody else over it. Thanks.
Interesting.
It's probably my headphones, dude. I got noise canceling. That, man, I'm not gonna lie, man. That video watching the convoy road through just gave me goosebumps. You know, made me want to cry.
It's good to see people helping, without a doubt.
Yeah.
This is what we should be doing as Americans.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you have to give credit that there is something bad happens and a group of people say, hey, let's get together and do something for these people. The sad thing is, like, I don't know, Jersey J probably pocketed 75% and 25% went to the town.
Well, here's the thing. Most of the time, Jersey J was promoting Americans for America Foundation cash
Right
out.
there. Yeah.
So he does not have any control over that money. So if people were donating to this group, then that's where the money went.
Good.
Well, as long as he was promoting theirs, I suppose. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's a little something. It says the EPA on Friday ordered the train's operator, Norfolk Southern, to halt shipments so that they could review companies' plans for disposal. Adding to the controversy, sending the crash that has also left residents of the town worried about potential long-term health effects. Officials in Texas and Michigan complained they did not receive any warning that hazardous waste from the crash would be shipped into their jurisdictions for disposal. Shipments now will be going to 2 EPA certified facilities in Ohio and Norfolk Southern will start shipments to these locations Monday. EPA regional director said some of the liquid waste will be sent to a facility in Vickery, Ohio, where it will be disposed of in an underground injection well. And then it looks like some will be going, the solid waste will be going to Heritage Incinerator in East Liverpool, Ohio. So there's a little bit of information.
So they're going to burn it again. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Well, they probably have a
okay.
way of burning the stuff, and controlling and keeping
Properly,
the off gas whatnot controlled, right? It's burning it out
That
there in
is
that field, which they
unbelievably
apparently
difficult.
felt was the best option at the time, rather than explosion. Right, is what the claim is.
Right.
So,
right. But somebody was saying they could have let off pressure without burning it, without dumping it.
That's what I was thinking. But like the only way that I know that you can capture any type of particulate when it's getting burned is the same way we do in our semis, and that's with giant ceramic filters. Something of that scale is going to need a big freaking ceramic filter. I seriously doubt that they're going to stop contaminants from getting out into the air. These filters are not reliable.
You don't think that that's a plant that's designed to do just that?
The filters are not reliable. Now, granted, maybe a plant might have a better filtration system than a semi.
Right. I feel like we have places in this country that, to deal with these types of things and
it's unbelievably expensive though. And when I say it's expensive, a semi filter costs somewhere between $15,000 to $25,000 for a new one box, which is where the filter is stored. So for a facility to burn this off, we're talking it's going to be in the millions, if not billions.
Yeah, but probably a plant that produces that chemical that knows how to do a proper burn. And normally, it does cost billions, but that's what these people make. It's all about the money, right?
Okay, the plant's already there. It's already there. They already spent the money, but still, there's money involved in this. It's not cheap. And I don't know if there's a guarantee that they're going to be able to get 100% of it. So who knows? I mean, we'll have to look up more about that facility for sure. And I'm sure now that they made it that press conference, all eyes are going to be on that facility. So, we'll see how it goes. I don't trust mission systems.
It was interesting in that meeting that Aaron Brockovich was in, that one attorney was saying he'd done a lot of homework on this. And he said that same railroad had a dump over there in New Jersey. I think he said back in 2012, and or somewhere around there. And but he said they didn't burn it, so there was a bit of a difference there. But this isn't their first rodeo. They've had these spills occur with this product a number of times. The other thing I read today is that they were overweight in their car loads.
That wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Oh, yeah.
Every once in a while, you stick a few extra pounds in there.
They don't exactly have weight stations like they have for semis. I mean, how are you going to scale out an entire train? That's kind of hard.
In the same exact way, wouldn't you, Trench? I would imagine they have yards
Pretty
that they
much,
roll
yeah.
into and weigh the trains or.
They do have scales technically,
Here's the
but
challenge for you, Trench. I
Absolutely
forget who
do.
the driver was that had one of the flatbeds that on his trailer he could tell how much weight was on it from the scale that's built into the trailer.
oh, I have one. Yeah, I actually have one of my truck and
What
trailer.
is that? What is that?
Trains are the same way.
How
This
does
one's
it
called
work?
it's called the load scale, and it works off of airbags. It works off of how much air pressure is in my. The thing is, and the rails cards, they actually do they have these giant scales. Now that I remember correctly, the problem is,
why
do
doesn't
they
each
get a
car
ticket?
have a scale or
Why
like,
don't they?
Well, here. Just based on what I know in car 23, owned by Aztec, I think the name of the company was something like that, which is owned by Sunoco. If they're filling that trailer or the car, the train car, the tank, I had a picture of that up here a minute ago. This is a website that sells these tankers, right? If you know what the tanker holds in gallons, 30 plus GP, 30,000 tank car available for lease, built in 2012, right? If you know how many, this one has a tar weight of 61,800 pounds, load limit, 201,200 pounds. So there's
Say
there's
that number
your limits
again.
there. Wouldn't
Say that
you
number
know
again.
what?
200,000 pounds.
Well, it says 201,200 pounds. So 201,200 pounds load limit.
I can't be over. I can't be over 80,000 pounds max gross. My load is usually around 45,500.
Right.
So
and I understand that, but these are train cars that run on all steel. They're not running on rubber, right? But this one has, approximate load limit, approximate. I don't know. It says 201,200 pounds. That seems high to me, but but you would know based on the gallons. It's 100 ton. It says.
Here's the thing, Wizzy. Every different type of liquid chemical.
The amount of cars too.
Yeah. Every different type of liquid has a different type of weight. For example, diesel has a different weight than water.
Right. Exactly.
Vinyl chloride would have a different weight. They should know the atomic weight of these things when they fill it and how many tons to load onto that cart.
Absolutely.
So if they were
that was the point that I was making.
Yeah, so if they were overweight, there's no excuse for that.
Responsibility of the owners, not the railway, right?
There's no excuse for it.
There's no excuse for it, right? But the railway is picking up this, adding it into the chain of cars, right? And so there's obviously accountability someplace.
Yeah, so the owner of the liquid that was filling the tankers would be responsible for the weight they were loading into the tanker.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So now they're involved.
Right. Can this one be overloaded at 100 tons? Could you fill it with more than?
You can always fill it with more. Yeah, absolutely. Trust me.
Someone said there was. Someone said there were sensors to check the brake, the brake and the bearing temperatures.
Yeah,
I've
never seen that. Is that possible?
Yeah, that's possible. I actually had to look that one up. I didn't know that. So what they do is they put
all over the cars.
On the side of the railway, there's infrared thermal sensors and a bunch of other sensors that can detect basically heat. Now, those sensors are built into my axles. I have 2 of those axles on my semi. I know when my axles are running hot. On the train cars, because apparently they were designed
rear axles on your tractor or on the trailer itself.
On the tractor, I don't have any on the trailer
because that can change based on the load. You're not running your own trailer.
Right, if the tractor axles are getting hot, the trailer axles are probably getting hot too.
Okay.
But the thing is, the railway, because their carts are made in like the Civil War era. Apparently, they put those sensors directly next to the tracks or literally in them, and they detect heat. And what they do is they broadcast it via radio to the conductor, and there's a voice that says, train 125, everything is okay, or train 126, problem, error, overheat, like something like that, and like a robot voice.
Right.
That's how that works.
They
Apparently,
have sensors that are checking the train cars that are
and apparently
mile,
one
2
of them,
miles, whatever behind them.
yeah, and apparently one of those sensors went off before the crash.
Those attorneys again had researched that, and they had gone over 3 of those sensors. The last one, or the second to the last one, registered 107 degrees hot, and they had set the emergency thing to 117, so it didn't blare off, right? The next one and the final one it hit, the temperature reading was 253. And that's when all the sirens and bells and whistles went off and said, stop the train. But they were still 30 miles out from town.
That's crazy.
It took 30 miles to get into town.
Kathy, I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is going on with your...
That one's terrible.
It's really bad. So I'll get a little math on this real quick. This train car here is a 25,500 gallon tanker.
That's a lot.
At 8 pounds per gallon, that would be 204,000 pounds.
So a little thing, Wizzy, for safety's sake, they always overbuild these things for what they're rated for. My semi can hold way more weight.
Right. 3 to 1.
It's not.
Right.
Yeah, it's not safe, obviously, but
just like that truck. It's rated for 80,000, 30,000 pounds or something like that, and I could probably pull 40.
Yeah. But obviously there's reasons why we don't do that. The thing is, like, if I pull into a weight station and I am overweight, even though I didn't load my truck, I get put out of service until that load gets fixed, or I got to pay $1 per pound overweight. Why isn't the rail company responsible for that? Are they? Like, who gets the ticket? Granted, the company that loaded it should have loaded it correctly, and Lord knows how long they've been getting away with this. But at the same time, the rail service should have their own scales on the tracks. They should have known this.
Was it overweight though? That's questions I have. I haven't seen news. I'm not trying to mess with you, French.
That's word on the street. I'm gonna look that up.
Okay, I'm believe me, bro. I'm not trying to just like start trouble with you or nothing. If it was overweight, that's fucked up. That's a bad situation.
The train company lawyers are going to try real hard to blame it on the chemical company. That's going to be
potentially, potentially from what I'm understanding is it may actually be the owner of the car, the individual car, being held responsible for the maintenance of their train car, being the number 23, car 23, that, the bearings overheated and caught on fire, could potentially be responsible for the entire derailment.
Yeah. Yep. So that's when a strong governor that knows law can work through those blockades, because the lawyers can do so much doublespeak that it will spin your head and you can't find a way forward for the people on the ground. And that's where those back room, if you've ever sat in, like, it turned my stomach. We had a huge developer coming in.
Read the Fox lawsuit that the lawyers for Dominion tried to argue.
Oh God, Dominion!
Right? Look at that.
Well, we had a company coming into our town, and they were gonna be tapping into our water. They were gonna be taking over one of the farms and sitting in. I didn't know at the time. I didn't know really how city politics work. I was young. I was very early on in my brother-in-law deciding to run for city council on a whim, because the guy that he was running against was all about developing all the farmland around here, and we were trying to conserve some of it, but also working with the developer. So he ran. And I sat in on one of those meetings. Now, granted, back then, I didn't really know what was going on. Looking back on it now, Oh my God. It is, nobody wants to take responsibility and everybody wants to put the costs somewhere else. And then when you finally get down to a resolution, somebody else comes in and just sideswipes the whole thing. It's the most, it's a literally a den of vipers when you're dealing with lawyers, of developers, and a city lawyer. It is the most toxic environment I have ever witnessed in my life. Politics is
Yeah.
just so, politics and corporations working together in a community, it gets very dirty, very dirty, very. And the people that I never thought could be bought off were the very people that were bought off first. The people
Yeah.
that I thought, now here again, I was young. This is going back 20 years. So I was young back then. But oh my gosh. And then to see the people that I thought were the biggest jerks, the biggest assholes in town that I hated dealing with, turned out to be the very ones that you couldn't buy off. It was the trippiest thing. It'll blow your mind. But those back room where all those discussions take place, it's wicked. It's very wicked because it's about money.
Yeah, Dan.
It's always about money. It's always about money.
Yeah, because the company
And
is
that's,
not.
that's where this whole thing started. Is them, you know.
Right.
I'm not going to say the grifting thing, but they're out there trying to do a good thing, but then they go above and beyond, and then they start, oh well, let's show you the town. The town don't want you to see it.
Yeah. I was around when Deepwater Horizon, we were on a motorcycle trip and we were in Florida there when I'm sorry, not what the heck's the city? I can't think of. And we saw the effects of the oil coming up and all the dead fish, and it was tragic. And BP was responsible for that, and we ended up being on a car carrier with some of the BP people. In fact, it was the PR crew showing up to handle and deal with what was going on. And they pay a small price for that, right? They pay some cleanup, but they make so much money. They factor all of this in
Right.
to what they're doing.
For the $100,000 they spent, they made $1 million.
And your oil companies that are smart also have a company that does the cleanup. So they make the money when the state hires them to do the cleanup.
Yeah,
so it's
they
the
own the
same
cleanup
oil
company,
company
right.
have a cleanup company, and the state hires that company to clean come in DC. Like it's
Isn't
I didn't even think of that
That's so
part.
That is so messed up.
It's like being your own competition.
When you're in these backroom deals, that's what that's like sweetheart contracts. If you've ever witnessed a sweetheart contract with politics, it's all trust me. I said I would never be involved in politics, and then I met my husband, and his brother decided to run for city council 25 years ago, and that started my journey. And oh my gosh, it will turn your stomach. It's awful. It really is. And I'm in a small town. I'm not in a big town. Now we are by the water, so we get a lot of people that come here, and we have a lot of growth, but we're still relatively small, and it's still at this level. It's dirty. It's dirty.
Well, you know how it works, because when Wizzy was just talking about the BP Horizon one, I was at that time with one of those companies involved in that. And what it is everything's proprietary. So we're not giving you anything. So whatever your smarts can do and you can dig up, you can figure it out, and you can have a class action lawsuit, have a lawyer. We hate lawyers. Do all that. And if you can find it, maybe you can find the answer to it, but we don't give it up. It's all proprietary because it's all about the money at the end of the day, and it's millions. But we will say who was at fault, and did you say BP was at fault, Wizzy? I thought it was somebody else.
I've got the NOAA site up right now. Deepwater Horizon oil spill settlements, where the money went to. Clean Water Act, Restore Act, Oil Pollution Act, and criminal statutes led to $20.8 billion settlement, largest in U.S.
Yeah.
history.
Yeah, and it was
Wow,
a
that's a lot of
BOP.
money.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it was a BOP problem, but that was
So how much actually went to the affected people is the question.
It put a lot of fishermen, oystermen, crabbers out of business. A
well, the
ton.
sad part was how many people died.
Now I'll take the people in
Yeah.
chat talking shit about me. I don't give a shit. They can all go fuck themselves. But the fact of the matter is that, like, what of that money actually went to people, or actually went to clean up? It probably not even half of it. I guarantee you, not even half of that money went to clean up for any of these things.
Well, here's how the money was allocated, Tim.
The cleanup was the first thing that went on because everybody has to look good, so you clean up your shit first.
Now
Then
I
you
can't
get
tell
into your
you our area.
mitigation.
We're on the coast. I'm on the Gulf Coast, but I'm not right where we weren't as affected as like the New Orleans, Louisiana coast was, but we still were affected. And in our area, I can tell you a lot of the restaurants did get a lot of the money that came through BP. They did. I don't know about individual people. I only know from the aspect of some of the companies because where my husband works, they work with a lot of restaurants, and a lot of those restaurants, because tourism and everything went down, nobody wanted to eat the seafood, and most of our restaurants around here are seafood restaurants. So they did get business loans through BP. I don't know how they did it for the regular person, but they did eventually get money for that.
But a loan. So they had
it's
to pay it back?
Yeah, it's interesting
that
how they break this down because it doesn't seem, I don't know, my math skills are not the best right now, but maybe it's all the points. So it's 1.8 billion, 35% went to a direct component managed by the U.S. Treasury for natural resource restoration or economic improvement efforts in the 5 Gulf states. And then you got 30%, 1.6 billion went to the council selected restoration component, region-wide restoration effort. Another 1.6 billion went to the spill impact component, planning and implementing approved state projects, programs, and activities. I don't know. This all sounds really questionable.
What was the first one? Was he
the direct component? It's called, which was 35%. 1.86 billion. So
see, that's probably what went. That's probably what went to the people.
Yeah, I just asked my husband about the restaurants and stuff, and he said no, that was a payment that wasn't it was not a loan. That was a payment given out to the restaurants.
Workforce development and job creation.
That's it. Workforce development. That's it. That's
mitigation
it right there.
of damage to fish, wildlife, and natural resources. Implementation of federally approved marine, coastal, and comprehensive conservation management plan, including fisheries and monitoring.
When you break it all down honestly, it's not a lot of money. Just like we did earlier with the Ohio thing.
Yeah.
It's what they did. It's peanuts.
Right.
It's nothing.
See, the thing is, for them, it's nothing more than the cost of doing business, and all they're going to do is raise their prices, and they're still going to make their money. Just like probably the train company
and it costs us money. Just like you're in the trucking business, Trench. So when they raise the price on your load, you raise the price on your driving.
Yeah, the problem is they have a monopoly, and I don't. I'm competing with 3.3 other million drivers. They're competing with 2-3 other rail companies.
No, I get that.
You know,
you can pick and choose your load to get the better price.
Yeah,
just like the G's. Part, yes. You know, I deal with the G's. I mean, I know the G's.
I know.
So you can pick and choose your load. If you don't like the price you're getting, you're not going to take the fucking load.
Yeah, I know.
But you know, think about this, okay, Trench. I don't know if you've ever come across this scenario. So say if you're in an accident, okay, your truck goes sideways, you wipe out 3 cars, 3 families are dead. What's the first thing that whoever you're loading your load, let's say your load is a Walmart load, What's the first thing they do? They do damage control. How to protect us from this problem. What kind of money? So at the end of the day, it's all about protecting us. Keep your mouth shut. Let's make us still look like sweethearts when all this shit's going
I
on.
think Trench is liable for that load.
Yeah, I'd be liable for that load and the accident.
That wasn't my point. I was just saying what happened.
Yeah, that would be on Trench's insurance, not like a Walmart's insurance.
Yeah, that goes on me. Oh no, I gotta pull up the live stream again. Hold on.
No, my point was how big companies handle catastrophes.
Y'all may think I'm stupid, but I'm not.
No, not at all. I don't even know who you are. I'm just hearing your voice, but I'm saying what I was trying to say is the first thing is how to protect us, the company, to still look good.
Yeah, well, the company he's hauling for he's hauling for him. He holds his own insurance to haul that load, or whatever the case is. Whether he owns his own trailer or whatever, that's besides the point, or whatever the case is. But that's all on him. Just like me driving down the road. I mean, unless you're driving a truck that's branded Walmart or whatever the case is, Walmart's not going to carry insurance on it.
Okay, wait a minute here. Now I'm saying he pulled up to Walmart. Walmart overloaded him. Therefore, he got in that accident because Walmart overloaded him.
It's up to him to know that he's overloaded. Yeah, it's up to him to know that he's overloaded, and they know that they have sensors in the trucks. Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Trent?
I do, but not every truck does. So my truck's 2012 and it has sensors, but you can move
the carrier, and you can move the trailer tires to sit
they
position
slide
a little differently.
That's sliding tandems. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Tandems.
So
Yeah.
for me, I've been doing this for a long time. So if I know that the bill of lading says that it has a certain amount on there, I can kind of tell pretty easily if they actually overloaded it or if it's close. I've been doing this for a long time. But we also have like weight scales and stuff like that you can go to. CAT is obviously going to be the biggest one.
You can feel it too when you pull off. I'm sure you know when you're fucking. Normally, you know when you got a heavy load compared to a light load.
Yeah. I mean, I could tell just by driving. I could tell where the weight's at. That I can pretty much figure out because I've got years worth of experience. The problem is driver retention. Most drivers don't last more than a month or two in this industry. We have over a 100% turnover rate. So a rookie driver is probably not going to know this. But for me, I've been in here 12 plus years. It's just part of my lifestyle at this point in time. I haul the same loads over and over again. Not much changes. When it does, I notice. The thing is, like, when you have a 2 mile long rail cart, you can't exactly do that. But that being said, like, audits can definitely verify if this train was overloaded. They can be audited. And they should be. Like, if that hasn't happened yet, like, my God, what are they doing? They need to account for every single drop of every single chemical that came out of all of these plants that were involved. And if they do that, either something's going to show up missing, or you're going to have an excess in another plant somewhere else, wherever it was being delivered to. Like, we can find the paper trail on this.
Well, there's definitely a bunch missing. It got burnt into the air. But
well, yeah, obviously. But I mean, like, their chances are they were probably doing this for a long time. Is my point that I'm trying to make. So there should be a very extensive paper trail. Like, even if you're only loading a 1 ton every single day overweight, like over the course of 2-3 years, you're going to show some missing. And there's going to be a plant that's going to show a little bit more than they should have. All the math.
Maybe it's going to beat that track up a little bit more too.
Well, yeah, exactly.
To cause that derailment, so those tracks get warmer and those bearings get hotter, and it could have been a slow decline to a bad situation.
Absolutely, it causes more wear and tear on the equipment. That's why I don't haul overweight. I don't care what a broker says. We'll pay the ticket for you. No, you're not. You ain't paying the maintenance on this truck.
Yeah, I'm posting in the comment the link to the NTSB website, and their preliminary investigation is posted on the
I'm
train
gonna pull
derailment. But
that up.
listen, y'all, I can't thank you enough. This has really been a lot of fun hanging out with everybody and doing this. I have to get to bed. I have an early day tomorrow. But it's been great fun, and I appreciate everyone who's been up on panel having this discussion. Tim C, I appreciate you taking all the shit you did in the chat. You're a champ, man. I've seen far
I'm
worse. If
surprised
it means
everybody's so
anything.
mad at me.
They actually were not too bad with you, but
Well, I heard some shit. The girl told me there was some shit going on. I'm surprised.
Well, Tim, they
Yeah,
were going after me too, and I was having fun with them.
I was watching and I didn't see anything all too crazy.
Yeah.
But we try
It's
to
all
keep
right.
everybody in line, but personal
Yeah,
attacks
it's
we
all
don't
right.
like, and so
I'm not worried about it. I appreciate it.
yeah,
I had
but
fun.
everybody has a voice. If you don't like the voice you're hearing, get up there and be your voice. That's how we're gonna do this when we do these panels. So Feline, I appreciate you. But yeah, I do appreciate everybody coming up, and I like this. This is interesting, and I would prefer to let you guys all talk and have your time, and we're just people. We're just human beings. We're not doctors, lawyers. Well, everybody's their person. So, but if you got something to say, you should say it, and you should feel free to join us. But for those of you who did join us tonight, I do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. I can't thank you enough. Until the next one, I don't know when that's going to be. Maybe sooner than later. But for now,
I do
Wizzy
appreciate
out.
it.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for having us,
Appreciate
Wizzy.
it. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Dano.
We'll see
I
y'all.
like doing this with you guys. Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Good night.
All right. That's it. Wizzy out. Bye, everybody.